afternoon and welcome to Blast Slam 5 at Chengdu. We saw a very beautiful new trailer for the city that we will be in is a week exactly.
Huh?
Exactly 1 week it will be in Chengdu. Well, it's Friday.
But we'll be there
arena
earlier.
starts on Friday.
Oh,
That's right.
sure. We as a collective Dota
As a
community.
collective, including the audience at home, you also in spirit and atmosphere, or you still actually could be in Chengdu. So 1 more week until we're going to be there. A lot
Very
of fun.
exciting.
Crazy.
How are you guys feeling today, though? Before we get to China, before we know what teams are even going to be meeting us in Chengdu.
I'm excited to see the teams that are close to each other. The spicy matchups, the top 2 spots are still not guaranteed.
Sure.
There's some, you know, Falcons still have to play their hard matches. Maybe they a little bit, and that spot drops down. You know.
Yeah, I agree. I think the top matches are the hype ones for today. I mean,
Why are you guys already like talking about the Dota? I wanted to know about how you guys were as individuals.
Oh.
How you were feeling.
I slept well.
That's good. How many hours did you sleep?
8.
Wow. Probably should have pushed it to 9.
the thing is, I dedicate my whole being to this event. So that's it.
Outside of the Dota, there is no
there's
misery.
nothing.
There's no misery.
I played 4 pubs last night, went to bed, had 11 hours of sleep, maybe 10, woke up, went bakery, now I'm here. So yeah, just...
Did you win all your pubs?
1-2, lost 1. The one I lost though, I was like 15, 8, and 20, but you know, what can you do?
Jeez, that's a rough
Sad. It's
one.
still on the mind, I will be honest, but anyway.
Well, I'll try and distract you with a little bit of Dota that happened yesterday with our best of ones where they continued between our 12 teams.
Maybe we're gonna call like owning the theater now. As they jump in and call and try and seal away. The Aegis isn't gonna be enough. Aegis on the ground. Go pick it up. He got it. Oh, 33. Another great call onto the sniper and the roar, the follow-up pure, trying to chase him down. Naga Siren is so good. The reset, but the Ravage, that's also pretty damn good as well. Still scary, everybody. Get the hell out of there. Kill. Oh, give it to him. Give it to him one more time. He's ready near the creeps. You bastard, Echoes. Oh, they see people. Jump in, spear onto 2, and Dark Fears onto the Terrorblade. Vacuum back in. Ame in trouble. The Lotus means there's
Spin into grip from the Juggernaut doesn't help Execration's chances. Lasso required just to make sure the box is here to buy some time. The black hole from Zeal catching Queen of Pain.
He got it.
Juggernaut didn't die. He ominous slashes. Palos, he gets a double kill.
this other sneaky little ward.
It's like, I wonder where they are, Blink Crush.
Oh no. Oh, he's gone. No. Pop the smoke too. Oh no, they didn't, thankfully. All right.
Sometimes all it takes is a cheeky little ward and it can lead to an unexpected win there. Although that game, I believe it was the Telements game against XG, and that one felt like it was just an uphill battle. That was.
And the ward won the game. Just
My
the ward.
bad.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, we can go back and we can try and figure out which game exactly that ward was in as we look at our results from our A stream, where we had our last day of 7 best of ones yesterday. It started off strong for Tundra, and for us here getting to see them win over Heroic, Tidebound, MOUZ, Xtreme, Telements. That's the one. That was the ward game. Falcons Tundra, I think that was the most interesting one of yesterday on A stream, but we're gonna have a look at B stream where we didn't get to have those close, in-depth analysis and looks of the game, and ask my analysts, which series really stood out?
I mean, I think the Falcons Navi was fun because we saw the Viper versus Huskar.
That was good, yeah.
We got to see, you know, them first picking Huskar and saying, counter me. And Navi was like, okay, we'll try. They picked Viper, and then Niku got absolutely obliterated mid by Huskar, and they got Huskar, and I just love that hero. So it's always fun to see it, even if the game's a Giga Stomp.
The resurgence of Heroic on the B stream, all right? Sure, they didn't really beat, you know, some top dogs, right? But Execration, Yakult, Heroic getting the best of both of them. We've wanted some moment for them to feel happiness enjoying this tournament. It's been despair, everything else. So that should inspire a better day today, because they actually finally did destroy an enemy's Ancient after, what, like 8 games in a row of not doing it.
Yeah, it was a tough one for Heroic. So today I am sure felt really good for themselves. And it does lead the question, where exactly are they on the standings now that they were able to get those 2 wins for themselves? Well, it does put them above Telements, tied with Yakult there. So they're still in that position of having to play the last chance play-ins with a best of 3 there. But Execration, Xtreme Gaming, Navi, Tidebound, OG, MOUZ, Yandex, Tundra, and Falcons, those 3 being in the same conversation right now, because it's only 1 loss or 1 win, however you want to see it, Misery, between them. And it's only the top 2 that are going to go straight to the semifinals.
Yeah, I think those matches are going to be really interesting. The MOUZ, the Falcons, these type of matches. I also think that there's a certain value to the momentum leading into the best of threes. Like if you start losing on the last day, right, and you're coming off some losses and you have to play best of threes to get to the play-in.
Mhm.
I think that could be a factor as well. Maybe it's good to peak on the last day, you know, with the confidence, some new strats. I don't know.
Yeah, I think with so many best of ones, there is a plethora of strategies that you can try and pick up for yourselves, whether they work or not. That's a different story. For MOUZ and Na'Vi yesterday, we didn't see them work out for them, and that's why we see them a little bit closer in that standing, sort of lumping in with the middle of the pack line.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi in particular has been having some. They've been having some issues. I think their range of performance just varies so widely. We see Niku with like really bad games sometimes. Like the game last night, he had a really terrible game. I felt bad for the guy. After you get solo killed by Huskar's Viper, you're just sad the rest of the game. And I think you see that from this this young roster that like you want them to do well and you want them to keep improving and become sort of that next Spirit or something like that. The team that goes from rags to riches, but they're still maybe in the little rag zone a little bit.
There's still room for growth, right? We might be like halfway through our group stage, but there's still plenty of Dota to be had for both, Na'Vi, all of their plays. But for us as well, we get to see some more Dota today. But before we do, there was one moment from yesterday that stood out above the rest.
What a cut through. What a glimmer cut through. They find Ame.
He knows where he's at. They have him. Oh, where is your Sunder target? Success to try and help him out, but I don't know if it's going to end up mattering. Vacuum on to 3 with the stomp afterwards. Nico, he's a player as he catches them all out. Now a roar to try and escape, but Ame, there is nowhere left to go. That is why you build Helm of the Dominator, everybody. You think he doesn't have a teammate? He's got a teammate in the Centaur Conqueror.
That was a nasty stun.
Everything about that play was absolutely nasty. You gloss over these moments. You're like, oh, great vacuum. And then it's that small detail to you of, yeah, there's a Centaur there ready for the follow-up stun by the same person that's doing the massive vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, it's just beautiful, right? You're having a nice little bit of micro, the classic vacuum into stun. It's a chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss. There's been a lot of great play of the days, animations. It feels like with Blast Slam, there's just so much that we could talk about, T. In fact, I think you had a presentation ready.
Do I?
Yes.
Yes.
You had put in all of this extra effort whilst you in the midst of your pubs, playing games or doing this little bit of homework, and you had a presentation that you wanted to present to us.
Yeah, I prepped it in about 30 seconds, I think. So yeah, brief history of Blast Slams. Hopefully, I did good work. We'll find out on slide 2 as we move through. Come on, there we go. What defines a blast? Yes, high-end production, strong competitive storylines. That is true. They are great, strong storylines. Say again?
Name 2 strong competitive storylines.
Tundra, very strong because they fucking win it all the time. Snooze. Then we have Best of One Madness because then we get moments like Heroic and, eating every SFM we have because they're just always in it. That talent consistency. Big fan of this one. I feel like hiring the same lads, great idea, right? Because as soon as you start hiring different talent, making it different every time, you don't get that show vibe, right? So I think the fact they have locked in some pretty good talent time and time again, honestly, the best bullet point on this entire thing. Graphics, my guy, Toke. Woo! Absolutely best in his game. Misery, yeah. 10 out of 10 memes.
Misery being confused specifically.
What are you confused by?
Confused? Wait, well, I'm not. Wait.
Brother, what are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? Anyway, next slide, guys. Boom. All right, Blast Slam 1, okay? Don't forget that the Slam brand started back in the day, right? That is a great thing to the Dota community, right? Having another TO, others are dropping like flies, but Blast, they're stepping up, filling out arenas, doing the thing that we need best, community-based Dota. Couldn't ask for a better Slam 1. Cons, yeah, I mean, panel predictions, Quinn, unfortunately, has had a bit of a shit show yesterday. He struggled a little bit. He liked some heroes, didn't like some heroes. We also had Seb kind of appear for 1 Slam and 4, but again, this is Slam 1 I'm talking about. And then, of course, we did have BB win. And, yeah, Pure then, I think, got kicked after that or something. It was kind of weird. But either way, moving next, Slam 2, bam. 2 ball boys. Look at that. Whew. I didn't know how to align the middle picture, to be fair.
You just had to fit yourselves in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Could have cropped it.
Yeah. Do you guys have any opinions on this slide, or?
What am I doing in the corner?
Not winning.
What are you?
I definitely was not winning a slam.
Why is there a pro just
you ever
like
win a
T
slam?
Governor on there as a pro?
Again.
Just your name is there.
Can you explain that? Why did you put that in the slide that you were presenting to us?
I was sharing this doc with my girlfriend, and I think she's just happy that I'm working and bringing in.
That you're employed?
Yeah, I'm employed. So I think she might have just had a bit of access to that one. Sorry. Con again. Tundra wins. That's always going to be a con, no matter what we get through here. Great team, great lads, but just win other tournaments. Don't win our one. You know what I'm saying? Right. Next. Broadcast graphics and replays notably upgraded. I don't think we hired anyone new, so I think they just finally got.
They had a talking to.
They had a talking to. Yeah, they got
actually.
Yeah.
It was T. It was T who gave them a stern talking to between Blast
Yeah,
Live
they got
2 and
better.
3.
Again, I don't know why my girlfriend's adding the T governor on this one, but it's okay. Don't worry. She's happy. Again, cons.
Wait, no, was this the slam that we had the
What?
The confessionals?
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah,
that was a great one.
The player
Confessionals are
personality
OP.
shine.
Yeah,
that
no.
was a good. I'm glad you remembered that pro.
Yeah, I know it's also the best pro because also we had the teams here. The teams are vibing. They're in the background. You know, we could talk and then they'd hear us and they'd play better or worse based on how we spoke. So that was a great slam.
Yep.
Again, they just vibed. Shitty drafting. Christ, that's just
I don't even
brutal.
remember
I don't remember writing that.
Who was that?
I don't know. But also look at Jakiro's
Maybe
win
that
rate.
game.
Jakiro and Ringmaster win rate.
Yeah, look at that.
In
Now
the
think about
dumpster.
today. All right, slam 4. Fast forward. Bam. Ooh, yes, slam 4. That was the one that happened 2 weeks ago. I promise you, I did not write
Huskar in
that.
a con? Excuse me?
It is
Production?
easily a con.
Excuse
We're going to have a word.
What do you mean? Like, okay, so at TI we had like 3 Huskar games. We rock up to Slam, best of ones. Oh, look at me, I can pick Huskar and win a game. Congrats, man. You win 1 game. You're not winning 3 in a best of 3. Of course, the format allowed these little Huskar teams to thrive. Now it's a first phase ban because of Slam 4, hence why it is a con.
Wait, what's that second con you had there?
Second con, getting tired of the same host. Well, that's because Slacks was the stage host. And I feel like we see Slacks. We see Slacks
there
all
he
the
is.
time.
See,
You know,
right
and he's on the
there.
screen in the bottom, right?
Sure, yeah.
And that's where it goes back to Slam 1 about, you know, the hiring of talent and stuff and locking in consistency. Of course, Nat, you're doing an excellent job. And you are, you could argue, the face of Slam and truly a treat to panel with. Anyway, Slam
But
5.
he's really trying to win some brownie points right now.
Okay, we got some fucking pandas on the screen. Woo! I cannot wait to go see some pandas. And I did not write bullet point 4. I think that was Misery actually had access to the PC on that one.
Did you write that?
I'm confused.
My guy. All right, anyway, either way, Underdogs going all the way. I actually don't think I wrote that one as well.
Who would you have coined as underdogs before the group stage started, and how are they performing?
Falcons, because Tundra always win, and
That's true.
Falcons can't do it, clearly. So, at Slam. So,
Anyone that isn't Tundra is actually an underdog at a Blast Lab.
yeah, it's like BB or Tundra, and then everyone else is an underdog, right? So, yeah, for Slam 5, my big... Oh, it's Wishes for Chengdu. I didn't read the title.
Yeah.
That's the thing with PowerPoint. You get carried
You'd
away
think you would
with...
have remembered what you put in the PowerPoint? That
No, I think it's better, because like... when
He was
you-
writing it
Yeah.
literally in-game.
Exactly.
It's AI.
Uh,
AI made this
Can you
PowerPoint.
make me good PowerPoint?
So your wishes
yeah.
were new winner, no more Jakiro,
Yep.
Chinese teams, T-Gov on panel and draft desk. Well, we can confirm that one. Big audience,
Never know.
exciting games, and underdogs going all the way.
This was actually my like my application to getting to Chengdu. If the PowerPoint goes well. So if you guys think I did well, I'll get there. If not, I'll just get
It's actually word in,
Didn't make it.
budget's cut, and we're just going to have to go straight to our schedule because it seems like the PowerPoint is over. And we're going to get to see what exciting games we have coming up for ourselves today. See if the underdogs can do it, if T-Gov's wish list can start now, because we have Tidebound, Yakult. I think OG Navi is going to be my series of the day, but we've got to wait before we get to that one, because right now we get to have all of the fun of Tundra up against Xtreme Gaming.
Maybe we're gonna call like owning the theater now. As they jump in and call and try and seal away. The Aegis isn't gonna be enough. Aegis on the ground. Go pick it up. He got it. Oh, 33. Can they make anything happen? Another great call onto the sniper and the roar, the follow-up pure. Trying to chase him down. Do they have the damage? What a jumbo play from him.
It's
Oh
the
my
most
God.
jumbo axe play that we've seen
By
in
this other sneaky little ward.
It's like, I wonder where they are. Blink Crush.
Oh no! Oh, he's gone! No! They popped the smoke too? Oh no, they didn't, thankfully. All right.
Tundra and Xtreme Gaming. We almost leaked the lobby there. Was that you're doing as well, T?
No,
Is
I
that
mean-
because we told you that the PowerPoint was bad?
Wouldn't that just be fun for one game? Just leak the lobby password, get all the lads into the game just for one. Just get amongst it.
I have to kick everyone, remake the lobby. That sounds really fun.
That sounds really awesome.
Just play the game. Just all in chat. They can just start live chatting. Like, bring Twitch chat to the game.
And that won't go poorly.
That won't go poorly at all.
Well, hopefully this game doesn't go poorly for Tundra, because right now they're on that precipice, same with Falcons, of potentially not being in the top 2, right? We know Yandex is right on their tail when we looked at the standings earlier today. And so for Xtreme Gaming, they want to show up. Their scoreline right now, it's not outstanding. It's not amazing. 3 and 4, right? So again, they're sitting very middle of the pack, whereas Tundra is 6 and 1, having only that loss to Falcons. And, you know, Misery, what was the issue against Falcons? And is Xtreme Gaming able to exploit that again against Tundra?
The issue against Falcons was what? That was a Tinker game, right?
No, I
it was
mean
the-
for
it was the
Tundra, I
sniper,
mean-
it was a sniper co-op game.
Ah,
game
okay.
I meant, yeah.
the
issues
loss they
with
have.
Tundra, yeah,
Right.
the loss.
Misery confused,
uh-uh.
guys. The PowerPoint.
Exactly, that's
the
how it goes.
PowerPoint. Just saying.
But never lies.
There we go.
Anyways, I was gonna say that I think they got drafted a little bit into a corner. Tundra, perhaps, were a little bit less comfortable heroes, and yeah, I mean, we just got Falcons as well. We just have their signature heroes, you know, and Ballerine Sniper pulling it out, winning mid really hard, and kind of snowballing the game. I want to say though, I feel like there's a certain level of pressure now on both Falcons and Tundra as well to keep winning, right? Because there is teams breathing them in the neck, like Yandex, MOUZ as well. So if they start dropping some games now, they might not get that top 2 spot. So I think that that's something to consider. That, you know, the longer the later we get in this tournament, the more pressure there's going to be on them.
It's definitely going to start building for themselves. Xtreme Gaming, they might already be feeling it, though. You don't want to be down there having to play an extra best of 3 to make it to Chengdu. You'd love to put yourself in the best position possible. And for Xtreme Gaming, it feels like it sort of comes through Ame's heroes here, T. Exactly what he's able to draft for himself.
Yeah, when you think about XG post-TI and the roster shuffles, you need a good platform to build upon. And I think there's a little bit of inconsistency right now from Ame. When we look towards the heroes he's had success with, Gyrocopter, Weaver, even the Marcy, though he lost, it still felt like a good game because they're all aggressive heroes. They can play through the map early levels. They want to do things. But Ursa, you need Battle Fury. Terrorblade, you want Manta. Lone Druid, you want like Diffusal, maybe Ags, you know, Mjolnir, these type of things. So I think there is quite a disparity in his hero pool. But the success comes when Ame can fight. When he's farming, I'm not really seeing them play too well, but that's like the first step towards everything else. And I think Ame, at least if you put him on an aggressive hero, I'm looking at an XG that can be successful within this group stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point Misery mentioned about you know, them sort of being Tundra and Falcons being the ones on the back foot in sort of the vibe way, I think is actually quite true because, you know, no one's getting eliminated in this group stage, but there's pressure on the top end. It's an unusual situation where the people on the top are pressured, but lower on the bracket are chilling. And so I think, you know, Tundra and Falcons feel some of that pressure, and it's so fun to be a spoil sport and make someone else like lose and mess up their group stage. You know, like everyone really wants to beat them because like, haha, screw you. You think you're all cool with your one loss or whatever? No, we're gonna bring you down to our level and mess things up. Like I think there's a lot of truth there in trying to like spoil their chances.
I also think there's something on the line for Xtreme Gaming just by the fact that they seem to be improving as the group stage has gone on. Like the first day they were really struggling, then they started drafting a bit better, and yesterday they had another loss. But I feel like they are moving towards, you know, a more consistent drafting style and a more, you know, they're just looking better and better as the days progress. So I think for them it's just about continuing to improve.
Yeah, well, let's see if that consistency has transferred over from day 3 to day number 4 as our draft is ready for Xtreme Gaming and Tundra. Well, one of the biggest keys of Tundra's loss yesterday was being drafted into a bit of a hole, put on the back foot there, and Xtreme Gaming are going to have to take a page out of that book. We do believe that it starts with taking out that Lycan, also putting Pure in an uncomfortable position, maybe even the supports too, but there's only a limited number of bans that you can do that with, T.
Yeah, I feel like every time we do these draft panels for Tundra, it's, are they going to get the Bane, the Jakiro on the 5, the Hoodwink on the 4? Is it going to be the what's it called, the Kez, the Abba, the Ursa, right? It's like, we know what's coming from Tundra. It's really based on XG to know, like, prepare, okay, this is the hero we're going to give them. Let's actually have a lineup against it. Because like when you give away a Lycan to Tundra and then have like 1.5 counters to the hero, you're kind of digging your own grave, right? So we'll see what XG wants to give them. At the moment, they do ban the Abba and the Lycan, still providing access to Axe, Centaur, on some of the other heroes that Tundra have utilized. They do take the Centaur.
A little fun fact for you guys.
Ooh.
I lost the pop this morning to XXS Centaur.
Congratulations.
So he's been practicing.
Oh, so if he loses here, it's because you gave him fake confidence. to pop this morning.
Maybe. Or if he wins, because I was kind of giving him real confidence.
Insanely good
Oh,
practice.
Yeah.
What were you
Like-
playing?
Jakiro.
In 5 or 4?
5.
So you were laning into him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you win the lane or?
I had a carry pudge. We lost.
Oh.
lane. And I had
Well, you probably should have led with that.
I mean, we can,
Yeah.
we can also just talk about my pop if you guys want.
No. Oh,
No,
yeah,
we-
well,
in
yeah,
full
we'll wait
detail.
until
We're at the start of the,
yeah,
start of the game,
sure.
yeah. So
We've got a little bit of time.
what was he laning with? Centaur plus what?
Hoodwink.
Oh, that's a good lane.
You're laning as Tundra.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Do you think XG will maybe think about Hoodwink based on this one pub?
Could
Yeah,
be. I mean,
definitely.
you're also going to snatch it, right? So in that sense. But I think there's a good chance Tundra will pick it up in the next 2 picks, and then you can't snatch it.
Crazy.
Well, there's a Jakiro.
Yeah.
So no,
Well-
they're going to pick Pudge on 13.
Yep. And then XG will then respond with a Hoodwink and Redemption for Misery.
For Misery.
Retribution, in
Yeah.
fact, I'd say.
I mean, we talked about it some the other day whenever Tearlaments was playing the Centaur, but I think this hero's like, it actually has a negative win rate right now, and I think while some teams are playing it, it looks really broken. Others, I think looks much less so, depending on the style of their offlaner. I think XSS actually is a player that can make this hero work quite well. XG is a team that does like to split up and farm in a lot of cases, and XSS is someone who's honestly just a really solid player and very capable of getting the net worth out of the Centaur I think that you need. And so I think, while it may not be working for some other teams, I think it has, great potential to work for XG.
One thing with Centaur is you need to respect that you're a farming offlaner that will help your team through Stampede and maybe the occasional, you walk towards a lane. But realistically, you want Helmet Dom, you want to absorb the entire offlane part of the map and just farm. And then the other 4 heroes need to be ready to take the 4-on-5 fights, the weird little skirmishes without you, only using Stampede. Because the best Centaur games is when you get forgotten about and suddenly it's Dom, Lotus, Dom, Pipe, Dom, Crimson, whatever. That's your window. So for XG, the other 4 heroes need to be able to play with each other. Like if they have Shaker mid, now a Centaur off lane, the Shaker's shut down, their draft already I can see falling apart, right? And for Tundra, they go for the Bat Rider.
The bat pick itself isn't interesting for me, but so many times Tundra have really liked to keep one of their supports until the later pick in their draft. But this time around, they're very okay to reveal both supports off the bat.
Yeah, I mean...
Not pun not intended. I just realized.
They have actually started changing their supports a little bit. The first 2 days, I think it was all Hoodwink for Ari, and now he's playing Shadow Shaman yesterday. He's playing Bat Rider now, right? So they are mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why they choose to take 2 supports here. I mean, you would think that the Ursa is banned, the Baden's banned. So I guess their typical responses are out, and so Pure feels like he needs to see a little bit more to pick his hero. It's just a bit strange considering you already see the Centaur. It's just going to be offlane. It's not a flex at all. And so I'm a little surprised to pick Bat. Bat is a soft flex. It could be mid if XG runs into the a free bat lane mid, but I think it's most likely to be support. Bat mid's very, very volatile.
But Tundra has shown that they don't really want to pick Gyrocopter. I think some teams here would just pick Gyrocopter instead of Bat Rider. It is like that carry that enables you to play most lanes, but they banned it out when they had this position last time. So yeah, Tundra just going slightly different. And for XG, they go for the Ringmaster. Of course, Escape Act, very, very good in both Jakiro and Bat Rider, just being able to just protect the hero that they jump.
Uh-oh.
Disruptor.
Yeah.
I'm just not a Disruptor fan.
No, but I think it can still work. It doesn't have to be bad. I think you just need to pick the right carry with it so that you don't just lose the lane to some ridiculous degree.
Damage through the carry and kind of like the aggressive heroes that I mentioned earlier.
I
for
think
Army,
the
right?
Weaver can be interesting here, right? Again, for Arme, for example. Then you enable the Disruptor, right? You get the Weaver against the Bat, which is a pretty good matchup. You have this... not only is it a decent lane, Weaver Disruptor, but it's also pretty good in the game, right? You have this aggressive timings where you can glimpse people back and continuously play aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, in defensive Disruptor, the hero is also quite good against Bat Rider, so it's not like they didn't pick it for no reason. It's one of the classic counters to Bat, and that he blinks in, you can just glimpse him back out, you can glimpse him in when he runs away a little bit. The Q keeps him from, that hero is very much an in and out fighter, and the pulsing stops him from running in and out. You can trap him, you can, there's a lot of tools you have against a hero that blinks into you, and you can sort of run him down and kill him whenever he tries to run away with the lasso.
I was going to say for XG, like picking Gyro for Ame would feel really nice here, because then it frees up the Disruptor after a couple, 5-6 minutes of lane just to go through the Twin Gate and play with the Centaur Ringmaster on Catapult Waves. But then you have Jug, Omni Slash against Gyro is always really annoying, good counter there.
Yeah, it's a rough carry to carry matchup for sure.
And then the Weaver that you mentioned earlier to utilize the Disruptor, now there's an Axe.
Yeah.
So lane, Weaver can be annoying, but in the game, one call and the Weaver can disappear.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, they do go the Gyro.
Still just go, okay.
That's interesting for Ame. It's not normally his style to pick himself into a bad carry matchup. Like, Gyro is certainly bad against Juggernaut. It's not, mixed up at all. But he does have the Centaur on his team, so they already have a natural Lotus buyer, and that is really what you need against Juggernaut. If you can just put this Lotus on Gyro for the duration of the fight, then he can't get Omni Slashed, and you can play the fight very naturally. It's an amazing Lotus game already, like an insane Lotus game.
And Tundra, they double pick the core because Batrider is played on both BZM and Ari, so they're keeping that alive. But I feel like for XG, don't try and think about flexibility here. Just ban out BZM mid laners, because if you do pick Batrider mid, there's many options, right?
Yeah, Invoker ban.
I was gonna say the Invoker ban, I like, especially with what you're saying, T. Don't try and overthink it, and just take out what the comfort is.
And now Tundra's also like, you ban Queen of Pain, it's like, hey, are you thinking about Bat mid? Because we're banning Queen, pretty good hero against the Bat mid.
I feel like both teams here have very solid foundations for their draft. Maybe the last hero can upset who's favored, but I feel like both teams are. I mean, they've drafted very solid stuff for themselves. Maybe Xtreme Gaming, we have seen Disruptor suffer a lot in lane, and this could be one of those games again. Playing into Axe is never really fun as a 5 that can't get the creeps or can't fight back properly. You're just going to get battle hungered over and over. So this lane is very fragile, I think, for Xtreme.
The respect.
So they have to play really conservatively or disciplined in that lane to make sure they don't get overrun there.
Oh, the NTS, I mean, he is really good at this hero. I think in terms of mid-primal players, he is second only to Malrain. Like, he's very, very good at this hero. He's like platinum tier, maybe even master tier on him on Dota Plus. Not only doing, all the lane shenanigans, running, cutting waves and stuff, but also just straight up playing the lane sometimes. He'll just get random kills. I've laning against his primal many, many times. He's very, very good at that hero.
It's nice as well to have into Jug, right? Because now when Jug's trying to be aggressive on the map, it just takes one good positioning from primal, a blink, a jump, layer into static. You're going to be able to kill off any of the wave shenanigans that Tundra often utilize to continue their farm in the mid game.
It's also a hero that can kill the Axe cut, right?
Yep.
So I think it fits the Xtreme Gaming's draft well-rounded as well now. It's a hero that can help the safe lane if it's suffering, right? It's a hero that does not care about mid matchups really. So
yeah, and the Queen's already banned. So that's like Primal's like nightmare matchup, and it's already gone.
Okay, yeah.
That was mid-ban to mid-primal. When you have like Flame Break, if he goes to skip waves, you can chase him.
It's certainly bad. It's a very bad matchup for Primal. There's no doubt about that. But once you get into the like, eventually Primal gets the Dispel talent, and then it becomes like super chill for Primal. But there's a period there where it can be pretty bad. Yeah, that's one of the other classic Primal responses.
Just root him during his trample, right? Stop him from moving, can't do any damage in the lane.
Yeah, maybe we'll see BZM do the build where he puts more points in Q again. Maybe that's something he's been theory crafting and actually trying in pubs. I'm not 100% sure, but I could see it being very good against Primal. You just want stuff that stops him from moving. And so now with an Ember in the mix, you look at Xtreme's, mid and 2 supports compared to Tundra's. I don't think Xtreme's fighting these runes that much. And so if I'm Xtreme, I want to look at shutting down this Axe. Misery mentioned that Primal can gank that hero very well. You also have Gyrocopter and Disruptor. Like, this Axe cannot cut waves this game.
Yeah.
So he will have to play back towards his tower and towards his, further back camps. And so if I'm Xtreme, I'm looking at playing on these side lanes. I'm looking at getting support kills, shutting down Axe, maybe gate ganking the Jug eventually. Don't get baited into this 3v3 mid, because you will lose this 3v3 guaranteed against these heroes.
Yeah, I agree. If they start feeding kills to this Batrider, to this Ember Spirit, that's where, Tundra can really start snowballing this game.
Tundra, when you have an Ember on last pick, like their team fight is really, really high skill, right? Like, you need the information for a good Axe jump, a good Omni Slash, a good lasso. If these things don't connect, then XG, they're going to be able to take the fight. And for XG, I feel like you're looking towards how quickly can we get that Lotus Orb, right? A well-placed Lotus on a Gyro or a Primal, eating an Omni Slash, eating a lasso can really just change the game. But for Tundra, it's about the kind of just don't enable Xtreme to set up their kind of defensive fortification of this is where we farm. They want to scale, Tundra want to fight, and we've seen Tundra do that really, really well. So I'm looking at just BZM going crazy in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Xtreme, it's a game that Ame can thrive in. I think they have a lot of heroes setting him up. They have a lot of stuns. They'll have the Lotus and Pipe from XXS, and it's a game where getting to BKB and dispels and things like this are very good against Tundra's lineup. You look at their heroes, like 4 of their heroes have stuff that if it gets purged off, you're super chilling. So if he has Satanic and Lotus and things like this behind him, he can become the Giga Chad carry, which I think is, you know, the way that Ame likes to play and a style that Xtreme likes. And so I think they've done well for themselves, and now they just need to execute.
I think both refs are super even, and it's going to come down to play.
All right, it's a great way to get to start our day number 4. 2 top-tier teams here, Tundra and Xtreme Gaming. Let's witness some top-tier Dota with some top-tier casters.
Top tier Dota is exactly what we're here for. Super excited to see how this one builds up and pans out as Xtreme Gaming are still trying to find themselves, having not played all that much, you know, forming around Wallachia and having their first games around then, looking for their identity against Lacoste, Tundra, who are at Blast and yet again performing spectacularly.
Yeah, it's just where they tried the most, I would say. But Xtreme Gaming, they drafted themselves a good draft. Multiple saves that they have, saving coming out from, of course, FY Ringmaster. Want to see how he's going to be playing this hero. This hero does have a lot to offer. Of course, XXS on his signature Centaur, Primal Beast, NTS is also. They have a couple of signature heroes on their side, but we also have a couple of Siggies as well on Tundra. 33. On his axe, I want to see what he's going to be building into this game. I see that he is going for Vanguard as his first item, wants to be able to soak up some of the damage. Of course, Crimson Guard is going to be good throughout the whole game against Gyrocopter. Panel did discuss about potentially itemization on side of Xtreme, where they have like Lotus, maybe even a double Lotus to make sure that they have a Dispel, they have something to protect against the Juggernaut ulti, which is going to be crucial. There's always Ame, Juggernaut, Ame against the Juggernaut. There's always like some shenanigans happening, and I'm always down for it.
I love that they've picked up Gyro again. He's been a hero to keep your eyes on really through this tournament. Can kind of play itself. If you have a decent laning stage, you get to these big items, you become very strong. And we've seen Pure on the other side. Hang on, it's Ari with the flame break trying to push them back, but he's been daggered up, and first blood here for Ame on his Gyro. Already a good start to get to those items in that mid game.
This is exactly how they started when they were playing against Navi. Ame, Juggernaut got a first blood. They did kind of the same thing towards the Lotus Pool, if you remember. So good start for him. This is a hero that comes online super fast. And 33, he's playing Axe. This is not the easiest matchup for him. There is going to be a lot of harassment coming out from him. Immediately into Rocket Barrage, but they are playing very aggressive. But Ame's dying as well.
Ame's dying, XXS is dying. Everywhere you look, Tundra taking that first blood personally.
I was looking bottom, but I was also looking at the top. I saw them playing slightly too aggressive, like Ame was trying to trade against the Axe, then he got Flame Break, gets Blood Grenaded, and immediately dead.
But now a glimpse with the Thunder Strike, and Ari's gonna get traded out. 2 for 2 in the second minute of the game. The bloodbath begins. When even drafts, a lot of early emphasis through all his magic damage, lots of early pressure. There's gonna be a super exciting best of one here between these two.
We started great, 4 kills already. One thing to point out is that recent Centaurs, like from the games that I've seen, this is the most contested hero at the tournament, him and Timbersaw, is that people are starting to put more points into Double Edge. Like once you get to level 2, you have a point in Double Edge, which gives you a kill threat, some harassment, especially in the melee matchups. And a lot of the times during Wallachia, I've seen Centaurs just getting the kills because they have that point in Double Edge. We saw before, like 1-0-2 build, maxing out Retaliate, going for the Blade Mill, focused on farm, but now you get Helm, you're still getting the farm, and then you're gonna start to build the auras. In this one, there's a good amount of magical damage, probably fight Lotus, Blink Dagger slightly later, because they can still start a fight. You have Primal Beast from the mid lane, which is gonna allow you to get the initiation from your mid.
Trying to watch all these lanes at the same time, sending my eyes crazy. It looks like a little bit of calm now as both teams just chill out for a moment, reset the lanes. The Tundra have set the wave in front of their tier 1, so Pure can farm there. And we can take a peek into this mid lane where we have Ember versus Primal. So far, Ember coming out slightly ahead with the denies and the last hits, but not a major difference.
Yeah, it is always like that. Calm, panic, calm, like that meme. You know,
Yeah.
There's not much going on. In this game, there is, in the first couple of minutes. Glem's back in the bottom against Ari. He tried to play aggressive with Flame Break. Xnova, 2 points in Thunderstrike. He wants to be that aggressive guy, and 33, he needs to be careful. Look at this damage that he's receiving from Flak. Bit of a rocket barrage as well. They also have Lotus on Ame, so he's gonna be fine. 6-1 charges.
Yeah, straight down to half health. You show your face in that lane, get blasted. So really relying on some of these early salves or tangos, bringing tons of regen to try and win this early war of attrition in the side lanes in particular. I'm really looking forward to when the lane stage breaks down, though. A lot of these heroes have like so much interplay between them. Every single support plus core, duo or trio are able to get out on the map and make kills, make moves happen. This is not going to be a quiet match. I mean, XXS is already feeling the noise up at top. Pure trying to bait out the stomp. XXS holds it, but I don't think it matters all that much. With this spin, they'll find the kill regardless. And now FY trades for Whitemon's Jakiro. And he's going to walk it back as Pure realizes there's a full juicy wave to go and farm.
Yeah. Even with the Strongman Tonic, Centaur still dies there. That's 8 extra strength that he got, basically 170 HP. And 33, we said this is not going to be an easy lane for him by any means. This is his first death though, but in terms of farm, he isn't getting as much. Same goes for Centaur. You can see both carries are kind of enjoying themselves. Pure 12 denies in this top lane. Super strong lane, Juggernaut, Jakiro, pretty much anything you pair up with Jakiro is going to be a strong lane.
Yeah, got shades of the classic Crystal Maiden Jug lane from the good old days, right?
Just better.
Magic damage, but yeah, but better.
Oh, look at this move from 33. He TP'd top. It's a tri-lane.
White is a rotating, roaming axe. He's ganking. They're trying to set a trap here with Whitemon. Stepping forward, backing up, moving on to XXS. Again, trying to fake out the stomp, but with the spin, the battle hunger coming in, they'll just turn back onto him, and 33 going to make his appearance here to finish off the Centaur. Offlaner against offlaner, minute 5. While bottom lane, Ari has died. Ame picks up his killing spree.
He's got the twin
and
gates.
blood.
I love this early aggression. It's been a while since we saw stuff like this happening, where people just can't. This is, I would say, something that 33 does really well. Probably one of the few ones that are actually doing it. Remember when he was playing Visage, his Vizarizzi was a menace when he was camping the safe lane just to get the gold. Because of the facet, yeah, and they were always like trying to get the first blood as well, maybe pick up 3 bounty runes and then just snowball from there. Right now, 33 in the bottom lane, trying to creep skip. It's not the easiest thing to do. They do have relatively good heroes to punish him. You have Primal Beast, who doesn't mind rotating early on. You're playing against Disruptor, 2 points in Glimpse, Xnova, pretty high level because of the kills that they were getting. He's involved in 4 kills. FY did put down a sentry ward near the Twin Gates, and we see 2 offlaners just trying to find something for themselves.
Yeah, Centaur jungling. XXS didn't have TP to go straight to lane, so he's like, well, I'll dip jungle. That does mean Jakiro has left that top lane to rotate into mid. BZM got the haste rune bottled, so they can start playing much further forward, aggressively past the tower.
Help.
Nothing to say.
Mid lane, it's going down. Like this tower, if they don't bring the heroes, but they also can't really fight back. You're fighting against Ember Spirit, who's level 6, Primal Beast is only 5, and you have Jakiro with 2 points in Liquid Fire / Frost, plus the Catapult.
That's a tremendous amount of damage. So XXS is battling his brother Centaur back in the jungle. Bottom lane 33 has stacked up a double wave to farm that against Xnova. He's not going to be able to like TP out of here though, so 33 might just have relinquished control of this and said, I'm dead, but Ari comes across and gives him a bit of backup. I was maybe expecting a rotation from Xtreme here, but it's Tundra who kill Xnova.
Yeah, Primal Beast doesn't have mana. He doesn't have mana on Primal Beast to TP and rotate. Gyrocopter, he was stealing the enemy Wisdom Rune, so they were kind of busy. But this move should be punished. 33 using the healing cell. And Omni Slash on Centaur. XXS.
I mean, we're just so quickly. Up at top, the spin from Pure kills off FY. Nothing to say has finally arrived. Pulverize cancelled though, as Whitemon well lined up Ice Path and a tower dead to the catapult, allowing BZM to maybe chase XXS with the chains and the damage out of Pure's Juggernaut. This looks like the Centaur's dead again. A few slices and crits and another flame break to push him back in. Perfectly done from Tundra. I mean, they're just turning up the tempo to 11 in this one.
They're losing a lot. Like, mid tower is almost dead. Nothing to say. He's pulverized, gets stopped, so he doesn't get the damage in. There's a lot of slows in this game, something that Primal doesn't like to play into. You're going to be needing, like, your way of dispelling things. I'm pretty sure that you're going to be getting, you know, BKB before you're level 15, because things are not going well for you. Once you get to level 15 BKB as well, you don't have to worry about, because you have Dispel with on Uproar.
Thank you, Pure. Everybody, just take a breath.
Right, guys, let's take a 5.
They bloody need it. It's 8 minutes in. There's already towers crumbling, massive fights past tier 2s. Absolute madness. Xtreme already getting themselves a couple of those neutral items. The chipped vest. Try and return some of the damage that's coming their way from Tundra so far. Everything given, though, you know, a 1k lead from Tundra. Not a monumental difference between them and Xtreme, but the fact that the top lane tier 1s died, you know, they could start pivoting into Ancients, contesting, and limiting how much farm Arme can actually get on that left side of the map.
Centaur was kind of the hero of the previous tournament. So far, at Blast Slam 5, he's been contested in every single game. Same goes for Timbersaw in 42 games, but he is sitting at 46% win rate only. So I think teams figured out how to play against Centaur, try to punish him in the lane. Not necessarily TP or offlaner 3 minutes in, but it did work for them.
If it works, it works. And BZM's going to slip away just out of the grasp of nothing to say as the tower died to Whitemon, so even more space through this mid lane to that left side of the map. So we're saying that Centaur was the hero, but now he's been de-heroed. Defanged, declawed.
It was pretty much between Centaur and Primal, I would say. Both of these heroes were owning at one point. Centaur, like some teams, like Paravision, they did have like 5 or 6 wins in a row with the hero. Primal Beast was winning 9 out of 10 games at one point of the tournament. And also the way that they've been like just picked and how much impact you have with this hero is pretty nuts. This is the lowest impact on a Centaur that I've seen in the last like 2-3 months. Even though this is XXS, one of most played heroes, and he always shines on it, he just got completely shut down.
He's been thrown some surprises in this laning stage, that's for sure. But again, we come back and reset, get back to farming. So XXS is still going to hit this Helm of the Dominator in the next minute. Just needs another jungle camp or 2 to finish it off. While Tundra continue to play forward across the river, looking for a poke onto the Primal Beast. Turns with the Pulverize and the crack of the whip, and BZM gonna pay
Nicely
for this
done.
over-aggressive move. FY was there to help Nothing to Say in his time of need.
Ferocity. Like, you get caught mid-Pulverize and
move.
Ice Pad. Oh,
33. He's being eyed up by Arme. A glimpse back in, the cooldown, and the Static Storm for good measure. Not only can they kill the Axe, but they can take the Ancient Stacks as well.
Yeah, I think they need Ame to be involved in some of these fights. This is a nice play coming out from Nothing to Say and FY, making sure that they are grabbing the kills. Also, Ice Pad very difficult to use. I just can't even finish my sentence. There's just constant action happening.
Shut up, Lacoste! There's action happening! Nothing to Say he's gonna get slain by BZM, and he's gonna go deeper as well. With another Remnant forward, he wants X-Nova. Does he have mana for this? Trying to get the chains up with 1 stick charge, but he doesn't have the reach. Whitemon maybe does. Oh, he does! He's caught him! The Slight Chains comes out.
Nicely done. Back and forth all the time. 33. He's continuing to farm up. Same goes for XXS. He does have a farming item. Helm of the Dominator. 33. No Dominator this time around. Instead, Phase Boots into Pipe straight away. Will need some extra mana, but he can use those gauntlets that he does have. Get the Soul Ring. This is something that he does even on Centaur when he is owning, when he's staying ahead, because Centaur does not the smartest fella around. Needs a lot of mana to use his stuff for Stampede, so he gets like 19-20 minute Soul Ring just to be able to use his items, and then later he sells it. He gets a Bling Dagger if necessary. But this one, yeah, once they get to the pipe timing, it's going to be pretty big. There is a lot of magic. Pretty much everything is magical damage. Some physical from Primal, and some physical coming out from Ame.
So high octane. Tundra again making a smoke move down south. BZM and Whitemon bring Ame to about half health, and it's forced its overreaction out of Xtreme Gaming, bringing everyone but the Primal Beast bottom so far. And now they start poking at the Centaur. You're probably going to have to Stampede here to get away. XXS holding it for as long as possible. Stomp and then Stampede. The Wheel of Wonder to keep them back, but XXS is dead. He just sliced down by Pure.
They brought everybody from Tundra. This is going to be the last tier 1 tower they're going to kill. Very clean moves from Tundra so far.
It's such a scary prospect, letting this Pure Jug free farm top, right? With the whole lane breakdown, he's super far ahead.
Yeah, he is. In terms of heroes that they do have, like, he also has better carry-to-carry matchup overall. You are playing Jug against Gyrocopter. There is one BKB piercing ability on their side that's pulverized, but there's also multiple ways to stop this pulverized from going off. Nothing to say. Very close to his Blink Dagger once he finishes that off. Has Bottle with your Arcane Rune. I want to see a smoke. I want to see them potentially try to grab a kill. Pair it up. Wheel of Wonders on cooldown for another 30 seconds. Static Storm is available, but they could definitely grab a kill. I think they are going to be looking for BZM.
They try and find one of those high priority targets. Arme going to clear through some stacks. Has his Dragon Lance working on the Mantis file, which makes a lot of sense here to dispel off a bunch of spells that Tundra has to throw his way. We've seen a fair few of these little adaptations on Gyro with the Chop Shop, being able to swap between some of these earlier items, think about Aghanims, think about Manta, and get there regardless.
Blink Dagger. Ooh, they need a Static Storm on top of him.
Ooh, they've got him, but the Ice Path, it's there from Whitemon. Glimpse back into the Static Storm, though, with the Wheel of Wonder, and BZM is still dead.
Nicely done. They have to invest a lot. Basically 3-4 ultis to be able to grab the kill. Pulverize, not a long cooldown. You also do have Arcane Rune, so he might have another grab potentially. Jug about to crack level 12 with Omni Slash, soon to be online. So Pure will definitely want to join, especially if they are going to be fighting near tier 1 towers.
XXS doing the old classic with the Helm Creep, stacking over in the ancient area. And then, of course, he can do what we've seen more usually, is dragging waves and bringing some of these dire creeps across the map to a safer place to farm for himself. It is Xtreme kind of bunkering down on their side of the river now. They moved forward, they pivoted for a kill and a tower take. Now kind of retreating and giving a lot of space for Tundra to go and invade. The vacuum's got to be filled by someone. The power struggle has to be fought over here, and it's BZM with Whitemon leading out, smoked up, with Pure and Ari joining.
NTS in a good spot. Does have Region Rune, but he's still gonna get sliced by Juggernaut. Whoever gets caught, pretty much. Maybe the box can save a little bit of time, but cast range is not really great. Level 1.
He's already had to use the escape act on himself.
Yeah, just gonna kill on him. Pure gets the kill. Tundra with this fight, they have a pretty strong timing, especially if they can, you know, get Juggernaut involved. Pretty much that's a 1 kill if he uses Omni Slash. XXS in the top lane.
Yeah.
Stacking the creep waves. Eventually they're gonna come. Look where he is on the map. He's like, I'm waiting, guys. I'm near the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Maybe some XP that I could be able to pick up from there. But he knows the creeps are coming.
He's just investing, you know? He put $100 into some stocks. They dipped. It looks like he's failed, but they're going to build up in a couple of years. They'll come back around, don't you worry.
And maybe for other people, not for me, though.
Unlucky buddy. Market go bust.
Yeah, I'm the anti-stonks guy. My stonks don't go brrrr.
No. They've got to bring. We should bring back the old tactic with the observer wards and sentries, where you be able to in Dota 1 block the waves with those. Lasso. Ari is going to get the blink initiation. A ton of follow through, but that escape act gives a bit of time for XXS to turn as FY sliced by Pure. They pulverize the Juggernaut, but he got his spin off in time. Onslaught forward, nothing to say, trying to trample over Tundra. But having lost their Ringmaster and having no Gyrocopter here, they'll lose the Primal Beast as well.
I mean, he like this play where you're stacking creeps with your helm. It just feels like it's easy to predict where you're gonna be going. So he was stacking like 3-4 camps, and then Tundra read this move and they're like, oh, he's just gonna be at the tier 2 tower. So they get to jump, they kill him, they get Omni Slash as well. So 2 easy kills for Tundra.
It's not as if you have an Earthshaker or something, right? To like fully abuse that situation. That was something people used to do too. Stack up the waves, bait into an Earthshaker, Echo Slap. Not here for Xtreme Gaming though. It feels like Ame is still playing kind of catch-up mode the past couple of minutes.
He was heavily involved in these early kills, but couldn't find anything else on the map. Gyrocopter doesn't mind to join in most of these early fights. I like his itemization, going for Manta style. There are a lot of things that he needs to dispel. You have like 1, 2, 3 BKB piercing tools, so probably not gonna even get BKB until super late. And Tundra will use this opportunity. They do have sustain from the healing ward. They do have damage, so they will take Roshan for themselves.
Xtreme scan it. They know what's going on. They know that they are in no position to go and contest it. Ame going to pop that Manta to break free of the chains, and a static storm trap set here for BZM to get caught in the Wheel of Wonder. Damage is good, but Tundra have brought numbers. Ame into the escape act, pulverized from nothing to say, lassoed up and cancelled by Ari. They can't finish off any more of Tundra, and they've got to run away from this one. A call down will provide some covering fire.
Healing ward in 10.
They're thinking about re-entering as they held that position for a short moment, but now full retreat.
They have a lot of sustain on Tundra. Even with Pipe, they still managed to kill Ember Spirit there. This is a bit of a newer build on Ember Spirit, where you are maxing out the Searing Chains, only 1 point in Slight. You're playing with the Spirit Vessel as well. So you don't have as much maneuverability in the fight. Like, you are lacking that potentially second Slight. They did manage to grab him. They did manage to block him from kill him from 100 to 0. But nice play from Ari. Like, you need to be careful when you're blinking into the Pulverize with a lot of these blink stunners or like something that can interrupt. Oh, 33. I like this move. He actually dunked the creep, I believe, just to get the move speed. And they also use Cobalt Cup to get the extra bit of a move speed so they can maybe catch up Pure. In no man's land here. A bit of a help. Does have Aegis though.
Aegis, Omni Slash, and a spin, of course. Really putting the fear into Xtreme as Tundra get ready for a tier 2 push. They don't have that classic behind tower ward, so they can't see the approach from Xtreme here. If there even is an approach, it looks like Xtreme say, screw it. We'll try and do what we can with some Manta illusions and go play these other lanes. Give Tundra what they want, give them the space. No point fighting over it. Even with the pipe being delivered for Execration, they don't feel like they have the opportunity.
Now their damage is mixed. Like, there's a good amount of magical, so Pipe's gonna be good, but there's also a good amount of physical from Battle Hunger. Counter Helix is pure, Omni Slash is physical. So some of the damage is gonna be reduced, but not all of it. Museum, looking for something. 50 seconds. Until the XP rune spawns, so that also means the Tormentor is free to grab for Tundra. It is very clean, like very nice moves from Tundra from one side of the map to the other, and they could also potentially invade enemy XP rune, get it for themselves, pretty much getting the big 3. Get Roshan, get Tormentor, and then play for the XP rune as well.
And it's clean aggression, right?
Yeah.
Because it often feels easier to be clean defensively when you're not making moves and kind of sitting back and waiting for your moment to shine. Tundra are doing this with aggressive moves where things can go wrong, but it's still very crisp, which is testament to the players, the skill, and the strategy they brought to this best of one.
NTS knows something is up, so he goes to the other side of the map, will get XP for himself, which is very important. That level 15 dispel on Uproar is pretty big, so he's level 14 now. We'll have 2 ways of dispelling things, soon about to finish off his BKB. Definitely love to have it for this fight, because they are going for the high ground.
Nice
they want to use the Aegis, minute and 30 left.
TP cancelled, and a lasso straight into this Disruptor are going to catch out X-Nova. So they're going to know both supports unavailable for this tower defense. So this all started off because Xtreme saw the smoke from Tundra, and they were like, okay, we don't play top, we go play bot. Their observer board gave them information.
Yeah.
But this is rough now. Pure is going to fight into XXS. The Centaur steps forward trying to defend his base, but the tier 3 has already collapsed. 33 and Pure now can step up onto the barracks. And it's a very very challenging situation for Xtreme to figure out how to get into this fight through an Aegis Jug, into this BZM Ember, and an Ominous Slash just goes straight into the middle of them. XXS
He boxed himself.
annihilated. Pure will lose his Aegis to get a second life. Nothing to say has been cleared out by 33. They've got buybacks on these Radiant heroes and a lot of damage onto the Jug.
Pure's dying.
Pure, he's dead. Arme able to stand and deliver. 33 now has gone too deep as well. A call, but the damage comes. And Arme picks up a double kill.
Rocket also hits him. That's
Catches
triple.
Lightmon. Gets the triple for the Gyro. They lose the tier 3 and the melee barracks, but they get a lot of kills on the run back out of the base.
All right, we got a game. They overextended. They did go for the kills. Omni Slash did connect onto 2 of them, killing Centaur. And FY does get the box at himself, does get a Glimmer. Maybe one of those could have been used on Centaur to try to save him. They only lost the melee barracks, but Ame did get a triple kill from this one. And now that's Daedalus.
That's top of the net worth Arme.
It's a
Right
lot
back
more
in the
damage.
game.
Yeah, this Manta style, when you don't necessarily need to go for BKB, allows you to like get good amount of damage from your Manta style, of course, and that you have a Dispel mechanic on lower cooldown, plus more tankiness, and you also have Daedalus. So really vibing this build from Ame. It also allows you, like with the Manta style, allows you to provide vision for the flag cannon as well. You don't necessarily need to just, you know, there's some certain spells that you can dodge and then put in your Manta style in the front lines so that you can actually deal damage. I think 33 has been dunking these illusions because it doesn't put it on cooldown so that he gets the armor, they get the extra move speed.
That's clever. And both teams picking up gems, knowing how important it is to take a bit of this
Radiant are scanning.
macro control of the map, get some ward coverage, remove the vision of your opponent. So many of these team fights are predicated on having that information, having vision over a single target. We're always looking at BZM and Ari as these initiation heroes, but they need that little bit of reconnaissance. To be able to gem de-ward it, the fights are going to start getting a little messier.
Dire's top tower.
There's an arcane rune top though for BZM's Ember.
Dire are scanning.
Zips back to rejoin his team as they start playing into mid.
XXS realized, he's like, you know what, I'm not gonna be dragging creep waves anymore. It's much better if I just get Alpha Wolf and put follow on Ame so that he's getting that extra bit of damage.
Makes sense. Yeah. 20% bonus damage. That's no joke with the flak Daedalus. Gyrocopter coming in. And now it's Xtreme's turn to smoke. But they are playing into this high ground vision. Tundra are set up and smoking themselves.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ari,
They're going to meet head to head.
he got revealed.
Nothing to say, makes the first move. Getting held in place. The stomp is good though with the static storm, and BZM hasn't had a chance to react. Ember Spirit getting blown up.
Omni.
Flash in. Great damage cleaving through XXS. Pulverize cancelled out. Has nothing to say. He's taken down. Arme trying to open up with the damage. Pure stands and turns with a spin. And Arme's got to bail. FY, the next focal point here.
Back
Arme
in.
comes in for round 2. Trying to life steal back up with some of these supports. Big damage from the Gyro, but Pure is just offering so much more.
What-
33
do a bit of
from
flag.
behind, tries the call, but doesn't quite land it. Xtreme still bleeding out though. They've lost 3 and Arme will be the 4th. Ari goes over the top and takes that monster kill streak out of the Gyro's hands, dies for it, but that's well worth the effort.
They focused a lot on this Ember Spirit, pretty much everything. BZM, he is kind of under-leveled. His impact is not going to be the greatest, but they are leaving Juggernaut, who is having pretty much free entry to every single fight. Like, he's not the one getting grabbed. They are not using Static Storm on him, because they have no saves. Like, they have nothing other than Pipe Crimson to try to protect him. Sometimes it's going to be enough, but in terms of items, there isn't a single item on a support that can save him from that. Like, no Glimmer, just the Force Staff, which doesn't work against the Static Storm inside the kinetic field. So yeah, I wanna see if the next fight is gonna be slightly better. I also don't think that Centaur should have gone for a Blink Dagger. I think that's a bit of a bait. I would love to see Lotus Orb instead of this Blink Dagger. It would give either himself in the front line when you see Juggernaut a protection against Omni Flash, or you need to use it on Ame so that he can stand his ground in a fight and deal damage. Because he's still, again, playing in unfavorable matchup for him. If he doesn't have the Lotus Orb, these Glimmer Capes, something that can save him, but there's also a lot of slow. This is a build which is mostly focused on the damage. So you one Manta style, which is still on like 30-second cooldown. You can't dispel other things. Before Satanic, you don't have a second way of dispelling things. So you get slowed by Battle Hunger, Jakiro, a couple of stacks from Batrider. It's still a lot. It doesn't allow him to reset and come back into the fight.
And Arme kind of has to go these next items, right? Satanic, MKB.
Satanic is a must. I think he's going to be disassembling his Daedalus, get the Demon Edge out of it, and then make KB, because there is Juggernaut with Butterfly.
33, getting stampeded upon. And the entirety of Xtreme Gaming is coming in, but the damage from this Juggernaut, they need the escape act to box away the Centaur, while Pure turns on Arme. The Pulverize maybe buys him enough time here as the Gyro is very low. He's blown up, and Pure picks up the double kill. 33 has tanked through it all. Nothing to say, I mean, you're a big bad dinosaur, but I think you're about to become extinct, dunked by the axe. And the chase on to the final remaining members of Xtreme Gaming lose X-Nova, and only FY remains.
Yeah, Pure did a lot in that fight. I believe the first Omni, it was the first Omni that he immediately used, which was not too strong in terms of the damage output because he was put in the box, but then the mini slash, or mini slash as I like to call it, he gets the job done. And again, he gets the fully focused. This time around that they don't have enough. Pure, he's been very active, involved in 18 out of 24 kills.
That's wild.
And I like the next item that he's going for.
Oh yeah.
I see Scotty, you want to be stopping that damage. The healing, sorry, you want to be stopping as well the move speed. It's much more effective, 50% against the range heroes.
Especially if, BZM goes for Shiva's Guard, right?
Yes. You have like the holy trinity of healing reduction with Spirit Vessel, Scotty, and Shiva's.
And like you said, for now, only one dispel for the Gyro.
He needs another one. It does feel like he needs MKB and he needs Satanic for the next fight.
We'll see if he can get there. A bit of farming to go. A 16k lead now with the Aegis for Pure's Juggernaut. A very strong position for Tundra to start thinking about the second lane of barracks.
I see Ghost Scepters. They're like, you know what? It's a really good Lotus game, but this is a cheap version of it. It's just like we need to stop it somehow. Yeah, they have 3 of them. 2 cores actually bought it. So Centaur and Primal Beast. The problem is with Primal, it doesn't work through BKB. So if you use it, you're still gonna be dying. We had to nerf that. It was too strong. Ari,
the double initiation,
the counter initiation.
Onto Pure. Ari's getting blown up, but he's been tanked up by the Glimmer, the Pipe, all the saves to get him back down to low ground, while Whitemon is just taking down X-Nova with a burning fire of the Macro Pyre. Now Tundra, 5v4, plus the Aegis, 6v4. The Ice Path landing on Arme. Hang on a second, gets Glimmered and Stampeded. Just a little swift slash in onto him. A buyback from FY. As the dive past the tier 4s, Pure has gone quite deep here. Turn around from the Primal Beast,
He's
looking
not
at
life stealing. He still has Spirit Vessel on him.
He can't stick on a target Xtreme. There's so much kiting here from Tundra. They go in, they run out. You can't chase them down.
Nicely done by BZM. He waits until he uses Satanic, and then he pops the Spirit Vessel on him. And that's one side. They still have Aegis available.
And to dodge the stop. XXS keeps trying, but he can't catch Pure. Since the laning stage, all of these stomp plays, the fake outs, Pure is falling for none of it.
Having a perfect game, pretty much. 25,000 net worth on him. 5k gold ahead of Ame.
Monster.
About to finish off that Scotty. It's gonna give him tankiness, so you can't really burst him. I don't think you can burst this Juggernaut, especially not twice. Like, you would need to commit pretty much with everything. Let's see what Ame is gonna be up to. does have 1,000 gold saved up, whether he wants to have maybe Divine Rapier or he wants this MKB, because right now they have nothing against the Butterfly. This is the problem with some of these carry-to-carry matchups when you're playing like Medusa. Maybe Medusa not so much lately, where you were getting like Manta Butterfly and you had such an insane timing. No other carries could match this because nobody wants to buy like second, third item MKB in most of the situations. I think it's pretty similar to what Jug does nowadays, where like you still want to have different items. Like you want to be having some Dispel, you want to be more tanky with Satanic, something that Ame is doing. Good thing is he does have this Chop Shop ability, so can disassemble his Daedalus and turn it into MKB if necessary. And there's the Shiva's Guard as well. So now you have the 3 items, which is going to counter Satanic completely.
Good luck, Ame. And so many of the Xtreme eggs are in the gyro basket.
Yeah.
XXS and Nothing to Say have had a rough time trying with these initiations. Like you said in the previous fights, they've kind of had to dump everything onto BZM just to kill the Ember Spirit. But now even that might not be an option. From the high ground though, defender's advantage, staircase, terrain, buyback potentially.
Radiant's bottom
Little elements there that Xtreme Gaming could use, but Tundra have tools of their own. This time a blink stop in, counteracted by the 33 axe call, and XXS eviscerated. Drain of his life as a blink in from Ari, gonna get pulverized on the left-hand side. Pure still going mano a mano with a gyrocopter by the tower. And Ari, he's all right. He's gonna fly away, get Wheel of Wonder, while the rest of his team diving into the base, looking for the Ame gyrocopter, nearly finishing him off.
Ari's still alive.
Pure. They've kept him at bay, while Ari has somehow slipped away. XXS, he bought back for this, didn't he? We can't be dying again. Pure, 33. Oh, the crack of the whip out of FY, but the chain.
Red Bull.
The 3. Remnant in.
The 4-man call.
3. They're all stuck in the danger zone as BZM will come out with a triple kill. Call it, boys. Tap out on this one. Tundra have had your number.
They could even kill Ari. Like all these barriers, they had Pipe, they even gave him Lotus, they gave him Crimson, and he had Glimmer of his own. So he's just in there pretty much tanking every single ulti from the enemy team and still surviving. They couldn't even get the Aegis off Pure in the previous fight.
Absolutely annihilated. And Pure, the freest game on Juggernaut we've seen in quite some time. Beautiful stuff from Tundra, keeping this hot streak going as we head back to the panel.
Yeah, we might not see Pure's Juggernaut all the time, but when you do, my goodness, it puts on a show. We've got to see it twice now, T, and this is the second time. It feels like it's, I'm not going to say solo carrying the game, but this man's doing so well on it.
He had like a 10 or 11 minute Battle Fury, like laning phase, completely free. Map was kind of free as well. Like, sure, there was moments where BZM got shut down a little bit on the Ember, but we kind of expected him to have pressure on him because he was the big playmaker for Tundra. And yeah, XG, it's just like disjointed. Like the first fight we see already here, you got Tundra jumping onto XG, but look at the minimap, right? Gyrocopter's farming, you got Disruptor who's late to the fight, no Static Storm, there's no flak, there's no pressure underneath the tier 2. Other teams, they bring numbers to stop Tundra fighting, but time and time again throughout this entire game, XG just, they never had the right amount of people in the right fights, and Tundra just looked like the better team.
I agree. I think they just play a little bit too fast for Xtreme, honestly. They're just moving a bit faster around the map, and they also have just really a good understanding of the early laning phase, like all these shenanigans, wave cutting with the axe, and like being ready from the first minute in the laning phase. I think these things matter so much in modern Dota nowadays, and that's why they're behind 2-3K so early on, right? It's just straight up laning phase, getting outplayed.
It's another example of a fight like that, right? It's the Centaur starting, the Gyrocopter turning up, the Primal turning up, and again, now we're just missing 2 supports. It just, yeah, big fights, not ready.
Yeah, I mean, I think this top lane, really, the game just falls apart there. You pick Centaur Ringmaster, it's like, it's a Falcons lane, you know, it's this very stereotypical, you pick the strong 4, you pick the super strong melee offlaner, you go to lane, and you want to at least draw, ideally you put some pressure, and they go there and they get completely turbo stomped. And it's just, these heroes aren't heroes that function like that, right? If you're playing heroes that are designed to lose the lane a little bit, they have more functionality with low net worth. Centaur's hero is completely worthless with low net worth because he is not a hero that skirmishes or fights well. The hero gets high net worth and he abuses items. We talked about it before. XSS this game, he had no gold and no impact. He just couldn't do anything because they just got butchered in lane.
He also bought Pipe, right? So it goes Dom, Pipe, and then Ghost Scepter. He didn't really think about Lotus Orb, right? We spoke about during the draft panel, like what happens when you get a Lotus Orb to get rid of Battle Hunger, to stop Lasso, to eat a Swift Slash or an Omni Slash, right? Never came into play. He was just too far behind. He kept just TPing to weird fights. Like we said, 30, no, not 33. I mean, 33 Centaur, you farm, you get items, you break the game. He didn't break anything. He just broke his own game.
Yeah, and also felt like he broke his own ankles every now and then, kind of TPing. He was always the best on the front line, but it's like you can't really do much Centaur frontlining if your team isn't ready at that exact moment to back you up. Whereas when you're playing an Axe, like 33 was in this game, it's very different. The way that he's able to engage or offer so much more, even without specific items. You know, this isn't an Axe that requires a Blink Dagger to be able to do so much for his team here, Misery.
Yeah, I think, I mean, this game, it displays why Axe and Centaur are very different heroes in a sense, right? When Centaur loses his lane, he doesn't really have a plan B. He just has to keep going to the lane and hope that they don't keep coming back for him. Whereas Axe is suddenly freed up to do what he wants. He can go top, he can go mid, he can throw some battle hungers out there. He buys early boots. He doesn't need anything in particular to be active. You see 33 here, he already dies one, I believe. TB's top, right? Gangster Centaur, who's already 0-2, I believe, puts a third death to his name. And now he just starts cutting, takes the gate, comes down, right? Starts cutting. It's very annoying for Xtreme Gaming to deal with this. You see Disruptor trying to chase him, and Axe gets to cut 2 waves simultaneously here and gets level 5. And they actually end up killing the Disruptor as well. Meanwhile, of course, like we mentioned, the top lane's also a disaster. So already at this point, 7 minutes, it's so grim already, you know?
Yeah.
And we also watched it and we criticized Xtreme Gaming for not TPing immediately and killing this Axe. We talked about it with Tundra specifically. You gotta punish 33 the second he shows behind the towers.
I also like the fact that 33 has shown different itemization, right? Even in those clips, he was thinking about maybe going for Vanguard first. Of course, if you think about Slam 4, with this type of build, he'd go Flat 3 into Aura. Now it's just, you know what? I just want phase boots into my first Aura straight away. Like, he knows that he can just run around with the team. He's dunking the Helm of Dom creeps to give the buffs to keep the cooldown on his dunk to then dunk someone else. It's like he's just playing Axe in such a forward-thinking way. But other players, it's slightly slower. Like, he's making Axe look like a really quick hero.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you're seeing that TP top. I don't think many players would do that. And I think it's one of the things that sets 33 apart from other players in a lot of ways is he is very flexible in his gameplay and also decision making. In a lot of cases, he does do the farming and the economy. But in cases where he can't, you'll see moments like that. Like, he's very good at taking his game when it's in a really bad spot and bringing it back to somewhere median where he can take these fights. We saw it yesterday against Falcons. His game is not so good, and he just joins the smoke with just a helm. Nothing else, no blink, nothing. And they run and they take the skirmish, and he really abuses these battle hungers. Like, he's really excellent at pulling himself out of the abyss like that. I think it's not many players can do what he's able to do on these things.
It's a very Axe-specific thing too, right? And he just plays this like roaming style. He's like gets level 5 and he's just all over the map. He's just dragging some waves, cutting them, just being wherever he's needed, kind of where he's the most annoying. Like, he has a very good feel for how to enable this hero to have the most impact.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you said as well, T. So using Dunk on a Helm Dom creep, intended to give and not have a cooldown.
Yeah, because Helm of Dom, I believe it's like a creep hero or something. It's got like a different classification compared to normal creep, so that can reset it. But if you dunk like a lane creep or a jungle creep, then it will get reset. So if you see ever 33 doing it, it's more because he's, oh wait, boom, go. So yeah, small little things.
Yeah, new tech. I didn't know, because it's one of those things where you're like, is it intended? Is it not really? But you're right, because the Helm creep technically is more a hero creep and not a neutral creep anymore.
Not a bug. No. It's a feature. Even though it doesn't relate to this at all. I just want to say the line.
You just like saying that.
Yeah, I do. It's my favorite line in Dota.
That's fair. What I like to do, at least what I like to say, is the fact that we have 2 new teams coming up in our next best of 1. We have a Yandex up against OG.
With the Chen and the creeps, how many creeps do we have here? And which creeps?
Hello.
Junior's in.
He is. Right into the back lines. Both supports obliterated. Shadow Demon gone. Bristleback Blade Mail's up, but he's going to get rooted and kited here as Watson tries to contend with the Ember. The rest of the team just surround New.
Really nice. Jump in. Stomp is there. How much they have left in the tank, though. Spear off to the side. Global is out. They've already popped it. How much? Oh my god, he's gone! The roar was there. They didn't pair it together perfectly. BKB reaction. It's all falling apart. The Morphling, don't let him die now. He's so much more meant to be. Everybody is dead. They take down K-Class to boot.
Now, the hype of this matchup isn't the fact that Yandex is simply 1 win away from putting themselves on the same level as Tundra and Falcons, but it's the fact that we haven't seen them since day 1. And we're now on day 4. We haven't gotten to talk about this team, and there has been so much that has happened from their loss against Tundra to now seeing them coming up against OG.
Yeah, they've cleaned their gameplay up massively. I think they've started to look a lot better. They're really enabling Watson to play his heroes. That's what I like to see. I like to see people being able to play in their comfort zone. I play with Watson. I think he's an incredibly skilled player. You see the way he clicks and moves his mouse. He's got the juice. Now, he's not got the juice, the player, but he does have the juice. And I like that. I think their synergy is great, and I think they're really fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's nice to see that they actually managed to come back after that 0-2 day one.
Yeah.
But yeah, we always talk about Watson. We always like to talk about Saxa, you know, the legendary high MMR players, you know. But what about the other players? What about the other two cores, Shira Jr. and Noticed? Who are they?
I hope you know. I hope you know. That's your point. That's your job, Misery.
I do know
What a
because
setup.
we have a little bit of...
He's setting himself up, you know?
we have a little bit of information about them here. Shira Jr., you know, we have a little bit of a look back into his previous teams. I think this team is probably his... He played a long time for 1W, but I think Yandex might be his best team so far, right? And the most notable results, we also saw them go third in Fisher Playgrounds recently. So I think this is maybe his time to shine. He has been playing high MMR pops for a long time. I remember his nickname from way back in the day when I was playing too. But yeah, maybe this is his time to really punch through.
I mean, for a lot of these players, especially when you think about like Yandex finding new, it's like you got 2 years of just playing on kind of weak teams to then eventually. So he has to play well now, otherwise he's just going to go back to playing in the online team. So it's like, even though he's doing well, there's even like I think immense pressure to maintain that. Otherwise, he could just become another qualifier player. Unlike Noticed, who has had quite a decent career when you look at the names of teams he's played on. Right, he had that pretty short stint on BB. He had VP again. VP, let's be honest, has been pretty irrelevant for 2 years now. So I think he's had maybe a slightly better career, but kind of the same story, right? It's like the tier 2 online players where they need to do well when they get to lands, and they're doing pretty well.
I like the most played heroes between the two of them. Their mid laner and their off laner was Beast, Slaughter, Sand King, Night Stalker. Like, what is going on? It feels like they just either have 2 mid laners or 2 off laners going on in this roster.
Yeah, they're getting up in there. I mean, I've played with both of these players plenty of times in pubs, and I think they've both worked really hard over the past years. I think in the past they were sort of this rank 100 to 150 type MMR bracket, but in the past years they've gotten to this top 20, top 10. I think I've seen them in the past months in the top 10. They fluctuate around there. They're very solid pub players, and they're also pleasant players to play with. They're never like freaking out or going psycho mode. Like they are chilling, and
do you
they're very
condone
good
this
pubs.
of your ex-teammate?
What, the smurfing?
Yeah.
I mean, the smurfing's not great, but
that wasn't the question I just asked. Do you condone it?
No, I don't condone it.
Okay,
it's not
cool.
great.
All right.
I was scared he said but. He said smurfing's bad, but I was like, wait a
No,
second, hold
the
up.
but is his smurf's like ranked 400, so it's like it's not like he's ruining low MMR pubs. Like he's just on an alt account. It's
You
not
don't know
good.
that?
Yeah.
I do know that. I played on a team with him.
You know
Okay, fair
what
enough.
makes that logic already flawed? Because even though it's 400 today, it had to get created at some point. So some poor soul had to play during the growth of this Smurf to then get to rank 400.
I'm not advocating for it, okay?
We're just clarifying.
We're just making sure.
We need to know where the line of
Smurfs-
retired Quinn Callahan stands.
Unacceptable.
Yeah, that's
Should get coal at Christmas or whatever the thing was.
That was good.
That was a banger.
That was
a classic
absolute
clip.
banger. Valve
such a
needs to
good
come back
clip,
with that
To
one. That was
connect
really
your
good.
ID,
Sorry.
your passport needs to connect this team.
All right, Mr. Government. All right, yo.
There it is.
All right.
Phone numbers aren't enough. Misery wants the passport connected to your MMR number right here. But let's talk about OG. Maybe, not so much high MMR pub players in the terms of Yandex when we speak about it. But OG have been looking great. They're 4-3, so they're actually very close to Yandex on this table as well. And they've also had similar trajectories where day 1 looks great. Day number 2, really struggles, They're not able to get a win for themselves. But yesterday they bounced back. They get 2-0, and that's how we're seeing them right now, standing up there in that top half of the 12 teams.
Yesterday, the day of MOUZ, right? They had the Yopaj MOUZ in the mid lane. They had just constant damage coming to the mid lane as well, throwing in Gyrocopters and Beastmasters. And you had Nature's Prophets and Venos. I kind of enjoyed what they brought yesterday. And I feel like that was kind of a little bit of confidence to go, let's go for this strategy. And I hope we can see that type of strategy appear again today. I don't want them to move backwards to kind of like day 1 OG, day 2 OG. Whatever happened yesterday, that again, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've shown a great look, and they've sort of co-opted their own style. I like this flexing Mars to mid a lot. I think having sort of these these own heroes, you know, adopting the meta quite a bit. They're playing Gyrocopter and Jakiro just like everybody else, but they've also got that signature, you know, special heroes that just sort of they like and they understand better than other people. Getting those extra first phase bans, I think, goes a long way for play as well as drafting.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I like when they bring out their Venomancers and their Nature's Prophet and they start being creative. The MOUZ.CET flanks into mid is also quite creative in a way. Like, it's something that you have seen some players do in the past, but it's definitely not, it's never really become meta or a norm. So, yeah, I'm kind of excited for this match. I think it's one of the hypest series of the day.
Yeah, I definitely think so. The other part being where the teams that they've lost to, right? For Yandex, it was Na'Vi and Tundra. That's where their 2 losses are. And for OG, it's MOUZ, Falcons, and Tidebound. So I want to put some names to those numbers a little bit so you understand it is those teams sitting above them right now in the group standings that they're losing to. It isn't just some best of one, oh, you get Huskered, you get Vipered, you get Venoed. There are teams that are putting up fights against them. And so on paper, even further than that, they're very, very closely related.
No, absolutely. I think OG they're interesting because they have some games where they look really rough and we see some questionable drafts, and there's other games where they honestly look great. When they have the solid draft, they look amazing. You know, we've talked about they had similar problems when they were Aureus before OG, and I think while they've gotten better, I think absolutely since the last time you can see significant improvement, they still have some consistency issues there. And you hear, you know, sort of like the top tier players talk about that, how important consistency is. And I think if you're OG working on those fundamentals, we saw Adam in an interview talking about they have a lot of small things they can improve on. And I think that's great that they're on the right track, continuing to fix the little things and become that sort of consistent tier 1 team they want to be.
And I think Yandex is a pretty good test for OG because Yandex, you know, the middle of the pack team is in pretty good form at the moment. But when you look at their drafts, they're very traditional, right? You know, Watson, he's the carry of the team. He's playing the Ursas, the TBs, the TAs. And then you have like the offlaner. He's playing Tidehunters and enabling offlanes, right? So it's kind of like a traditional team versus like a slight little bit of chaos from OG. It's a good way to test if you actually have the discipline to be a chaotic team like OG.
All right, we'll see. Will the chaos break the discipline of Yandex? Let's see what they're able to pick up for themselves in a draft to this best of 1. All right, Yandex, this is going to be your test. Are you able to beat the chaoticness of OG, have that discipline that is potentially going to thrive? We do have some discipline in the bans, not letting through Naga Siren, Chen, Gyrocopter, or Abaddon, but now Centaur and Dragon Knight. Both of them, 2 highly sought after heroes
And
are left there.
Timbersaw.
Please don't
And
do it again,
Timbersaw,
OG.
oh my gosh.
Yeah, OG were one of the first teams to first pick a DK, giving away a Timbersaw.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'm really hyped.
But that's fine. If they take the Timber themselves, right? Don't take the DK to give the Timber and then
Nico has played it, I believe, in some of the early games.
You mean Timbersaw?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did struggle, I think, with Timbersaw a little bit because they play with more team fight and stun from the offlane.
They actually
Outside
played
of the
it
Abba,
Valakia and lost twice with it. So maybe they're also feeling a little bit low confidence.
That was against Liquid, though, to be fair. And Liquid was incredibly fast pacing. Pacing.
What were they
Are
pasting?
they going to pick Centaur and give Timbersaw? What is, because this TA ban? I mean, it is, okay, it's somewhat of a respect ban. Like, Watson is a player who would pick TA on 9, and I think you do have to be scared of his TA.
It's also good against Timbersaw, right?
It is. Okay, so they've taken Timber, thank goodness.
And yeah, no DK. All right, we're in the clear.
But, you know, like you said, they lost those games in Wallachia with Timbersaw, and I agree. I don't think it necessarily fits their style. Like, I don't think Nico is the kind of player who wants to play the carry offlane heroes and get super high net worth. Like, I think he's a team player. He likes auras. He likes joining fights. And so, well, I think it probably can work. He's a good player. I think it's not necessarily their bread and butter.
Okay. The only hero that I see him do well on is the offlane Abba in that role because he still goes for... Like, he goes like Midas into Orchid Blink and he joins his team, right? But yeah, Timbersaw, OG have yet to really, truly understand.
Yeah, I'm also curious what Yandex chooses to do here. Because, like, normally we see Centaur, we see DK in these spots, but it doesn't look as appealing picking it into Timbersaw. Oh, they just go with the Ursa. All right.
Yeah, I mean, with the Abaddon and Gyro already banned, I think if you don't pick the Ursa there, it's getting banned second phase for sure. And then you're like, okay, well, why did we wait? We already know Timbersaw is pretty much guaranteed offlane. It kind of sucks mid, to be honest.
Yeah.
Unless your name is Maureen. So it's just, I think it makes a lot of sense. It may feel a little bit bad to pick Ursa there. You maybe play against counters later in the draft, but I think shutting down this Timbersaw and not giving him that free early game is like, it's really important. Because if that hero wins his lane, you just lost. Like, he's just too OP with a good game.
We do need to remember, though, that Yopaj in the last slam did play a mid Timbersaw.
Did they win?
We do need to remember that Yopaj did play a losing mid Timbersaw last slam.
Okay, but let's also remember that OG played Venomancer the other day on 5, and that's super annoying for Ursa to deal with, right?
Yeah.
And I think maybe OG is the type of team that will pull out some of the annoying heroes for Ursa in general to deal with, like to actually punish the fact that there's an Ursa.
Yeah, I mean, there's also stuff that we don't see teams do too often, but they could do some sneaky stuff, like put their safe lane against Ursa. You know, maybe they have some Jakiro or some strong, like Veno, like you said, and they lane their safe lane against Ursa and try to match offlaners against each other. You know, do lane. We don't see people do lane swap shenanigans these days, but it's a possibility if, you know, OG feels like this is a bad lane for them.
We don't, but also, I mean, if you pick a really strong support on OG, it's not like Timbersaw can't lane against Ursa. He's actually doing pretty well, right?
Yeah.
Ursa is not necessarily gonna enjoy getting, what is it called? Queued.
I don't know what the Q is called either. But
is it called Q called on Timbersaw?
Nat, do you know?
Whirling Death, Chakram? It's one of those two.
Whirling Death.
Whirling Death, that's what it's called.
Chakram's the ult, Whirling Death's the first spell, Timber Chain's the second, Reactive Armor third. Yep.
You just don't.
Flamethrower's a shard.
You just don't invest your points into the armor, right? You just take the chain instead, and then suddenly you can't get chased down by the Ursa as easily. So I think the matchup does not necessarily have to be that bad.
I mean, you throw in a Snapfire in the forward position, get a little bit of cookie for displacement, little shredder. Yeah, you can play the lane.
Do you prefer displacement over something that could try and stun or slow the Ursa even more? Or is it like, oh, you know, it doesn't matter, this or that?
I mean, Lion Shaman are the heroes that used to be able to do that, but they're not picked up as much.
The main weakness of Ursa early game too is just spam. Like, he does not like getting spammed from range, right? And having to be half HP, because then he cannot walk up and actually be aggressive.
Yeah.
So I think that's the main weakness of Ursa early game.
And already Shadow Demon just instantly stops Timbersaw from wanting to go Aghanims in his build, which is quite a nice third item on the hero. Now you're going to go for a slightly different build, but OG, they take Enchantress. Ooh.
It's somewhat interesting in tandem with Timbersaw because these heroes do not really have that much synergy together in a way. Now, Ench can help open up some of these towers. Tusk, I think, fits that much more. You know, it gives you sort of that lockdown on that hero to help Timber land his spells without, you know, some slows or stuns at the start. Before people get low and the Chakram slows them more, Timber can actually have some issues landing his damage. So, you know, having the stun and Tusk helps. And you have very, very fast, aggressive playmaking supports on OG.
I want to see these supports hold hands like minute 5, right? You pressure through the Twin Gate, you play for the 6-minute rune. Like, don't allow Ursa to just sit in front of his tower and just hit his creeps. Like, you are using the catapult waves, you're actually doing things on a map. It is a fun support duo. And like Shadow Demon, he doesn't like playing into this amount of aggression. Like, you want to save on one guy and chill. You don't have to save one guy and then there's still layers of fight and tower dive coming in.
There's definitely a lot of pressure coming out from these two picks. It does, you know, beg Yandex for some kind of response, right? You cannot just let this happen and lose all your towers and suddenly, like, you can't play the game. So you definitely need to match this somehow with some kind of early game tempo.
Yeah, I mean, Ench is also a very classic counter to Shadow Demon. Like, when you talk about 4s countering 5, or 5s countering 4s. SD deals with the creep very poorly, and Ench is one of the fastest and best heroes at taking over enemy areas. SD, very classically a hero that plays for stack. So if you have this Enchantress, you have the Tusk on top of that. OG, they can get up in your areas and stop you from taking these stacks, stop you from playing the slower gameplay that SD and also Ursa, you know, generally prefer. I've honestly been really impressed with OG's adaptations to, you know, specific picks. We saw the Venomancer Furion yesterday against the Earthshaker, and now this Enchantress out of nowhere that we haven't really been seeing many teams pick against the Shadow Demon. Like, I think they're really, like, they're thinking actively. I'm really impressed with some of these specific picks.
I think it's also a very difficult spot for Yandex right now. It's very hard picks, so let's see what they cook up here.
Okay.
I guess it's their flex.
Yeah.
Between the two players that we mentioned, Chirjun and Noticed. I'm trying to think for Yandex, like maybe just a little Snapfire could be quite nice. Chill lane can eventually, when you get ultimate, you also stop some of the aggression from OG. When the supports go diving in, they get just slaughtered by Mortimer Kisses.
Yeah, definitely possible. You want some stuff that gives you a robust safe lane, I think, because you have the potential to be gated on by this Ench. Tusk has a lot of kill potential, so you want solid things. You want to make sure this Ursa has a good lane, make sure that Timber doesn't eke out an advantage. You know, like Misery said, you don't want to get spammed down. I could see them, okay, they go for Pugna, the classic anti-Timber, but it is very solid. And, you know, these two supports, while they don't have a ton of aggressive potential in terms of killing heroes, they have very strong spells at fighting. If you run into a Pugna Shadow Demon, they're going to be standing there and blasting and throwing poisons, and like, it's not a walk in the park.
But this is a double support duo that if the cores aren't having a good time, Yandex can't do anything on the map, right? They're just waiting for things to happen. So if OG are really strong in the lanes, create these opportunities, take the early towers, then they pretty much have freedom until Watson gets online, until Beastmaster gets, again, depending on what role he is. So yeah, I think OG really puts like a smile on their face if they can find more heroes to try and break the lanes.
Like the Pugna pick is like a little bit of a response to this Eng Tusk in a way that it's Pugna such a strong laner. So I feel like Yandex feel like, okay, we need to make sure we pick a really strong 5 as a laner because we might get run over. But I could also see why this Pugna, he can actually lose the lane to these heroes. If they start teaming up early and he starts dying a couple of times, being low level and stuff, suddenly this Pugna does not have that great of an impact in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you're not playing for save so much as you would in some other, you know, matchups where the Crep is a save, or the, you know, your life draining guy who's being healed. Like Tusk will eat through that, and Enchantress will, you know, decrep the, or purge the decrep. So it's not like so much of a save thing as much as it is, you know, like you said, just picking a very strong laner early game hero. You blast towers, like that being much more the theme of it.
Oh yeah, why not go to DK? I mean, that's the thing about picking Timbersaw first, is right? The enemy team won't do it, they won't pick the DK, but then you can just pick it up later.
Yeah.
Just stable safe lane, like Eng DK, it's pretty hard to kill. Like Shadow Demon Beastmaster, you shouldn't be killing in that lane, right? So yeah, just really, I mean, Natsumi's going to have all the farm he wants to be able to enter this game.
I will say though, DK and Tusk together are a bit weird in that they have no spells really. They're all very single target. It's all physical damage until she gets imp up like way later on Enchantress, but that's way down the road. And so it is very, you know, if Yandex does have solid net worth and their map has been stabilized, I think you can end up in a weird scenario on OG where a lot of your heroes have redundancies, and if Timber doesn't have a great game, he's playing against Ursa and Pugna, there's some counters there, he needs a lot of items. Like I can see there's some strange overlaps in OG's heroes. For
sure. I mean, if they lose their lanes for whatever reason, some random shenanigans happen, or Yandex does something really clever, it could be problematic for them early mid game. But I mean, we know how much damage Timbersaw does, right?
Yeah.
So he pretty much covers 2.5 hero, I think, in the draft, like amount of damage the hero deals. Plus, they're gonna end up having a mid hero as well, which I assume is gonna output some damage as well.
Pretty sure OG needs to ban Tidehunter here. That could just be an annoying enough offlaner to farm through the DK lane and then just be a kind of a brick wall early on to ensure that both Beast and Ursa always get their items. That would mean Beast would go to mid lane, but I think Beast mid, Tide off lane, Watson's going to always have a point in this game to enter.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, next they have the last pick. The Beast is very, you know, chill flexing. I think Beast, if it were DK mid, is totally fine to go against the DK mid as well. So OG, the ones that have to, you know, decide where this DK is going first. I think DK carry just in general is better. And I think the type of hero OG wants is some hero that has spells, some skirmishing, fighting hero. And so I think if you were to put the DK mid, then it's hard to actually get that from carry heroes oftentimes. Really?
All right. Sniper. Without seeing the mid, really.
Yeah.
Because they could get... Yeah.
This is... I don't know how I feel about this. You know, we saw Sniper yesterday whenever Mallory was playing it. But to me, Sniper is more of a sort of a skirmishing. It's not that much of a scaling hero. I think the hero on a one-to-one core matchup is a pretty bad matchup against Ursa. He will just insta-kill you later on in the game. And I worry it's more to me in terms of that single target, physical, sort of slow farming heroes. DK Timber Sniper, that's not very fighting cores.
I think, though, that this gives them another really strong laner that kind of plays well into the other heroes that they have, where they're more or less playing on winning 3 lanes, playing on taking towers down fast, making it really annoying for Yandex to play, right? They have a pretty slow hero in Beastmaster, in Ursa, right? Even Shadow Demon to some extent is kind of slow. So I think it's an interesting pick, and I think it's pretty cool approach. But yeah, it does rely them on winning their lanes, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, if you do win your lanes, like you mentioned, Scatter Shot, right, is so obnoxious for both Shadow Demon and Pugna. You step up to try and make a save, you get hit by a shrapnel, you're going to lose like a third of your HP, it's going to be really uncomfortable. But OG, they have one idea in play. The supports to break the game. You have a Timber on offlane to play through. You have a Sniper from the mid lane. I mean, it is just aggression. And if they can execute on it, it is going to be really fun to watch. But a couple mistakes, you ever die on the sniper in a bad place, you ever die on the DK and still like your farm, Ursa is just going to be able to enter this game with so much confidence. He eats Timber alive, Ench alive. You know, it's a very, very scary Ursa game, even though it's a first phase pick.
I think it's gonna be a while before you can actually get on top of the sniper, right? I mean, the only way really is some random angle from Beastmaster or the Pangolier roll, but that's not the easiest way. So I think Sniper should have a really good time the first 15 minutes, and with Ench and Tusk, I kind of like OG. I think it looks a bit similar to the Fury and Venomancer draft, how they just have so much early game pressure.
Yopaj just changed last minute from the scatter shot to the ghillie suit, so he's looking for longer duration shrapnels rather than the quick damage. Maybe playing for the finding the vision of the supports, looking for that rather than damage, but he has changed, and it's a very different pacing of Sniper when you don't have the scatter shot facet.
Okay, Quinn, you only have time to pick one team that's going to win.
Yandex.
Okay, you did not have to think about that one. I thought maybe he would have been a little bit torn a Sniper on the side of OG. Yandex is still Quinn's favorite here in a best of one. Let's see how it plays out and if the magic is going to happen in the mid lane.
Let's see what happens here. As with Yandex taking on OG, best of ones through this Blast 5 group stage. As the panel was saying, the two supports from OG looking to break open the lanes, get some of that early momentum, while Lacoste, Yandex, maybe a bit more reactive with their supports in particular.
Yeah, I do agree. Yandex, they are like two supports that we've seen, I think, the same supports coming out from one of the Chinese teams yesterday where it didn't look too... They also had Ursa. I actually have to check if they had the same three heroes.
Identical draft.
Yeah, they got ran over by Marcy off lane. And I feel like this type of a draft, it can work, but I also want to see how much they're going to be able to get. Like the support rotation from OG, they're very good at rotating to the mid lane. Like heroes in general like to rotate to the sniper's lane. Dragonite is self-sustainable off-laner, so is Timbersaw. So like 5, 6, 7 minutes in, I do expect both of the supports to kind of camp around the mid lane and make sure that they're getting stuff done. You're also playing against the Beastmaster, which is a melee hero, so they could definitely try to, you know, go with the creep, get some shards block, and try to make stuff happen in the mid lane. Scam, his is one of his better heroes from what I've seen. Like, he plays Enchantress really well. In terms of the heroes that can kill this Enchantress, Beastmaster, not so good at doing so. Pagna is okay-ish. Ursa with Overpower, of course, he's gonna be good. But if you remove the Overpower in between, it's a relatively short cooldown as well. But a hero that can be very annoying. Plus, you also have Tusk with the Snowball save, with the Punch. I don't know, I'm kind of digging this OG's draft. I feel like Yopaj, he's gonna be winning the mid lane. This is the Sniper, last pick for them. And looking at the itemization, seems like completely different than what Malrine has been doing on his Sniper. Because we've seen him going for the Aghanim Scepter, going for the Hurricane Pike, Lincoln Sphere. These items, plus the Shard, of course, which gives you survivability. So you're just being annoying, you have mana sustain. And he also did play it with a different facet in the end. Sniper did opt to go for Ghillie Suit, which is going to give him slightly more cover. He's going to be wanting to play like longer duration fights, have that slow. Maybe instead of just giving them the damage, because he is playing against 3 melee cores, so the extra slow duration could be really good.
Yeah, and more of that scaling, right? Something that I think it was Quinn brought up. Sniper, more of this skirmishy hero.
Yeah.
Who gets tanky, gets maneuverable with the pike, the shard. It's very annoying, but if your opponent goes for this kind of build, he's going to be able to take a bit of the attention off of this carry DK. We've seen this a fair amount in the past, where we've had these drafts that can look a little bit greedy when you put a sniper into it, but it makes it difficult for the opponents to pick a good target. You go on one, and then the other is completely open to do what they want. And if both of them are these big damage dealers, it could be a difficult time for Yandex. We'll see how they do in the lanes, though, and we'll always be looking forward to a strong mid-game from heroes like Beastmaster and Pangolier, as they should be able to get to their initial items and then try to take over the map somewhat.
Yeah, and try to take some creeps, because they can't really lane in the top lane. It's double melee against Pagna plus Ursa. Yeah. So Timothy, he will be bringing the creeps to Nico, giving him some of that XP. Nico did start with reactive armor. Of course, extra bit of armor good against harassment.
Is that your
and Pagna?
Is that your favorite thing in the world? People with players with names like Bob and Tims.
Yeah,
You call him Bobby and Timothy.
he's actually called Timothy. I was just checking something like a month ago, and I'm like, man, Tims, because I always loved Tims as a player back in the days. You know, his Marana, his Rubik's. He always had a special place in my heart, but now even more after seeing that his real name is, I think Timothy John is his name, and then has the last name, which I forgot. But yeah, Timmy has been pretty impressive, I gotta say. He's kind of bringing back the old vibes back when he was owning. Did have a bit of a rough couple of years, but we've seen that with some other players as well. No One is the big one. We also saw Mid One. Schem getting initiated on bottom.
They're going on him and killing him off. Enchantress down. Level 2 for Natus and Saxa. Enough to bring the Enchantress to her knees.
Yeah, when I was talking about heroes that are good against Enchantress, I didn't mention Pango, which is going to be a hero that can actually kill Enchantress with, you don't care too much about, you know, her untouchable, shield crash, swashbuckle, lower cooldown abilities, burning mana on her. Noticed. He's trying to square up here against Natsumi.
Breathe fire across both of them. Natsumi thinks about stepping out, but Scam has now arrived. Blood grenade thrown in. A bubble from Saxa to try and delay things
9
here.
charges plus the double shield crash.
Has
He's
both
still
his
tanking.
spells. I'm going to give the Lotus up, though, as Natsumi will be the one to grab it. And Yandex low on HP and resources now. Well,
Very
back and
early
forth on
Lotus.
the bottom lane, though.
Yeah, he immediately used Lotus on. I'm not sure if that was necessary. He was not in danger by any means. We saw good amounts of carry players just grabbing those Lotuses like 9 minutes in, having the medium Lotus, extra 400 HP, that could change how you're approaching to potentially gank on him. So a bit of a wasted Lotus, I would say, on Natsumi there.
And Saxa goes across the block. The small camp.
Oh, Yopar's going for a solo.
Under lock and key. Oh, Chira Jr. pops the water rune and bottles up. Tims was so close to arriving on time. Not quite connecting perfectly. So Beastmaster will be okay for now.
If he had a different facet, it just gives you the insane amount of damage immediately, plus the slow. Chira Jr., no bottle refill for him. Timothy doing a good job moving around the map. Saving a point, thinking whether he needs to get a snowball or drinking buddies. This is one of the few position 4 Tusk that I see go for drinking buddies. I guess because he's playing against Beastmaster, he's playing against Ursa as well, so he can provide that save instead of just giving him the damage. So kind of like this one.
Yeah, it's cool. Awkward for the Timbersaw up at top. And we've seen Bane, Shadow Demon, and Pugna, the 3 of the best heroes to stop the lane shenanigans. Nico trying to drag one of the waves, gets decramped. Aggro is then removed. So the Timbersaw has to TP back to lane where he's getting zoned out. But mid, another dive onto Chira Jr. A blood grenade and Tim's arrival will secure the kill this time, especially with an Ench creep coming into play.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we said, like 5-6 minutes in, I do expect both supports to be running at Beastmaster in the mid lane, because you have offlaners who can't be that easily killed. With the Timber Chain, you're fine. Dragonite can't be left alone. There isn't the damage coming out from Yandex, because you have supports with no stuns, no like real setup. Even if you set up with the disruption into like Pango's Crush, it's not really good. And now they're making a move again.
Tims is hungry. Just going in behind that tier 1. Ench stealing the boar. So really trying to mitigate any of this early advance from Chira Jr. With his efficiency in the lane and also forcing the reaction out of the 2 dire supports. Both Mardi and Saxa here. As the 6-minute rune is an illusion that spawned down bottom. Not the best of runes, so Scam will just grab it and go wandering back down south. Looks like some lane swapping going on. Tims has made the full migration from top through mid down to bottom lane. Doesn't really put that much pressure onto Natus. Still holding the swashbuckle as an escape mechanism. But maybe now the Enchantress comes back. But a Warpine Raider. All they need to do is force out the swash and then go for more. And of course, playing towards Wisdom Shrine in about 20 seconds time.
A lot of summons.
Pango.
Yeah, both supports running at Notice. Does have a shield crash, but that can also be dispelled. They don't even need it. Yopaj will snipe him. They should be able to contest the rune on the other side, on Radiant's side, because Saksa is here. If Nico gets close, he can just disrupt him and pick it up. But they are coming in. Yopaj with the rotation. I like this.
Sniper, yeah. Long range assassination bottom, TP up to top, making sure that the Wisdom Shrines belong to OG, and Saksa is a little cherry on top. Bonus kill for them with the Pugn Award, handing some more money over to Yopaj. So far, so good for the laning stage out of OG, as we expected, as the panel was saying, with this kind of draft. They are expected to make these moves and get this advantage early on.
Yeah, supports on the other side can't really do as much. They're good at stacking, especially Shadow Demon. For Beastmaster, you do have Beast mid, which is going to be maxing out his wild axes. And Ursa, like, he continues to farm up.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, Watson's lane hasn't been super straightforward. There's been a lot of like stopping lane dragging, pulling into camps. But he's doing a great job keeping his farm up while they kind of shut this Timber Sword down. Nico just trying to tank up, treads, Soul Ring,
Dire's middle tower
get what he can.
He's fine. Like, he's not getting too much out of this lane, but he is getting enough. Like, he has more farm than Beastmaster, who is, like, his net worth is going to skyrocket after he finishes off this camps in the triangle. Supports also not the best at defending the tower. You might put down the Nether Ward, but they are also underleveled. They didn't get the XP from the shrines, so that's going to be a big issue.
It's only a matter of time until OG take this mid-tier 1, it looks like. A couple of supports sitting behind Yopaj. Clicks. 500 health remaining. While Natsumi gets to sit 1v1 against the Pangolier. And Dragon Knight coming out on top in terms of overall net worth, but Noticed is pretty happy with this situation as well. Getting his money towards Diffusal Blade. In these moments where things kind of slow down, Yandex tighten up, they bring numbers to defend mid.
Yeah.
What does OG do? Like, do we send 4 heroes top? Do we kick Ursa out of lane? Or do we keep going for mid-tier 1?
I think they're fine just farming, especially because you have mid Sniper going for a different build, so he's not that good with ganking, for ganking with this facet. Has Javelin, can make a move. He is trying to make something happen, but they do have limited amount of stuns. Timmy.
Walk straight into this one. No chance of survival there. Timbersaur's damage is pretty good, but the Pugn is able to slip back. The Assassinate will come through, though, to finish him off. And a Rolling Thunder from Noticed. Is he diving onto Yopaj? Santa's coming in from the right-hand side, but this is a risky maneuver with a Dragon Knight coming in. Maybe a Dragon Tail stun to catch the Pango, but he's not quite got the reach.
Nico's chasing. He needs to be careful. He's all alone.
He's rooted down. Yeah, didn't have his team following through on that one, so Yandex able to kill off the Timbersaur while DK sprints forward. Shira Jr.'s been found by Tims. They bubble back the DK, so it's Tusk against this Beastmaster to finish off Shira.
Yeah, look, Gary, Timothy, we can call him Timon, and then there's also Boar, so it's Timon and Pumbaa right now invading the enemy jungle. Scamp, level 7. He's been very annoying. He's been roaming around the map. They did manage to take the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and now they're looking for top. They know there's still no enrage because he did use it. He will have it pretty soon. 2 seconds, does have Lotus, pops 1.
There's so much control here, though. Through the shards, the snowball, the dragon tail, and now the damage. Watson knows he's dead.
tower is under attack. Radiant's current
Booted out of lane, and now they can transfer this into that push with a catapult behind them. OG, keep up the pressure. And that whole thing started with a Dire Observer Ward in the Radiant Triangle, spotting the sniper moving. Yandex knew the whole thing was coming, so they did set up for that little fight back.
They did.
A couple of kills in the
They
game.
need to invest heavily if they want to be getting the kills. Like, also, throughout the whole game, I don't think Pango is going to feel too comfortable playing, like, trying to find Sniper in the backlines, because you are playing into Sniper, who does have a lot of physical damage, so during the roll, he could kill you, but you're also playing into Dragon Knight, a hero that will stand his ground and just keep attacking you. I'm talking about the Dragon Knight with Mask of Madness. Doesn't seem like he's going to be going for Armlet, Maybe he thinks, I just need to play a bit of a different game, because I do have Sniper who's going for the damage, so instead I will be the initiator for the team, which I kind of like, but he's also going to be lacking some of the mana. So also want to see what his third item is going to be. I also wouldn't mind seeing something, if he wants to mix it up, not necessarily go for the item that everybody's going from the carry, Mask of Madness, Armlet, Blink, BKB, Daedalus. I would maybe love him to fit in potentially Silence. Orchid could be really good against Ursa, even though they have ways of buying a little bit more time with Shadow Demon. I feel like Orchid could come in very clutch in some of these fights. Fudge,
Malady.
the haste.
Spooky stuff there. OG still making a move into that top jungle. There's a lot of economic damage being done kind of under the hood here. I just want to come back to what I saw earlier when that top left hand of the map fight was happening. Skem was in the Dire Ancients, blocking up Ancient camps with sentries. And you can just look at the map, right? The amount of sentries Yandex have had to use here to block Ench's camps, deward their own camps. The economic damage is pretty substantial. They're spamming, what, 7 sentries across the map just to try and regain some control over their own jungle, because it is so vital that Beastmaster farms Ancients towards Ags, that Pango can get to his Diffusal Blade. These first items for the Dire Cause are tremendously important.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can't make a move. Like, there's no way for you to start a fight. So they are playing reactive. They're playing the farm game right now, trying to stack as much as possible. The Aghanim Scepter on Beast that you said, Pango Diffusal, Battle Fury plus Blink on Ursa. This is going to be their timing, like 16, 17 minutes into the game, where they might be able to grab a kill and then try to kill Roshan with it, because you have Ursa. We'll see if that's going to happen, but yeah, OG's lineup is very good at some of these like earlier engagements. You have Nico, who is... What is he getting? He's just getting Kaya. You have Sniper, and I think at this moment, you don't have enough to close the gap on Sniper. Skem, Edge.
Can we survive? She's pretty freaking tanky. Ursa's gonna come in to try and munch on the Enchantress. She's healed back up near to full health, and they can't do it. Skem got off the attendants and just walks away, while Natsumi will come in. A slow one to Watson, a blink and a stun. They've caught the Ursa, forced the Enrage. Bubble back to save the day here by Saxa. An Assassinate sent forward, but Watson still had that wand and a Lotus, but Skem keeps on chasing.
He has the boar.
Another enchant, Fletcher
Pumba
with the
still.
boar. He's got Pumba, yeah? Scar has been killed. Thrown down the cliff, down the staircase where he belongs. Nico's finished off Saxa, and noticed on our screen is taken down by Skem's Ench, who was the initial target.
Even if they kill him, like, what is the plan? Like, you're investing pretty heavily to be able to kill position 5 Enchantress, who has drums, who's also going to be getting solar pretty soon. Not sure if, like, this plan... I've seen some of these in the last couple of tournaments, lineups that don't have damage, 2 defensive supports with offlaner that also doesn't provide you with much, especially if he's shut down. And they just fall so flat, like, they just fall off quickly off the hill between 15 and 20 minutes, especially if the enemy team can play very aggressive. And you can see that even with this like sniper from the mid lane, they're still making stuff happen. Dragonite, and he is going for the build that I wanted to see. Mask of Madness immediately after, and then going back for Orchid just to be able to have that extra bit of a control. It's the mana that you do need. It's a good damage item overall as well.
Makes so much sense against these 2 Dire supports with the saves, so he can find them in the fog, have his eyes opened by the Ench, Creeps, or the Tusk, and just make sure that Decrep or Disruption don't come into play. There's a Pugna ward down here, and Tim's is still scouting to see what's causing this nasty smell in the bottom right-hand corner. It's Malady baiting for the rest of Yandex, so we're starting to smoke down here. Saxa with a high ground ward. Did he not
Obs and
see?
Obs.
Did he not see Tim?
They did not see each other.
Just walk past each other.
Headset. And I thought it was going to be a monitor problem because they couldn't see each other.
Hello there. And Tusk is just dead here, right? Can he get through the gate?
No, there's Notice there. Maladish is close by as well, so he's definitely going to die. But can buy some time. Yeah, I like that Timothy is also kind of playing the position 5 in this one. I think the Ench scaling, something that Falcons does really well as a team, is shifting priorities in certain matchups. Like Scam right now, level 11, 2 points in impetus. Eventually, this hero is going to start to scale. If we talk about getting the Hurricane Pike as well, you're going to be much more difficult to kill afterwards. Maybe get the power treads. And Tims is just playing a position 5 with the facet that we talked about. And we can see Timothy on screen, ready to die.
Yeah, shifting his eyes to try and figure out if there's any way to slip away from danger here. Like, there's the potential for him to shard push to low ground.
Yeah, I was thinking
right?
about. And he does have TP, but there's also Disruption. Rolling Thunder is relatively close by. Socks Up has a point in Shadow Poison, so he can see him even if he goes to the low ground.
Like, unlikely he survives, but he could make them work for it. Make them sweat a little bit.
Rest in peace, Timothy. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. And then while he's doing that, mid lane's getting pushed in. Shiro Jr. can't stop a support Enchantress from shoving in the lanes. And of course, you've still got this Sniper and Timbersaw farming to their heart's content. Going to finish off this Kaya Sanj on the Timber pretty shortly. And you've already seen that Sniper with the Mjolnir.
We see that Yopaj is struggling to adjust his microphone. Something is not working. He's plugging it in, then unplugging, turning it on and off. Might need to call the tech support.
Might need to pop down the shops. Get Adam to, I don't know where they are, go down to the nearest hardware store, get a new headset. Or just speak a little bit louder, you know, just scream the comms, hoping they're all in the same room.
It does seem like they're in the same room.
Yeah. Well, I know some teams that have functioned somewhat just using pings. We've had a few of these mixed teams, right, with different languages where you're communicating telepathically.
Dota is the language.
It is. But very much a game where immediate information can be vitally important. And thankfully, it looks like he's got it all sorted out, and we can get back underway. 10-3, a 5k lead. OG using this draft to dominate the first 15 minutes of play. So far, Yandex haven't been able to respond in a meaningful way. Well, we've watched Tims get slain in that bottom right corner, but it's not for free. Natsumi and Yopaj both coming in. Rolling Thunder going to bounce back onto the Sniper. Nico now arrives, though, with massive damage out of the Timbersaw.
He's healing.
Lost the Sniper down. He goes to Malady. The Pugner. Can I get another one here? Skem's going to come back. Natsumi's dropped low. The TP out from Noticed, and no more stuns means he's free.
2 points, Dragon Tail.
He'll be the bonus one. A double kill for Nico, so 2 supports, but you lost your Sniper in this.
That's a pretty big kill. Like, he's the top net worth right now, so he's worth a lot of gold, a lot of XP as well. Let's see. 3,000 damage coming out from Pango in the previous fight. And this also relieves some of the pressure from the other 2 cores on Yandex. Watson continues to farm up. Nico going through the gates. Needs to be careful. He's all alone there.
We are soon reaching the point, though, you'll be mentioning that Yandex can actually put up some resistance. You know, moves like that, of course, super valuable for the Dire side. But now we're looking at Aghanim Scepter finally completed on Beastmaster. Ursa is almost at his Blink Dagger, so they can actually start playing through 2 of the most important cores who have had a very challenging game so far.
Beastmaster has been playing from behind. We haven't seen much from Shiro Jr. He's been mostly in the triangle, killing the stacks, killing the creeps. Shiro Jr. is invis. It seems like nobody is playing this bottom part of the map.
OG are all up top left. Yopaj kind of waiting around to see what rune spawns. Push out that mid wave. Dire Vision up top, keeping tabs on Skem's move, but they're not going to see the Timber or the Dragon Knight start to pivot in towards the Roche pit. Quite an early one here.
Taking it away from Ursa lineup is always going to feel good. You know that Ursa lineup wants to go like smoke 18, 19 minutes in when he has Blink plus Battle Fury. If you feel strong enough, maybe get a pick off and then immediately into Roche. I like this move from OG. Yopaj is going to be the one holding it. He is the real carry in this one. I also want to see him pick up the shard before he goes to the Hurricane Pike, because it's a disarm against Ursa. It's also a knockback. It's on a relatively short cooldown, and he does get it.
It's your pre-pike pike, right?
Pretty much.
A little bit of disengage. And with that, OG going to start swarming the 2 lanes they can play through. Mid and top lane, just leaving that bottom right corner open because this tier 2 top can be a nice little grab for them.
I see that Nico's trying to go for pipe. There isn't that much magical damage. Pango is all physical. Beastmaster, sure. Ursa is all physical. 2 supports, they don't deal as much damage. Maybe he's thinking Pugna is a bit of a nuisance for me. Life Drain, of course the Nether Ward and Nether Blast, something that he was struggling dealing damage during the previous fight as well. Maybe life stealing a little bit too hard, but yeah, he is committing with the pipe.
He's scared of the drums. Drums of Slom. A lot of scribbling there from OG. Still sitting around in this jungle, waiting to see if anybody shows up to that top wave. You can see Watson there toying with the idea, but as soon as Scam shows his face, we'll have the Dire smoke behind the Ursa. I'll look for a wraparound in towards their own vision.
Scam is ready for round 2. If they want to initiate on him.
Look at him. Stepping up to break the smoke. They've got all the
Natsumi,
way in behind.
ready with the jump. On to Pugna.
Right on to Malady.
Good rolling thunder.
A rolling thunder in the back on Sniper, though, is going to blow him up. First life down. Tims and Timbersaw, the roar there onto Nico. Chira Jr. with Notice going to take down the Timber for a double kill on Watson. Yopa is being drained of his life. Wow, this DPS is insane from Yandex. Urs is being kept alive, saved by his team. Natsumi gets turned on and taken down as well. As Tim's bought back, but couldn't get into the fight again.
Oh man, what a fight from Yandex. They do get the perfect rolling thunder. Pretty much bouncing onto 2, bouncing onto 3 heroes. They wanted to kill off Pugna immediately, but he's also relatively tanky. With Pavis, with Glimmer Cape, Shadow Demon being behind him, they actually have double Pavis. Most of the damage is physical from Dragonite and Sniper. And you see Notice immediately connecting onto 2 of them. And pairing up with Watson. So Sniper dies almost immediately. There is Nether Ward in the background, which is not getting killed. Scam is trying to kill it, but the fight's already over at this point. And now, like, this is the fight that the Yandex needed. They're definitely back into the game. This is basically 10,000 gold swing. Because they killed Tormentor as well. They killed 4 heroes. Timothy bought back. So his game is going to be very bad. Like, he needs that Blink Dagger. Whoever gets initiated on, he definitely needs to blink in and save people.
An incredible swing of momentum.
Yeah.
We kind of felt it. I mean, yeah, look at that. Mariana's Trench there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All the way down to the bottom of the ocean. And we kind of felt this one coming, knowing that the item timings were delayed, but were still arriving from Yandex. They held on to the game. And that smoke move, I mean, Natsumi kind of got drawn into that one. He saw the Pugna, his moment to shine, but blinked into the middle of 3. Awkward start for them. And now OG, the ones playing from behind. It looks like Yopaj changing his mind a little bit. Going for a Shadow Blade on the Sniper just to give him some cover to get in and out of these fights a little safer.
Even with Shard, it wasn't enough for him to survive. And things are going to be even more difficult. Noticed with the Blink Dagger, 2,000 gold saved up on him. If he gets the Shard, can't bounce on him again. And you will have Blink Daggers. Now you have 3 cores with the Blink Daggers. Suddenly, Sniper doesn't feel as good anymore. I feel like in this one, they needed to stay ahead so that he is the one who can keep the distance, who can have Hurricane Pike, maybe the Shadow Blade that he's trying to buy into, potentially a Snowball save from Tusk, maybe Force Staff from Enchantress. A lot of these saving items that could be very good for keeping him alive. And now you also have Dragonite, who changed his item build. Level 15 did go for Hurricane Pike. This is not the damage item by any means. It's just like, I'm trying to keep the distance against Ursa, push myself out of the trouble against the Beastmaster potentially, just have that repositioning tool. But in terms of damage, this is not Armlet plus Chrysalis. It is a very expensive item. This is 4,000 gold, 4.5k to be more exact.
Yeah, some way to kind of bait out the saving support spells, have these longer fights. where Yandex aren't able to reset and then turn the tide as quickly as they were in that top fight.
Not sure if they want to be playing the longer fights. Pango's fine playing the longer fight with the Rolling Thunder, lower cooldown abilities, shield crash.
Good kill
Not
on
a bad
Stacker.
kill.
Find him in the bottom right corner. I'm
I
also
don't think I've
starting to
ever
wonder about...
said... Sorry, Gary. I don't think I've ever said bad kill. It's always like, no, not a bad kill, big kill.
A kill's a kill.
A kill is a kill. No. Not sure what they can get from it. Maybe they can try to push tier 2 tower. He's gone for only 20 seconds, so probably will go back for farming. Sure, Junior has been in the triangle pretty much the whole time. Ursa playing on a different side of the map. This is where Ursa usually farms, but sometimes you need to swap things out.
I'm curious to see how Nico kind of recovers in this game, because he's had a hard laning stage. We saw in that previous fight he did very little damage as the perfect Rolling Thunder came in to stop him. Yeah, going for this Kaya Sanj pipe into Lotus Orb. I was kind of wondering, does he want to go for a blink himself? OG have had a little bit of a struggle getting onto these dire supports.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that. I'm thinking that this pipe might be a bit of a bait. It's a newer item on Timbersaw, because he also can't really go Aghanim Scepter as his like second, third item. It's gonna get dispelled by Shadow Demon anyway. Like you're just gonna put the bullseye on yourself if you get that axe. Maybe I was thinking slightly more armor. You're playing against Pango, you're playing against Ursa. Shiva's Guard feels really nice. For Lotus Orb, there aren't too many things to dispel. It's not like one of those godly Lotus Orb games. Sure, it's good against Beastmaster. Other than that, you're not really dispelling stuff. Demonic Purge cannot be dispelled, neither can Shadow Poison. Stuff from Pagana, okay. Minus armor from Lucky Shot, but these are not the type of abilities that you want to be buying Lotus for.
Maybe thinking into the future for like Abyssal Blade or something like that. But
it's good against Roar. If you can precast it on your carry, on Dragon Knight or on Sniper, could be game winning. But you also need to be close. Yeah, without Blink Dagger, you don't have that maneuverability in a fight. I actually wouldn't mind if he gone back for like Blink Dagger, because you want to be jumping onto the support. You have Dragon Knight with the Blink Dagger, and then you could pair those two up and just try to blow up one of the supports immediately.
Yeah, it feels like that's Timber's job, right? One of the highest damage-dealing heroes in the game. Get in there, do the damage. I think you're unlikely to kill Ursa, Pango, or Beastmaster straight up. The two supports, though, absolutely viable targets. We'll see what they do to try and remedy some of those problems heading into the next fight. As we've got a 2-minute wait now for Roshan. A bit of calm on the map as both teams mirroring each other, taking opposing sides. Yandex with a slight advantage in the fact that they can go and push a tier 1 tower top. They have been under Radiant Vision for quite some time though, so OG knows they've got all the room in the world to play through mid and that bottom jungle. No real indication they're going to meet the move here though, just keep away.
They're waiting for Roshan, both of the teams. Maybe they get a pick off. Roshan is going to be spawning on top side of the map.
Radiant's top tower.
Ooh, I like what I see. You noticed. He's thinking about slightly different itemization. Is going for the scaling build. Of course, Diffu, Blink Dagger, plus the Aghanim Scepter. But I also see that he wants to pick up Crimson Guard potentially, which is good against Sniper, good against Dragon Knight. Pop it in a fight, gives you extra tankiness protection for both of the supports. And they did manage to find and blow up Timmy one more time.
Yeah, he came across, I think, trying to de-ward the high ground and just gets jumped by a couple of heroes. Stunned and killed quickly. Yandex pinging on that left side. 28 minutes in, sending 5 heroes from both teams. I guess without Tim. Make it 4. Nico.
No bash.
Timber chain away. In comes the Pango. Straight towards the back on the Sniper. They found Yopaj. They don't even need to roar him. They don't even have the roar. Just kill him off with right clicks and drum bang from this Chiro Jr. Beastmaster. Scam the next one on the menu to take him down. 2 quick kills off the back of the Tusk Snipe. Leads Yandex into a commanding position. And they've got Roar back up. Just needs to pop the banner. Use the Lotus to go
they're
on
taking
in.
this fight
There it is.
2v5.
Onto the DK. I don't know.
Not much we
OG
can
moving to
buy.
a position where they're down 3 heroes.
Uh-oh.
They buy back Sniper. It's all falling apart.
But they have no catch. They have no stuns, no Dragonite. Tims doesn't have a Blink Dagger. He does have TP ready. Oh, OG, they're crumbling. And now Roshan is available. 30 seconds without Dragonite. This means that Watson will be picking up the goodies from Roshan. Very awkward fight for them. Like this time around, they did manage, again, to get the top of Sniper, even without using Roar. And I guess they felt comfortable. Maybe they thought the Roar has been used. So they come back into the fight, they get roared, they get an extra kill out of it.
That, of course, leads to a free Roshan. And now a 9k lead from the Dire. I'm just wondering, is this baked into the OG draft? You know, we were expecting them to lead out, do well in lanes, get an advantage. Did they need to keep that going? Or this kind of thing would happen? Like, is this a volatile draft that OG has?
I'm looking at the graph. This is where you start buying. Like, this is the dip. Like, it's so deep. It is. It
I think the rug has already been pulled on this one.
Yeah, you realize it's a scam. It's just a scam at this point. The draft was fine up until that top fight. Like, maybe the overall better scaling coming out from the draft on Dire's side, especially. I think they can make slightly more mistakes because we've seen one mistake, suddenly this game completely flips.
Yeah, that
they're
one
also
fight up at top.
Yeah, and they're also not playing as crisp. A couple of mistakes. They had a good fight in the mid lane when they were baiting with Enchantress. They did get a lot from that one. It did allow them to get Roshan later on, take objectives, take some of the towers. It's just that they gotta get, I don't know, lazy? I don't know what to call it. Just a mistake that I usually don't see from these like top tier teams. OG still a bit of a newer team as well. There was a coach interview that, you know, on a good day they can be matched up. They just need a little bit more time to be playing against these top tier teams. And you can see, yeah, we see some of the flaws, something that they definitely need to work on.
Yandex found their moment, and they've been utilizing that single fight for the last 10 minutes. Really propelling themselves into a commanding lead. OG still have a lot of damage. That is something that Yandex have to be fearful of in the next fight. Dragonite and Timbersaw are still no joke when they're in a 5v5, but when Timber is left alone, well, you can see what Watson does to him in that top left corner. Chasing Nico down. Timber doing his best to chain away, and it looks like he has slipped out of the grasp of the Ursa. A big old line drawn there by Tim's. Hold of the river. Keep the lane pushed out. Try and use some of these high grounds to actually start the fight.
Dire are scanning.
Dragonite's
noticed.
I feel like Dragonite damage in this game, if we check that damage, it's gonna be very low. I don't think Natsumi was able to just lock onto a target and keep hitting it. There's always
without
something.
Tims, but they're still going in. There's the damage, finally getting an opening. Taking down Saxa and looking at Tira Jr. The BKB still going, allows the TP out. While Scam died to Watson. Definitely felt like a drastic move from OG there. You lose Tims and you still smoke. You lose your Enchantress, making a play into your own jungle bottom, only getting a Shadow Demon.
I mean, only Shadow Demon. This type of a trade. They do have Aegis for another minute and a half. Their high ground defense is still super strong. In terms of the tower damage, Dire doesn't have that much, so they can't just really be sieging the base. Getting tier 3 towers with Ursa, especially if he doesn't have Aegis, it's not gonna happen. So you're playing against Sniper, you're playing against Dragonite. One stun could potentially get you killed. And we did talk about itemization for Timbersaw. Maybe he's gonna be going back to that Blink Dagger. I wanted to see it slightly earlier, but this is going to be an item that he can actually jump onto the supports and blow him up instantly. So kind of liking this one. Problem is you're playing into like multiple supports now that does have like 2 supports that does have a lot of support items. Solar Crest, Glimmer, Drums, all the shenanigans. They can take care of each other easily. Plus you're also fighting into Ursa with the Abyssal Blade. Aegis, 95 seconds.
Scam I don't think you can heal through this one. You can try, but then jump into the back line, finding the Tusk. No snowball save, no Timbersaw damage. Two heroes just collapse before our very eyes. And I think Yandex going for the dive on the Yopaj. They found the sniper too. But OG now with no sniper for 100 seconds. No schem, no buyback on Timber or Tusk. Tier 2 towers are going to fall pretty shortly.
They have AC available. They have Pugna. Yeah, looking at Timber and Dragonite dealing 0 damage in that fight. These are supposed to be your highest damage dealing heroes on the team. And now it's... Sniper's dead for a really long time. He did use buyback in the previous fight, so he's going to be gone for 70 seconds. Let's see if they're going to be going for Megas or if they want to be pushing the tier 4 towers. Banner has been planted.
OG, they start something top. They find Noticed, but they lack damage. He's got Shiva's Guard and Shield Crash. They've got the Ice Shards on him, but he's going to jump over the top of the Igloo, try and swashbuckle to the right-hand side, and now the rest of the team can arrive. Natsumi and Tim's out in no man's land. Oh yeah, Tim's has no TP. Natsumi does. Gonna have to blink and get the hell out of here. As Yandex take control over this left side of the map. OG have no response.
You get hit by Lucky Shot. As Dragonite with no Dispel, he didn't want to use BKB there. They don't get the kill. You can see the lack of damage with this item build. Hurricane Pike, no Armlet. You have Crystallis. You are playing from behind. In the middle of a pack as carry Dragonite, a rare sight.
Radiant are
The entirety of the mid lane gone. No more Aegis for Watson though, so maybe a signal here for Yandex. Think about that next Roshan before they go approaching the Radiant base again. But it feels like something's got to happen sooner from OG. Like, OG has to force an issue. I don't know what the issue is, but they've got to force an issue. The issue, somewhere, somehow. Play out of your base. You cannot sit in your base and wait for Yandex to come.
The issue, I don't think they can go back to that, like, 20-minute fight in the top lane.
Skem's trying to face tank the enemy, give vision and information, but dead for it. As the rest of his team bailing from this situation. Natsumi and Tims kind of stuck out here. Gonna BKB on the Dragonite and try and turn and fight with the Chakrams. Yandex respecting the turnaround play as Malady stands his ground. Life draining up. Puts his Nether Ward down. A punch from Tims. It's gonna stop Chiro Jr. for a moment. But with his BKB up and Watson's BKB, they're gonna chase back the Dragonite. But this time they haven't got on top of Yopaj. The sniper can open up with some damage, but they need control desperately. The bubble saves up.
With Enrage, a little bit of overlap.
Enrage.
There's the Ravage.
You're right, as they do take down the Pugna in the back lines. On the left, Notice bounces in onto the sniper though. And Yandex, they find the core kills they needed. Timbersaw one left standing to try and do the DPS. Just with a little bit more control though, they'll find Nico. Noticed. Chiro Jr. and Sax are hot on his tail, refreshing up and clearing out the Timbersaw. A 5-man wipe as Schem is obliterated. 6-man if you count the buyback out of him. And Yandex only lost Pugna.
Yeah, playing a longer fight against Ursa, who's resetting multiple times. He does have Bear Down as his facet. He does have level 10. This also should not be a level 10 talent on Ursa. 9 extra seconds on Fury Swipe's reset time. It's just way too long. Like, you get hit once, he goes in one overpower. As the carry, like you saw Timbersaw, he gets close, he's just done for this with the second overpower. Same goes with the Dragonite. It just takes way too long for it to reset.
And an easy second lane for Yandex.
They just don't have enough. They don't have enough damage. Double saving support who are going to be playing the longer fights, and now we have Shadow Demon as well with Aghanim Scepter, so break against Timbersaw, break against Dragonite. Saxa did find the farm.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Yandex just have to make the easy moves now. No pressure on them. No rush to go and do anything.
Wait for Roche to respawn.
Yeah.
spawning in 30 seconds.
Just got to take control over this part of the map. See if they can get some wards down. Oh. How did they see him? They saw the sniper with Watcher and Sentry, and he's walked right into them. Oh, that hurts so much.
It's 4v5. I want to see if they go for Roche or if they want to be going for the high ground immediately, knowing that he doesn't have buyback. I mean, he's showing his items. He did buyback in one of the previous fights. Safe play is keep this Roshan on your side. OG, they did kill first Roshan, but they didn't manage to get much done with it. And then Yandex takes 2 of them. Now we have fully slotted Ursa, Shard, Abyssal Blade, BKB in the backpack, MKB, so you're dealing magical damage against these high armor heroes like Dragon Knight and Timbersaw. They're ready to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, at least Yopaj now has time to go buy a new headset and microphone.
Yeah, in between the games.
Scam disappears. 2 heroes down. 3 versus 6. OG have been struggling in 5v5 fights. Maybe there's some magic that they can weave here. Unfortunately, it's Yandex that comes in hot. Snowball save is going to try and turn and keep Nico out of danger, but the danger is too much. A buyback from Tims. Try and reclaim their base, but Sax is saying, put up the white flag. It's time to capitulate.
It's the new toxic one. It's one of the best ones. Because you can use it in the old chat. Sniper ulti, onto Noticed. Multiple buybacks coming out.
It feels like the old, you know, aggro GGs we used to see. One last lane of barracks. Was it 50 health on the melee, slowly healing up. Still standing. Still keeping OG away from mega creeps.
They have everything for the next fight. They do have Cheese. They do have Refresher on the Beastmaster. They do have Ursa with Aegis. Big Lotus on Pogna. Extra 900 HP for the fight. This is it. This is do or die for OG. Where's the damage?
It's a Roar and a Rolling Thunder. Lotus is on the DK, but it doesn't bloody matter. He's dead with buyback, so maybe they can return to the fight and play forward. But Notus is doing so much with these Rolling Thunders, getting to the back lines, causing havoc. Very tanky, saved by the decrep. Natsumi, roared now as well. The Dragon Knight doesn't even have dragon form. He's worthless and dead. Buyback out of him and GG call.
I'm watching Sniper attacking Pangolier. Fortune favors the bull. It's 40% chance. Every single time he gets peeped, he gets critted, he gets Mjolnir proc. It just doesn't work against Pango. It's so funny. It's something that you maybe don't focus on, but it's actually funny. It's one of those Pango things that are kind of, I would say, underestimated in some of these fights.
I just know you. Not happening. Not happening. Good comeback from Yandex, though, showing resilience through that early game as OG put on a show in the first 15 minutes, but Yandex hit their timings. As we head back to the panel.
And that is something that my 3 lovely analysts talked about so much, is all about the timings for Yandex. Will they get there, and will they be able to do anything with it? Well, short answer, yeah, definitely. All right, this sniper was looking great at the start for OG. They get that early Roshan, but everything after that sort of just crumbles. The sniper feels like a non-factor towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that is that's Sniper in a nutshell. If you buy Mjolnir and you try to be the carry, it just does not work. The hero is too squishy, his stat gain's too bad. It just doesn't work. I've tried it so many times. I really want to make this crap work, and
I believe that.
Yes, so many times, so many losses, and it just doesn't work. And it's honestly just the classic Sniper game. You're up 3K, 4K, 5K, oh maybe, and then you lose one fight, and the game is completely over from there on out.
But do you have to lose that one fight though? Conceptually,
it's so hard not to, because Sniper's just so bad in being enemy areas, because you're so exposed. Like you can see in the 20-minute fight, he just gets wrapped on, and they just, I don't know, he just gets enveloped in enemies and dies.
But that's because OG, because of how good their early game went, going for the Roshan during the pre-20-minute window when it's on the top side of the map, you're kind of inviting your opponent to go, hey, we feel like we're in the lead, we're taking the Roshan at nighttime, we're then going to probably go for Tormenta also when it spawns at 20, right? I feel like you need to be really, really careful if you take that first Roshan. Because, again, you're kind of like showing the enemy team the script that you're playing, how confident you feel. Because you don't do objectives unless you feel confident. And, of course, Yandex kind of used OG's momentum against them to find that fight.
I mean, in a way, yes, I kind of agree. You know, Sniper can get caught out of position, and if he has Aegis, it doesn't really matter, right? And see, if you're kind of scripting, you're gonna go for Tormentor, but you have the Aegis after all, right? You have an extra life, right? And they were up a bunch of gold. I feel like that was on OG. They really fucked up the positioning. They didn't even anticipate Yandex wrapping on them there, right? So I think this game, I mean, it really does come down to that 20-minute mark, right? If OG wins that fight, we see it here. Like, it's a very awkward position. I think they did not really see it coming at all. They were completely shocked that they found Yandex there, and Yandex gets to just click all their spells perfectly.
It is illegal how many times this Pengo got to roll, not only on the Sniper, but the Timbersaw as well, and then later on the Ursa. It's just like, why are you all standing in this U-shape that the Pengo is just going to keep back? Like,
I mean,
that feels, you know, so telegraphed.
The whole OG team just gets absolutely mauled. They got nothing off in that fight.
I mean, there are 3 steps to that area of the map, right? The high ground, the mid ground, the low ground. And you could argue that they should probably be on the left side, on the high ground, right? Especially with a sniper lineup with the Aegis. Fortify an area, be ready to fight. But again, element surprise. It's kind of giving me flashbacks to Valahia when they had the Natsumi, the Gyrocopter to buy the Rapier. You know, they get just surprised in moments where you shouldn't be surprised. Like, these are the times where you need to have perfect understanding of why you're standing there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like reps and practice, and I think it also comes into communication somewhat. I don't know who's leading the charge there, but I think your comms need to be very focused, and you need to have a very clear understanding of how actually this fight should be taken, because you're stronger. Like, obviously you're strong. You've been killing all over the map. You know you have a gold lead, but gold lead doesn't always transition into strength. It depends very much, like we just saw, how the fight actually happens. So having those proper comms about, I need you to start for me, I can't get gone on, or you playing in tree lines, you talk about where you want to fight. Like, those are things that I think oftentimes only the best of the best teams do, and I think you can see it here that I don't know what they're talking about, but it's nothing useful.
But how many times are those moments communicated versus just naturally done? So I think a lot of people assume that you're always saying, like, we need to do this, but I feel like the top teams, correct me if I'm wrong, it's kind of just muscle memory of where to stand, right? Or am I wrong on that one?
I think it depends somewhat on the specific heroes, and I think it's not like it's not some grand plan. It's not a guy getting on a soapbox and saying yada yada yada. It's Sniper saying, they can't go on me. I need, like, break the smoke for me. I can't get going on, right? And then people assume the right position after that.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, this is particular fight just looked like they did not even see them smoking. They were not even thinking about the fact that they could be there right now. I think that's the main thing. And I think that's probably what separates the very best teams from the OGs, the middle of the pack, right? Where the best teams they always have a feeling where when the smoke is hitting, they always know, okay, this is actually a moment where we can get punished here. We need to be careful. We need to be on the high ground. We need to, have the right guys and the right position and things like that. So I think if OG does that this game and they manage to win this particular fight, take the Tormentor, they're up a pretty significant amount of gold, and suddenly the game is a bit different.
Yeah, it feels much more difficult for Yandex, but, whilst we sort of hound on OG having struggles there is also a lot to be said in the way of Yandex doing so well. And T, you said that this was going to be such a big test for them. If you're able to stabilize and go against the chaoticness of OG, then it really solidifies you as a team that didn't just get there by chance at the top of this group stage in a best of one.
Yeah, I mean, they were down, 6,000 gold at one point, and then obviously the whole essay that we broke down kind of obviously amplifies Yandex's ability to remain calm in these situations. So for Yandex, yeah, they're looking like a contender to try in the final day or two of this best of one madness to try and sweep an automatic semi-final position. So yeah, all on Yandex to now continue this type of performance against the remainder teams they have in the group stage.
Yeah, well, look, this stream, we're not going to be following Yandex right now. Instead, we are going to be following 2 new teams, MOUZ and Execration.
In comes Boom. His Blink Initiation's whiffed there because of the charge across. Crystal is going to turn and fight back into Whisper. Blows up the Pug, and Schofield disappears as well. Yuma and Divide back in, though. The Pulverize stopped as they turn onto this Primal Beast, who now has to trample through his BKB to do whatever he can, as Heroica overwhelmed. Outmanned, outgunned, a double kill for Crystalis. A TV from KJ going to be successful, but they lose 4 for 1. Try and keep tabs on your enemy, because they are starting to run towards you, and this spin into grip from the Juggernaut doesn't help Execration's chances. Lasso required just to make sure the box is here to buy some time. The Black Hole from Zeal catching Queen of Pain. He got it. Didn't die. He Omni Slashes. Palos, he gets a double kill. No way he's allowed to get away with this. Shags is getting right-clicked and shredded by the Firefly Weaver. Emo, though, is turned on by Jug, and Palos is just opening up into 5th gear. Execration.
There is a lot more to add to that highlight reel of Execration because they played earlier today against Falcons, and you might have been sitting there, not going to tune into that best of one. It's going to be an easy game for Falcons. It was not by any means. Execration should have won that one. They almost had it, Quinn.
Sometimes you get skill diffed late in the game, and I think when you're playing against the Birds, that is not an uncommon occurrence. They had, I think they were down early game, and they pulled it back, and they were in an advantageous position. But I think that's, we talked about it before. That's one of the areas that these sort of middle of the pack or lower down teams lack is they have issues closing out the game and actually building a proper goal advantage to the point where you reach this unkillable phase where the game is like free. You can close your eyes and hit the high ground.
Go on, Misery, after you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
We have good synergy, me and Misery. We know exactly. I know he wanted to speak. I just don't want to speak over him.
That's so valid.
Respect my elders.
That you're speaking. Nah, it's fine. I actually almost forgot what I was going to say.
Execration.
I was going to say Execration and C teams in general, I think, have had this issue for a long time, that they have the ability to actually match the very high skill. They have the ability to match all the tier 1 teams in a lot of facets of the game, but it's just always falls short somehow, I feel. It's just barely, if they can just fix those mistakes.
This is the game. This is the Execration Falcons game that was played mere hours ago, T.
Yeah, I mean, Execration, within this game, they showed so much, fight within them. Of course, I think the issue for them was they could never build more than like a 4,000 gold lead, right? At the 25-minute mark, they had around 4,000 or 5,000 net worth. So Falcons always was like holding them, like, one mistake, we will punish you. And unfortunately for Execration, they did show that mistake later into the series. But yeah, I think for Execration, a team that has been sitting at the bottom of the group, to show that they can team fight against Falcons, to make Falcons have to think about other things, is a really good sign for them. It's about now taking that into this series and trying to close out the game like Misery was mentioning.
I think you run it back, Execration gets a similar draft. They could very easily beat out MOUZ because MOUZ are not on a hot streak at the moment. In fact, it feels like they're struggling themselves. They had 2 losses yesterday. You sort of wonder, where did that MOUZ magic go? Where are they going to be sitting today, especially against a team that has been able to put up a fight so far?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened, if it's a draft thing or if it's a play thing. Maybe it's a combination of the two. I think they were one of the teams to fall victim to the pick DK, leave Timbersaw, get Timbersawed, so there's kind of an auto loss there. But I think, Dota's such a hard game to stay on top, and when you win a lot, they won the most recent tournament, when you keep that, that winning, you're the teams on top, people look at you more, and they think about more how to beat you compared to other teams. And so I think a lot of teams came into this tournament looking at MOUZ being like, okay, we want to beat these guys, we want to take them down, let's look at what they're doing, how do we crack their drafting style, all this stuff, right? So you have to keep evolving, and it's just really hard. I
mean, I think there could also be an argument to be said for, we talked about it during last slam as well, that they have played so many games since TI. They've played probably 100+ official games, and at some point, it's got to hit you. You can't keep this motivation up all the way through the year. And maybe this is it, what we see. I think some games they played yesterday, it did look like they were a bit tired. They made some very uncharacteristic mistakes. Celery was just walking down the towers and hitting them and just like looking like kind of done, So hopefully they got some nice sleep and they're ready for a new day.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to MOUZ, so far, the last 3 games all have been losses. They've all lost around that kind of 35, 37-minute mark. So it's kind of been the same story of deal with MOUZ's early aggression, stabilize a bit of net worth, and then you close out the game against them. So the script of beating MOUZ has been true, I think, 3 games in a row. So I think on MOUZ, it's like, oh, we're losing this way, make an adaptation, we're fine again. And for other teams, it's like, try and copy that. So it's really just on MOUZ. Like, have they learned why they're losing in this group stage? If they have, they should be competitive once again. Like, a team that wins tournaments doesn't just become, bad overnight during one group stage, right? So I don't expect MOUZ to really be too scared of this position. It's just respect that teams are doing these extra little things against them now.
What do you think is one of the key things that is leading to the losses? Because you've given me like a time frame in which they are seemingly losing, but is it because the draft isn't scaling? Are they not doing well in lanes? Is there something in the macro movement of them right now?
Make mid one feel like he isn't able to do anything and kill anything on the map without punishment.
Okay.
Force Yamich onto heroes that aren't Tusk, and Crystallis farming into then no damage. I've generalized it very heavily.
Yeah, you have, and you've given me 3 different... I like it, though. I like
but
it.
For the viewers, you can either pick one. It's like, ooh, Crystallis is farming but not doing any damage. That's a good sign from us losing. Or, oh, mid one's died 4 times. Oh, that's a good sign. Like, look at the simple things in life.
To choose your own adventure.
Yeah, exactly.
And there are your 3 options right now. The 3 options that are, in front of Execration, they're going to have to pick one.
Oh, they're fighting.
They're fighting in the restaurant.
They are fighting in the restaurant, yes. That's crazy.
I don't
Happy
know that.
birthday.
That has been
birthday-
up every day, by the way. How long are they celebrating this birthday?
Maybe every player has a birthday perfectly in sync. So it's like Monday was one guy's, second the next guy. The coach has got it on Sunday. Also, Brother's been taking selfies for like.
Picture of the camp.
No, that's a picture of the computer. Is he taking a photo of us? Smile.
Yo, oh, yo, what up?
Smile, chat.
Mom, look at me.
Hi,
I'm in the
Mom.
group stage.
I love this team. I love this team so much.
Yeah.
They had a bow and arrow like 3 days ago. Boss man in the back of the draft just had a whole like wooden bow. It was.
They're also the team that drafts like the whole
Yeah.
family's there drafting. You know?
This is the thing. Like when you think of like old school Dota, the vibes, the love of the game. You know, this is what Execration they look like. They have. Right? When you think nowadays, it's like, it's formulas, it's fundamentals, it's systems, it's we win. And then when you win a big series, don't show emotion. Oh, we have another one to play, you know? So I feel like Execration, I'm just getting flashbacks to like the good old days of competitive Dota where there was like, everyone had this like burning love for the game. They still have it, but they're showing it.
That's SEA. That's still like alive. You know, that is the culture. That's why I love watching these teams, getting to see them show up. Unfortunately, right now, not yet on land, but hopefully we get to see them in Chengdu. We get to see those beautiful smiles in person. See if they still have the family vibes of standing around the same computer there.
I sure hope so. It's like it's a party in there. I hope they bring the party to this game and they attack MOUZ with T's Choose Your Own Adventure 3-pronged trident of piercing mouths.
Also the balloons, if they do qualify to Chengdu. Bring the happy birthday.
With the bow and arrow.
With the bow and arrow. That might not get through customs.
Yeah,
but...
that probably not. We might be able to do the happy birthday, but look, it's one step at a time right now. Execration 3 and 5 is their standings. MOUZ 4 and 3. They're able to claw it back. Let's see exactly how they are going to do it with their Choose Their Own Adventure in our draft. Three different avenues for Execration. Is it going to be Yamich, Chrysalis, or mid one they focus on? On the flip side, what can MOUZ focus on to make Execration uncomfortable? Because they've been looking pretty good. Maybe not so many wins, but a lot of close games in their pockets.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bob Goat is a very sort of explosive player. He's not very consistent, but he is someone who can take over games. You know, people fear his Batrider and, you know, these crazy plays from his Storm and doing ganks you would never expect. And so I think if you're MOUZ, you need to fear and beware Bob Goat and that he doesn't, you know, get some sneaky kills on you and the snowball begins.
Just for the record, you say people fear.
Yeah.
I've heard you fear.
I
In
personally
multiple
fear him.
taxi drives to this studio, you have been talking about Bob
I am
Batrider.
petrified of Bob
Thank
Goat.
He's
you.
also spent many hours just in the green room talking about it.
Yeah, I don't want it to sound like you're making it like
Well,
a
not
wide
many
problem.
hours. I'm
Many.
Not,
This is a you
If I
thing,
added
Quinn.
them all together, yes, it would be multiple hours.
would not.
Are you calling me a liar?
In this instance.
So anyway,
Cold
Quinn
words.
confirmed that he was scared about Bob most in his competitive career
Of anyone.
of anyone.
Well,
There
they,
he is.
they didn't give Timbersaw.
This is probably his hero right there.
The Bob Master.
It could be the Bob Master.
Could be.
I'm surprised that they, once again, MOUZ has sort of shown that either they don't respect Timbersaw or they just don't play it. Maybe they don't understand it because they banned
yeah,
it, right?
they banned it themselves. Yeah,
When they have first pick. So a bit weird.
maybe they just prefer to play the Dragon Knight game. Yeah, it is a bit. I mean, suddenly we have seen Timbersaw being left actually in the pool quite more than.
But we
than
have
on
seen
day one.
Timbersaw teams fall short with the hero, right? Because if you're not an absolute specialist, you can feel like you're not getting the correct timings. You need to have the good farm to be able to frontline. If you don't frontline correctly, you just die, then you can fall apart, right? So I respect a team going, you know what? We're not good enough to throw a Timbersaw into first pick. Let's just ban it.
Yeah, I mean, Chrysalis is also very solid on the Dragon Knight. We saw it, you know, numerous times over the past weeks. But we did see it get massively broken with the Coddle the other day. So maybe
Farm for nothing?
they're thinking about that. I hope they don't just jam this Lesh rack. I think Lesh and DK have some similar counters unless you see stuff that makes it a specifically good Lesh rack game. I think if you're MOUZ, I think that's honestly been one of their sort of shortcomings is they've gotten a little too big for their britches with when they pick Midwin's hero and how they pick his hero. Like, yeah, these Leshes specifically, in some instances they pick it, I just don't fully buy it.
The Beast and the Gyrocopter. This is I'm just getting flashbacks to any of the European DPC fans out there, Div 2 hustlers. This is their drafting style. You just open beast, you protect it with gyro, and then you feel like you can pick any support after. Again, I think this type of drafting really puts pressure on the supports to shine because you are revealing double core. Sure, gyro could be support, but
I kind of think it's okay to draft like this because just because the cores you are drafting are so solid right now. I mean, maybe the Beastmaster is a little question mark, but at least the Gyrocopter, I feel like you can pick this hero in any slot in the draft, and you can get away with it. As for MOUZ, I mean, they go with Yakult, as we've seen a million times now, and the Warlock. Okay, so
MOUZ is getting just comfort on every player, right? Celery, of course. You know, maybe not the most comfortable on the Warlock, sorry, but it's perfectly fine based on how MOUZ have been playing with it during Valahia.
All right, I mean,
Bounty Disrupt?
No chill, just
none.
Yeah, they snapped that.
Yeah.
They actually snapped it. And it's like, in a lot of ways, it's a classic combo. You track a guy, and then you see him for forever, and you can glimpse him. It's, I want to run at you, I want to chase you, keep killing you, keep skirmishing. But if you're behind, both of these heroes are unbelievably garbage from behind. So there now suddenly is a lot of pressure on lanes, and do you do well early? Because if not, you're going to be real sad campers.
But at least for Execration, I think Bounty Hunter into Warlock's a good matchup for the Bounty because you have good move speed, good armor, you keep dragging the wave around. Warlock wants to play inside the wave with Fatal Bonds, double hitting on 2 heroes, then pulling the hard camp. So if you just keep pulling, never playing the wave, Warlock doesn't get Grimoire charges from kills, he just kind of exists, right? So I think Bounty is a good pick for that. It just means after the laning setup, whatever off lane is there, they have to utilize that lane gold to then, you know, throw themselves into the game. Because MOUZ, they don't care if this game's going late. You've got Tusk, Warlock, Tidehunter. Try team fighting to this at any stage of the game. You are going to be very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, MOUZ is just kind of just picking the heroes they always pick. And in some ways, I think, you know, when you're playing well and you're becoming a good team, you find this sort of grouping of heroes and you just pick within that box. This draft just feels a bit weird to me in that it's like ultra cookie cutter. Like, I feel like they weren't even thinking when they picked these heroes. It's just like, DK's in the pool, we pick DK. Tusk is in the pool, we pick Tusk. Warlock's in the pool, we pick, like, it doesn't feel like there was thought in it, and it's not a bad draft, but also I just feel it's like
it's low damage right now.
It's a little lazy almost, just like running down the line and just picking all the heroes you always pick.
That's where mid one needs to step up and kind of show some different direction within his pick, because if he then goes for the same hero, you'd expect Execration's prep to know what's coming, right? Like, they should have a play style around this, because not often when you do replay review on a team, you're not seeing the same heroes in the next game. So you have to kind of like infer what might happen. Here it's like, oh, we've seen this draft before. We know what they should be doing at certain minutes.
Look at the Execration bans here, the Troll, the Juggernaut, right? So they're kind of assuming that the Dragon is going to go mid.
Yeah.
Which would be, I think that would be pretty weak for MOUZ if they were to pick another carry here. I feel like they would have pretty much no damage in the game whatsoever. But maybe it's like a Beastmaster thing. They want to put Beast offlane, or I don't really know what that was about, but
surely mid one's looking at like the Blade Mail Queen of Pain starter hero, where you just throw yourself into middle of fights and you use the clunkiness of your side lanes to then use damage from mid. I mean, then if you see a different hero.
Yeah, I do think they need some kind of damage out of mid here. And they also need to do well in their lanes, I think, because if they don't, then I think Execration has very explosive heroes. And I think matchup-wise, heroes to heroes in this game, I kind of like where Execration is at. I think it's not that easy to play Tide Warlock against Bounty Hunter, Beastmaster. These heroes, they kind of have a easy time choosing when they want to fight. They're going to scout you out. They're going to potentially kill couriers. You know, they're going to just like skirmish around and drag you around the map. And Warlock Tide, you know, they have big cooldowns. They're a very strong team fight, but they might not get to use their spells in this game.
I mean, if Execration want to feel confident in this game, their last pick needs to just hard counter, like, one lane. If they're putting Beast off lane, the mid from 24 needs to be the counter. Because I can see what you're mentioning, that's how you break the cooldowns and the pacing of MOUZ's team fight. This 24 pick has to be big.
And we saw XG earlier have the Gyrocopter Disruptor, and I think they fell a little short in shutting down the offlane. They had an amazing early lane. Those heroes have a lot of aggressive potential together, but I think this is a similar situation. You're playing against a very farming offlaner, someone who kind of just sits around and blobs for a while, and so I think if Execration is able to up that tempo and keep shutting down this tide and really snowball and like have a solid, good safe lane where they're getting kills, then that can potentially bleed into other places.
Surely Bob just takes the Beastmaster mid now into the Nature's Prophet. We saw that matchup before, mid one. He needed all his supports to come mid to kind of help him out, and then you just find a new offlaner to punish the the DK Warlock. You do have 2 minutes though, so Execration plenty of time to think about it.
Yeah, you've already got a good mid that can go against Fury, and you could replace that with something else. I'm not 100% sure what it would be.
I do like the Fury and for MOUZ though, in general.
Yeah.
I think it ties their lineup well together. He can TP to either side lane and make an upset.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I mean, they've quadrupled down
Yeah,
on chase you, kill you, hunt you, and you're doing that against a Tide Hunter. You're doing that against a Nature's Prophet, so MOUZ will definitely be getting kills early. They'll be, in some ways, maybe abusing this Grimoire and, you know, getting the super early rock online. Like, I think there's potential that Execration's lineup hits a massive wall. Like, I think it's very, you know, 1 or 0. They're either turbo stomping MOUZ and killing them everywhere, up 1 million gold, or they're cooked.
When you say, like, on a timer, that could be so many different things, right? It's the, can you take a team fight timer? Can you even, you know, push lanes, all this type of stuff. Here, for Execration, it is, like Quinn mentioned, they are on a timer to be able to team fight. They need to snowball, skirmish, and fight and pick off. And it's going to be really fun. If they actually execute on these heroes, it is just slaughtering the map. But as soon as you make mistakes, a pipe on the Tide to brush off the damage of Storm, and then glimmers on the supports, it can get so difficult. So Execration, they made mistakes against Falcons. They cannot make mistakes against MOUZ.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think the Storm pick was a little bit overkill on their draft already. I think they need something else to either match the team fight or to make sure that they can go late in this game. I feel like, I mean, it is, again, yeah, like you said, it's possible that they snowball, but offlane Beast into the Warlock, Dragon Knight also is not that great, I think. So I'm not a big fan of the last pick Storm, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting game, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a weird dynamic of this Storm against these 3 heroes, because Storm wants to attack the Nature's Prophet. His supports don't really help him that much, but Nature's Prophet is just going to leave the lane. He's just going to be ganking elsewhere, and so if Storm doesn't have the resources to TP and turn these fights around, like, there's a lot hinging on that, because Nature's Prophet, you know what he's going to do. He's going to TP around, and he's going to gank you, and Storm has to lane well enough to have the ability to TP and turn those fights around. You need to be able to turn those early skirmishes, because, you know, Furion is probably going to be the one driving the early game in a lot of ways.
Perhaps the MOUZ lineup is still a little bit low on damage. So if they can, if Execration gets a good start, gets a bit of core items like Glimmer Cape, Solar Crest, these type of items, it might be hard for MOUZ to actually kill any hero in this game.
I'm hoping for a good start for Execration then, because you guys have hyped up the kill threat that is going to come out of all 5 of these heroes. But MOUZ, if they can hold on, if they can delay the snowball coming out from them, then we might just have another MOUZ win. But either all, it's a best of 1 with a lot of action to ensure.
All gas, no brakes from Execration in this one, but are they going to end up as Max Verstappen or a crash test dummy? We'll find out as they go up against a cookie-cutter MOUZ draft, picking all of their signature, classic, comfortable heroes.
Pretty much. This is how they played during the previous tournament. This is how they won it. Everybody is on their Siggy, and I like that Execration is trying something different. This is a type of a draft that a lot of the times you would see, I would say, underdogs playing these type of drafts, knowing that they can win if they get the ball rolling. In a best of 3, not sure if Execration would be able to get a win in a best of 1 with this type of a draft. It's definitely a possibility. It is, we're gonna be running at you type of a draft, Storm Spirit, Bounty Hunter, extra bit of a gold, providing vision, try to go to the side lanes, make stuff happen. Problem is, you have one of the best, if not the best hero in the game to gank the side lanes, and that's Nature's Prophet. So if you want to be ganking the mid lane, he just might not even be there. He might be in a different type of a lane. So as soon as Storm gets level 6, I think he needs to have TP ready. Palos.
Trouble for Palos already.
Easy Grimoire stack.
Straight into the railings. MOUZ with that first blood, a great start for them. I was going to say, both of these teams, you know, expectations-wise, MOUZ coming off that hot streak after Valachia, looking good at the start of this tournament, kind of in the middle of the table now with a pretty poor day yesterday, while Execration, better than expected. They're both in the middle of the table, both pretty close to each other, and now meeting up and matching in this best of 1. Interesting spot for both of these teams to be in.
Yeah, definitely. MOUZ did lose a couple of games as well. But also, I think the teams have definitely studied the way MOUZ have been playing in the last 2 weeks to figure out, like, why is this team doing so much better than other teams? Like, why are they managing to form 2 months ago and beat some of these like giants? Why are they able to play against Team Spirit in a BO5 and win? Why are they like so good between 10 and 20 minutes? Why are they picking their like heroes that maybe not many other teams want to pick, but they're still winning with those heroes? So a lot of questions that need to be answered, a lot of questions that need to be studied to find the answer for MOUZ early aggressiveness. And yeah, the mid matchup, it's going to be Storm against Nature's Prophet. It's just going to be trade of farm until you see Nature's Prophet finding the opportunity, trying to find something that he can gank in the side lanes. And yeah, of course, Dragonite is going to be one, maybe trying to set things up. Of course, Yamich as well. I like the fact that I've seen this type of a lane where Boom just gets Gush level 1 and they start to play immediately aggressive onto the either enemy carry or position 5. They know that they can win this trade, put him like below 50% with good shards, maybe tag team if he gets close, because you have Boots of Speed available on your Tusk. And Shanks going in very deep underneath the tower, even though this hero can tank the tower hits, does have 9 armor. 8 armor, didn't buy too much stats. He's very close to 9.
I'm just doing a little bit of Googling over here, because I had forgotten what this whole Tetris meme is. Palos has been saying mid one, Tetris mid one, in the lobby, in the all chat. And I forgot mid one is like a godly Tetris player. There's like a bunch of Reddit threads about him doing very well in tournaments and stuff like that. So I guess Palos is just trying to poke him a little bit. Maybe get some info from the Tetris god on how to play.
Dota players are just goated. They can play pretty much any other game. We had who was it? One of the Greek position 4 players that was like professional football player. We have like Kamzat Desire. Yeah, we have like Kamzat Chimaev playing Dota, now playing for Enigma Galaxy as a position 6 as well, in case they need if they figure out that there's going to be any problems in real life. We have chess players as well.
Yeah.
I didn't get any of that. I'm just here. What is my background? What am I supposed to be good at?
Talking. That's what you get paid for.
No, I was thinking maybe having another skill in life.
Oh, come on, Pun Master is
I'm good at board games.
Number 1 on your CV.
I'm good at board games. I'm good at card games as well. Artifact died. This was supposed to be my second career that I was about to peak. Rest in peace, rest in pepperoni. Glimpse in the bottom lane, Yamich.
What's he got? Level 1, no shards, no snowball, so no life. Dead to Palos and CML here. This is all down to what we've seen MOUZ do time and time again. Double melee lane, Tusk is dragging waves, Boom farming between tower, and that leaves you a little isolated. They didn't bring mid one across. There was no chance of any cross kill there. Mid one just has to stick it out in that mid lane, fighting against Bob over the last hits.
Bobby doing a pretty good job. 12 and 4 so far. Does have wave underneath the tower as well. The damage in the bottom lane is not like the greatest as you're getting levels. Maybe you're gonna be able to get some Ice Shards block, tag team, Anchor Smash, but you also need NP to be able to get the kill on the hero in the bottom lane, because they will get the trade. This is pretty much the lane that Xtreme Gaming did play. Gyrocopter plus Disruptor, they did manage to get a couple of early kills. They did set up Amit for success in the first 10-15 minutes. Palos just hit level 3. That's a lot of rocket barrage damage.
Trapped in the shards though. Gushed up and getting punched around by Tide, but Palos realizing he's got 9-1 charges here. He can step forward and dish it out as good as he takes it. Another Gush and a TP from mid one though. That's going to turn the Tides here and get them a kill on the Gyro, keeping Yamich alive in the process.
He was also ready to pop that Lotus, just in case. But I like this from Nature's Prophet in the mid lane. He TPs in as soon as he has Urn, he gets the kill, and then he can heal up his position 4 or the offlaner.
Celery and Crystallis are dire players, but they're playing under Radiant Tier 1 here. Fair amount of damage coming out of the Shanks Bounty Hunter.
Nice shards bottom. CML's gonna die bottom.
Another one? You're right. Taken out by Yamich and Boom. Palos not able to trade out. Maybe with his next rocket barrage, but the tree juking from Yamich. The Lotus popped as well. Trying to get the distance away from the Gyro. Shards in 5 seconds, but Palos should be able to run this one down with the final clicks.
Good Quelling Blade usage. Even though he doesn't have Boots of Speed, Shanks will backstab the courier.
In the meantime, yeah, double courier, right? Chrysalis and Celery we saw there, both losing their couriers. Tino lost his earlier on, and that was Tino's courier with the helm on it. So that's only going to get delivered in the next 10 seconds. It's been a rough one for the couriers up in that top lane. And then Shanks will start dragging waves around up there as well to try and give the Beastmaster a little bit of a better time. Difficult playing into Warlock and DK as double melee.
Yeah, you're not threatening a kill on Dragonite. He's going to be full HP pretty much the whole time. Where it's at level 2, level 3, you start to max it out. I like just 1 point in Breathe Fire. Okay, CML. Let's see if electromagnetic repulsion can maybe push him out of the trouble. Doesn't seem like it can.
He can glimpse back the Natus Prophet, which should give them a situation here with Shanks and Palos to trade out for Yamit.
He actually helped him. Like, mid one wasn't supposed to be staying for the second kill or anything. He got an earn charge, and he got bounced back. He got XP, he got extra bit of a gold and earn charge, and now he's fine. Like, he's like, I was supposed to use a TP to come back to the lane. Thank you, Disruptor.
And this is where MOUZ have really excelled. First catapult wave comes into mid. You've, again, like you said, been propelled back into the mid lane thanks to Glimpse, so they can put pressure on the tier 1. And they've kind of put Bob in a situation here where he needs this 6-minute rune, whilst he's in a lot of trouble. It's top, a DD, but Bob has to spend all his mana to zip away, while Shanks, it looks like he's been left to his own devices. Under the Igloo and the tag team, he's taken down a notch. CML will steal the DD rune, though.
You can make rotations with both of your supports. Warlock's not like the best at rotating in terms of what he provides. He's fine as long as he's getting more charges, already up to 3, so that's extra 600 XP. XP rune also in 30 seconds. So he will have level 6 pretty soon. You can leave your side lanes alone. This is Tidehunter, this is Dragonite. These heroes are not gonna be dying. Disruptor and Bounty Hunter, these heroes don't provide you with that much damage early on. We've seen a lot of couriers getting killed. Palos, that's his power treads. No boots of speed. Maybe the extra move speed would gotten him out of the trouble in some situations, which does allow them to get the kill. It's also extra bit of a tankiness. The strength treads, pretty big deal.
Where even was the courier when it died? In the bottom jungle, I guess?
I think so.
Well, anyway, Wisdom Shrines getting shared one per team.
Right
and
there.
a call down on bottom. Boom going to step away from the rockets as they try and land on him. Tide, level 5. No Ravage yet, but he's got backup from Yamit and a potential TP, an actual TP from Prophet. To come in here with Celery, the Snowball's going to buy time to turn around onto Palos. Now with the Gyrocopter. That's rough for him. Third death of the game. Now, this is meant to be a Bob rotation to net them something positive, but they're losing out tremendously. They're now out of resources, got to leave.
The power treads, I think he would have extra move speed, he would have extra damage with agility treads and extra tank strength, which is 220 HP. So he's missing out on a lot because he lost that power treads, which does give them level 7 on NP. 4 Grimoire charges, so that's extra 800 XP that he can pop.
And it's a really big difference in terms of expectations from your Gyro, because like we were saying it in the last couple of games, usually it's quite a straightforward hero to get through your laning stage, get your items, and have an easy time. This glimpse back could make things a little easier for Palos, but a snowball inside the Sprout. It doesn't save mid one, but it does stun up Bob, trying to get the Prophet out of here, but Bob's Storm closes the gap until the Ravage and the Fatal Bonds comes in and turns it back. Onto CML and Palos. Another couple of kills lined up here for MOUZ. Just need to gap close on the Gyro and a few more touches to do the final killing blow. And there you go, a 3-for-1 trade. In the meantime, though, DK has died solo to Tino's Beastmaster.
Oh, this is pretty big. Oh my god, the damage. I guess he was getting constantly harassed by these boars, but the trades in the bottom lane that they're getting, we did expect. Oh, look at the score, Gary. It is nice. I was thinking that maybe they're going to be able to get something else done. Like, there was no cooldown. They are playing aggressive, but you got to respect this Nature's Prophet TPs. Maybe not like this, because mid one's about to die.
Maybe mid one has to respect them instead. Right into the middle of them all. And punished quickly. And this is really the point at which Execration pick up the tempo. They've got a couple of items. They're ready to play forward. CML would love to be level 6 right now. Not quite there.
is under attack.
but keeping tabs on Crystallis over in the jungle, while Bob will push damage onto tier 1 mid.
Dino is the big one. Dino will take over the tower. He can rotate to the mid lane, take a tier 1 tower in the mid lane, because Nation's Prophet, he is rotating to the other side. He's been in the bottom lane, which also allows enemy mid laner.
Look top, look
Palos
bot, look
again.
at Gyro, look at the Beastmaster, look over here. It's an Old Spice commercial. I don't know where I'm meant to be looking. Neither does Palos. He's dead again to mid one. Boom is going to plant himself in the mid lane. Oh, he wanted to anyway. CML is going to glimpse him away. So Execration can keep pressing into that tier 1. Beastmaster will come and join them, looking to swarm over this area of the map. But there
Wasn't
isn't
even needed. Like, Dino came to the mid lane or was thinking about going to the mid lane. They're gonna hit a pretty big timing with this Helm creep. In terms of heroes that can kill the creep, they don't have much. The good thing about the Helm creep in general is, or the bad thing, depending if you're biased or not, Nature's Prophet is good against it. Like, he's good at TPing in, using Sprout, and then the creep can't move, so he can actually keep them in place. Not so good against the Helm of the Overlord. Like, you don't have enough damage to kill it, at least at this point. But throughout the game, it's gonna be good once NP starts to get more damage. But there's gonna be a big timing from Tino. He needs another, like, 2-3 minutes to be able to get Helm. And then I want to see them group up and try to put more pressure. Bounty Hunter's still not level 6, but they might be able to get the kill here on Yamage.
Yeah, no tracks just yet, but a kill's a kill, as you've been saying. Fatal bonds across 4 enemy heroes, though. Mid one's getting pummeled, and there's no further backup. Like, a +1 hero there could have turned this fight around, but instead it's Celery. Now getting tracked up and finished off by the Shuriken. A courier will fall in the midst of battle, and Boom was thinking about the Ravage, fake pumps it, and forces a glimpse, while Bob will zip a little further away.
These are the type of kills that they do need. Like, Dragonite is not going to be ready to join in some of these engagements. He wants to have like 2.5 items. Boom is chasing. No Soul Ring available yet.
For a moment there, I was like, can he? But there was a full wand on Bob. He's perfectly fine, while Shanks down the bottom is not perfectly fine. Nature's Prophet and Tusk pairing up to kill him.
I want to see what mid one's going to be buying. I'm down for Blade Mail in a lot of these early engagements. It's an item that's going to be keeping you alive. You TP in, you get the barrier. Good amount of uncontrollable damage, especially against Gyrocopter. Considering everything, with 5 deaths on Palos, he's still second on the network. He almost has the same amount of farm as Beastmaster, who never died. Like, he took the tower, he got 2 kills, which is pretty impressive. I mean, he is involved in 8 kills, has 3 last hits.
Yeah, that's valid. So I wanted to bring this up and ask you how difficult it was going to be for the Gyro to kind of come back into this. Like, as an example, we've seen Abaddon, right, get shut down early on, die 2 or 3 times in lane, and then his game is, I don't want to say over, but it's kind of over. In this case, Gyro, the fact he buys little items and he's got Chop Shop, he never loses gold, right?
Yeah, this hero is insane. Like, one of the best carries in the patch for a good reason. Mid one, trying to put slightly more pressure in this bottom lane, but they are eyeing up on Crystallis.
A zip in, Bob, Shanks, and CML. Dumping all their spells onto the Crystallis Dragon Knight and finishing him off, but there's MOUZ with an answer, responding with a kill on Shanks. The TP from Prophet holds them back, but it's still a massive takedown onto that DK. For now, Boom is going to try and take up some of that space in the mid lane to finish off his pipe. A really big item for MOUZ to try and fight back against this hyper-aggressive Execration side. Like you've been saying, playing through Tino. Wherever Beastmaster sits,
nobody can
danger lies.
Yeah, they need to bring like 3-4 heroes to be able to kill him. But if there is any kind of support behind him, it might be too difficult. Right now, they don't have the physical damage yet to be able to kill this Helm creep. Ancient Knight Shaman. Gets slowed by a boar. Might actually grab you a kill here.
Oh yeah. Quick glimpse. Down.
Glimpse about to be maxed out. Level 4 Glimpse with vision that you have. Bounty Hunter with track, and you also have like Storm Spirit. These heroes are very good at playing with vision. And you also have Beastmaster units in the front line. So I think they are going to be getting the value out of those glimpses. Right now, MOUZ lacking a little bit of damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, this is like some kind of old Vega Squadron draft, right? We're just missing like a Slardar and a Sniper. This Bounty Disruptor Storm kind of deal.
Oh, we're going really back in time. Fake Squadron. This is the name that I haven't heard in like 10 years.
Talking about aggression and the way they're playing, it's non-stop. Run forward, get vision, find openings. MOUZ are trying to do the same thing, and they've got a nice kill on Palos there. The DK opening it up for mid one to follow through.
The one thing I remember about the Vegas Squadron is like Shanks is gonna be dying here unless he's getting the help.
Rock's dropped on him. Static Storm there, maybe to try and delay things with a Roar. Ravage to counteract. The glimpse back, though, gives Execration a spot where they can turn onto mid one now. Mid one's going to try and deal with this Dragon and the Beastmaster. Chrysalis. The DK closing the gap. The Sprout will block Tino out, so in comes the Dragon Tail stun. And you see him, mid one takes a lot of damage through the Dragon and the Beastmaster, but he is going to be okay with the rest of his team arriving.
I like how they glimpse Tide. He misses the Ravage, doesn't connect onto anything. He's like, yep, go back to the mid lane. You're not even doing anything, so we're gonna glimpse you back. But Dragonite, now, like 2 items. This hero is ready to join, especially with level 2 Dragon form. It gives you insane amount of damage. Accelerate. We'll just drop here, it seems, unless...
No one left.
Help him out. No, Bob's going in.
Palos is here alongside Bob, and knowing there's no Ravage, limited control from MOUZ to deal with the storm. They try a snowball forward, but there's also a glimpse back on the Nature's Prophet. And Execration disengage this time successfully. You can see the tenacity of both of these teams really fighting tooth and nail over every inch of the map. You bring 1, we bring 1. You bring 4, we bring 5.
As expected, with seeing the 2 drafts, seeing how MOUZ has been playing, like we are talking about this 10-20 minute timing from MOUZ. Mob is in, a bit low on mana, but it's all they need, knowing that Ravage is down. And speaking of Ravage, maybe the creeps are gonna Ravage him. Not gonna happen.
And who needs mana when you've got friends? A couple of buddies by his side, and Tino fake pumping the Roar, doesn't want to spend it on the Tide. Well, that's for now. But we do, like, looking at the map, we do see a problem, right, for Execration. They grew up as 5, they played one lane.
Mid one is the problem. He's farming everywhere. He now overtook as #1 farmer in the game, level 13. Of course, you can farm with Wrath of Nature. He did go for Orchid, a little bit more control against Storm Spirit. There is no save whatsoever, so if Bob's gonna be blinking in, he's definitely gonna be dying. They're waiting for more items. Like right now, they are matching some of the fights from Execration, but Crystallis would definitely love to have his Blink Dagger, would love to have the BKB. There is a BKB piercing tool, but overall, once he stands his ground, I'm not sure if he gets the BKB off, if there's going to be enough damage for Execration to actually kill him. Dino, however, he is bringing in a lot to his team. He's bringing these auras. He's just bought a drum as well. If you're on such a good start, off to such a good start as a Beastmaster, like you can take control of the game by yourself. And Dino so far has been doing a good job.
Yeah, he's the big bad evil guy on the map for MOUZ right now. Try and deal with all the little minions and summons before you can get onto Tino. Dire scan turns red. They know there's somebody down here. And mid one is just going to go and face tank it. TP forward. Kill off the ancient creep. They don't find the hero. But it does reopen that bottom part of the map. More access into the southern jungle where Palos has been living his happiest life.
Yeah.
Farming everything up.
Link reveal.
Well, in the mid lane. A quick little jump here on the Disruptor. Yamit with the punch will finish him off.
That's it. We said that there's no save once they blink onto a target, especially with 2 Blink Daggers now available. Heroes are gonna die.
And the panel were talking about, I think it was T-Gov talking about the dangers of taking a fast Roshan and like not planning for the Tormentor. What do you think the idea is going to be here for Execration, I guess, or MOUZ? Is it win a team fight first and then Rosh, or can we do some kind of setup to get both?
I think they need to get a pick off. You can't just be fighting into Tidehunter Warlock. Their team fight is not as strong, so they can't really force a fight inside of Roshan if all 5 members of MOUZ are alive. I could see MOUZ potentially going inside of Roche and potentially saying, come at us, just make sure that we have this overwhelming team fight. You're fighting into pipe. You're fighting into Golem, so there's gonna be Ravage, even though Ravage didn't connect onto anything in the previous fight.
And here comes the death squad from MOUZ. Blink Tusk, Golem ready. Looking towards Radiant Triangle. And Execration are without their Storm for a 10-15 second period here as he regens in Fountain. They're going to be the ones to smoke out of their top lane, but a wraparound from MOUZ. Smoke breaks. They see Bounty Hunter, and they're going to try and quickly dispatch with Shanks.
It's a damage immediately into Tormentor. They might kill Ancient Prowler Shaman. Do you know? He's still smoked up. I still feel that they can try to take this fight with no Bounty Hunter. Even though he does have buyback, he doesn't have TP, so he's not going to be buying back into this fight. Tidehunter, he can be tried to kill from 100 to 0 with the Static Storm. Let's see who they're going to find.
BKB's up above, gets away from the Dragon Tail, moves onto the Warlock. Celery drops the rock on them though, able to cast his spells before falling himself. Dragon Knight and Tide standing tall, blinking forward, getting another catch as the Beastmaster and Storm with the gyro eviscerated by MOUZ. What a misstep by Execration.
I thought that they might just try to focus Tide, but they focused him with Static Storm and then went for the other heroes. That's another plan where you like ignore Tide, try to kill the others, and then Ravage is kind of mech because you are killing the cores that are dealing the damage. But he didn't even have to use the Ravage. Like, he just popped the pipe, he kept everybody alive, and we're kind of seeing the same timing, same mistake that OG did in the previous series that they played. Kind of 20 minutes in, crumbling, the game did look even, and now you're giving them this fight where they didn't have to commit with Ravage at all. You can see the damage numbers. Of course, there's going to be insane amount of damage coming out from Nature's Prophet, who is just going for the scaling build. His ulti, it drops, and Storm Spirit kind of jumping in blindly there. So he's trying to look for something. In the end, it's really not worth it, and this also opens up Roshan for them. Now you're playing into Tidehunter, who has Shard, who has Blink Dagger Pipe, and still has Ravage. So as long as they have one ulti available on either Tide or Warlock, they're good to go.
It's one of those moves, like, you can kind of see the idea, right? Is go in blindly, try and find one of the supports, the Warlock in particular. Mid one. He's TP'd in onto this Gyrocopter with a Ravage behind him. He's got plenty of support. Turning on Tino now as well. The Bond's over him and his creeps. The Roar will hold mid one back for a few seconds, but it's just going to slay you regardless.
And just like that, they crumble. This game completely flipped. With this type of a lineup on Execration, you need to stay ahead. Like, you need to be the aggressor. You need to be the one creating the tempo of the game, getting that extra bit of gold from Bounty, making sure you are punishing lanes, providing vision. Chrysalis does have BKB as well. He might actually... Ooh, he needs
no
2 extra
way.
hits.
If he crits there. Oh, he doesn't have a crit. They'll lose Shanks though, huh? Sprouted, dusted. One on a monster kill streak. But yeah, like, I can see a world in which that Storm move, the Execration move into Tormentor works, but it's like, you know, a 1 in 100, right? It has to go perfectly. You have to get lucky. Otherwise, it just doesn't look good at all.
No, they can't match the team fight. That's the problem. And now this Beastmaster, with all that advantage that he did have, he is the lowest net worth core. So all it took is like good 5 minutes. Suddenly, Beastmaster doesn't have the game anymore. Chrysalis can kill the creep, so can Nature's Prophet. Tidehunter doesn't care too much about the heroes. Follows. Even with the BKB, they still have BKB piercing tools. They have 2 of them. Tusk with the punch. You also have Golem, of course. I like these team fighting ultis where you can actually, like, when one can save the other. Even through BKB, double saving support that we are seeing with more aggressive lineups. I'm a big fan of this Ringmaster position 4, maybe some Tusk as well. Tusk, I just value Tusk so highly in a lot of these drafts. This hero has pretty much everything. I think we had a talk yesterday or the day before why this hero, and like ever since he has been added to the game, has looked good in most of the situations because of his toolkit.
He's got all the good stuff.
Yeah.
The Oracle has a lot of stuff, but it's all the bad stuff. We don't need heals and roots and stuff like that. We want snowballs and gap close and piercing stuns.
He trades so well. Good armor, good strength gain. Everything about this hero just screams pick me.
Bounty Hunter is in behind Boom, and they're going to 4-man smoke here to get on top of him with a static storm and a call down. Pipe popped, Essence Ring used, Snowball saves, and Execration going to get turned on quickly. Mid one with Alba the Ravage. Get on to Palos and Bob in the back. They're going to swing with a gyro onto the Nature's Prophet, though, waiting for Chrysalis to arrive with the damage. So MOUZ actually lose 2 of their cores, and Execration, can they get out of there? Gyro TP home. Just about escapes.
Pretty
MOUZ were a matter of seconds away from swinging that fight their way.
Not too bad of a fight for Execration. Very nice move. This is the thing about Disruptor against Tidehunter. You always have something to actually lock him down. It was a nice snowball save. You just praise Tusk. He gets on the edge of it. He gets the snowball, puts him inside. Yamich, there's a reason why people do ban his hero. This is best hero, period. Even though he plays an insane Pudge. This is how he kind of got into the pro scene. So a little surprised that they're still letting him have it. But good fight overall for Execration. They are managing to kill the Tidehunter, even though he gets the Ravage off. There was a bit of a 1 second period where I thought he might not have enough mana, but I believe he popped the magic one because he used Essence Ring. Essence Ring is very costly. It's 160 mana. You having limited mana on Tidehunter, plus the pipe 150. That's basically half of your mana pool gone.
Execration have managed to stem the flow of bleeding a little bit, though. There was a 9 or 10k lead for MOUZ, held back down to 7 or 8. But that's only one factor here. You look at the overall map state. 2 lanes being played by MOUZ through top and mid, as Dire into Radiant Ancients, taking that high-value area of the map. And having Aegis on the DK for a minute and a half means there's the potential here for a pick-off into high ground. Mid one is going to try TP bottom for that pickoff. Now TP out from CML gets him to safety, while the rest of MOUZ, they just breach. Don't even bother knocking on the door.
Tino does have a TP ready, but of course so does mid one in a couple of seconds. Chrysalis ready to go for the high ground. Level 3 ulti, he gets the jump, they get the kill.
Straight up dead. He was asking to see MOUZ's warrant to try and get into their base. I don't know if they need one with this amount of damage. Pummeling through the tier 3. Barracks about to fall. And Execration out on the map trying to cut waves. Gyro top, Storm mid, doing what they can and just relinquishing control over this top lane for now.
They will have to take the fight eventually. Dragon form still up and running for a good 10-15 seconds, which is still going to be good damage onto this tier 3 tower in the mid lane. But they are killing some of the creeps in the mid lane, and you can see them. Yamich is like they're playing this part of the map. Let's try to gank them. Let's try to punish whoever goes into that area, because they want a creep skip. They don't feel fight ready at the moment. Paulus did finish off his Daedalus. Going into Satanic next. Might start thinking about potentially disassembling that Daedalus and getting the Divine Rapier, because they are lacking some of the damage. It's a risky move though. It is, but I think in a situation like this, for now, you might need to actually have it in the back of your head. You just purchased the BKB Daedalus. It's an 8-second BKB. You used it once.
Yeah, one of those necessary risks.
The question is, can he get the Satanic disassembled Daedalus, get Divine Rapier timing?
We'll have a little bit of respite here at least. As Execration lose that top rack. We take control of their triangle, at least for a moment. While MOUZ deal with a Tino Dragon mid. And move through that bottom right corner under Radiant Vision. And DK gets scouted, so Execration know they're pretty free to play up to top. They're pinging the Tide. They know he's alone, but alone doesn't mean that much when there's a Nature's Prophet on the team. And MOUZ knows how to quickly traverse the map to protect him.
Yeah, I noticed that. Our observers are pointing out that Bounty Hunter, he wants to get Kanda. break mechanic. Very good. Low cooldown against Dragonite, against Tidehunter. If he can find the gold for it. Still very far away from it. But also something to point out is Tidehunter, in some situations where he feels threatened by Static Storm, he does go for a BKB. But in this one, he doesn't have to because Yamich has a blink and he has BKB getting delivered to him. So he can save him during the Static Storm. He can actually blink in with a BKB and put him in a snowball.
On to Davian. BKB's up for him, though, protected against the magic damage. They drop the rock onto the gyro in the storm. Crystal is trying to turn and lifesteal.
Palos,
he's
dying.
HP, kept alive. They've just killed Palos and CML. Finally, the DK dies, but Execration had to spend so much to do it. They're still going to lose buildings here. They'll glyph, at least for now, to buy some time, but they've got no buyback on the gyro.
That's their damage. Storm Spirit. Can he get stuff done? They still have Ravage available. Celery. And mid one healing them up. He's in.
Boom just blinks in with Yamich's punch. They dispatch with Shanks again immediately. A zip in.
Double buy.
A buyback out of Shanks and CML. You're saying Boom still has Ravage. You're right. He can hold this and wait to see what comes his way to protect mid one. The zip, the Ravage. It hits Bob on the backside. He tries to retreat, gets caught, and will get the fountain, but they lost Tino in the process.
They need to try to chase right now, but Yamich, he pops a BKB of his own. Boom is just a menace in the front line.
Big blobby blubber boy sitting up at the front, bullying back Execration, and Bob meets his maker. Mid one, the Tetris master, puts everything into place. All the pieces slot right in. Another lane of barracks for MOUZ. A glimpse, though? Maybe? No, of course not. They can't get past Boom. A TP from the gyro forward. It will scare away MOUZ, at least for now.
Glimpse in 5 seconds. They should be able to get at least one kill out of it. Davian, as you said, he is coming back.
Boom just waddles in. Mid one comes back to kill off Shanks. CML's in trouble as well. The flank has happened. Mid one has ruined them. And Palos, he'll rain in some damage from on high to kill off the supports. But what is he? 300 health against the Natus Prophet and a gush of tide. He's dead.
Seems like they want to end it. I see the buybacks coming out. Celery TPing in. Dragonite, he's back in the fight. Daedalus should be enough to get at least mega creeps from this. 60 seconds without Gyrocopter. He does have buy available. We'll need to use it. They're waiting for Storm to get out, maybe get a pull, and then Gyro will buy back.
Some surprise tactic. Some way, somehow, Patino has walked in to the Crystalist DK with BKB up. Beastmaster down. They've got a Vortex on to the Nature's Prophet. Bob is going for it. Mid one falls, but Palos has been focused down. The dieback of the gyro, the buyback from mid one comes in, and GG called as MOUZ take down Execration.
In a pretty convincing fashion. This is kind of how MOUZ plays. They win one fight, and suddenly the game flips completely. Execration, they showed very good first 20 minutes, and then again another mistake near the Tormentor, and the game just crumbles.
I mean, it was Quinn saying it was a binary kind of draft. It's either 1 or 0, on or off. No quantum flipping of bits here for Execration, as MOUZ will take the victory, looking very, very strong doing it as we head to Nat and the panel.
So, lads, I know we're going to be on camera soon, but I think Nat's pretty upset with this one. She's not here.
Yeah, she really wanted Execration to take W, and they did, and that's what she's, you know, she's not here out of protest.
And how's she going to handle it when she comes and realizes that Execration, I mean...
Is she coming back?
I don't know, that's why I'm stuttering. I just don't know what's happening.
I heard a car, and I assumed that was her car, but maybe it wasn't.
Well, okay, well, she's a massive Palos fan, of course, right? And what went wrong for Execration in this game? As she comes down the steps, and again, she's wiping away the tears. Palos, he couldn't do it for Nat. She's in disbelief. Nat, put your headset on. Talk to us. Why are you so upset? Execration, they just couldn't do it.
Why did no one tell me?
I thought you were
We thought you were just
preoccupied.
upset. Yeah.
What?
I assume
What happened at the end of this game?
I don't know, they kind of just fed and they got thrown.
Yeah.
You promised me we had a whole nother Roche fight in us.
I thought so. That's my bad.
Yeah, well, again.
I'll take blame for that.
Either way, they lost.
Well, I mean, I think that was inevitable.
No comebacks happened. What's in your... Did you have carrot sticks?
I have a capsicum.
Oh, you mean pepper?
Is that what you guys call it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, capsicum, pepper, whatever it is. Well, I guess I'm going to have to save that one for later when the game does start. But yeah, I'm a little bit shocked at how fast this one ended. Execration Had a little bit more gas than tank, surely, T.
No, they didn't.
Okay.
Unfortunately, not. They had a bit of life in the early game. They tried to, but as I was hinting, Palos, he just couldn't stop dying. Right, his laning phase, he was getting focused. There was some top tier 2 moment where the Beastmaster and the lads are behind him. He gets jumped first, and Execration, they have the aggression built into their lineup. It just didn't have the execution to make it shine. And MOUZ, sure, there was some moments of pressure, but it wasn't ever enough to really break them.
Yeah, I mean, Misery mentioned it before the game. The Storm pick is kind of XD. Like they're sort of doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on this chasing people, hunting. It's too much. It's too much against Tide and Pipe.
Yeah.
And, like you're just walking into it.
Yeah, I agree. There's too much EXD, honestly.
EXD.
I mean, they tried. They had some cute bounty hunter. They like run around trying to kill people, but at some point, it's just this type of playstyle just doesn't work unless you gotta have discipline with it as well. You can't make any mistakes, right? You can't die alone on Jericho at the bottom. You can't I don't know. There's just too many mistakes, I think, for Execration to pull off the draft like that.
Are you now hiding the peppers?
Yeah, I'm a little bit embarrassed that I came down here with the capsicum in my hand.
You shouldn't be embarrassed.
I didn't think to drop it while I was running back to the panel, and now I just have to hold it.
I did smell peppers like before y'all talked about it, but I didn't see them yet. I was like, why do I smell peppers?
Go on.
Panel peppers?
If you guys want to eat, we can just talk. You guys can.
We do have a little bit of
snack a
time
bit.
because
I'm
that
gonna
game
eat this-
did
I'm gonna eat
end
this
really
pepper.
quickly.
I'm
I don't even know
jealous.
if the other teams are ready, like our next 2 teams, because it ended so quickly. We can talk about the momentum. I know we like to talk about it a little bit, but at least for the... Why are you replaying this? Why do you
What's
even have...
happening?
I'm so confused. I'm genuinely so confused.
There's the peppers.
There's the peppers.
I just wanted a snack, and then all of a sudden the game was over. Yes, but for MOUZ, though, that's the flip side that I wanted to talk about, how good it feels for them after the 2 losses that they had yesterday. 2 out of 2, just not going well. You bounce back, you're up against Execration. It feels like a win you should have, and you play well.
Yeah, again, I think for MOUZ, mentality-wise, this is like a format where just sneaky pepper post-question.
It was a good pepper engine.
That was good. Anyway, yeah, I think for MOUZ, at least this format, they already know after dropping some games earlier that they're not going to get the semifinals automatically, like in the back of their minds. So it's just a matter of, okay, make sure we're ready for the inevitable best of 3s. And clearly this was like okay, fine, it didn't happen. We're not top 2, but again, they are a good team. When they get their draft, it's very clear. Look at that tactical pepper.
Oh my gosh,
She tried.
why?
She tried.
You play one Dota game with this man, and all of a sudden,
Yeah, I mean, that's
you
the
get
thing.
memed on.
Yeah, I mean, that's your fault for bringing 2 peppers and being so emotionally
brought
attached to
4?
Execration. Yes. Like, Misery and I, we're
It also shows that
hungry.
you can't sneak a pepper on camera.
You can't do
It's gonna
anything.
get-
You can't do anything in
it's
the
gonna get
studio
caught.
without
Okay,
people
now
You're
I'm
knowing.
gonna
gonna
get
try.
exposed.
how many?
Next game, I'm gonna eat a pepper at some point.
Oh, I wish I had a jacket so I could have my, peppers in the pocket.
Peppers in the pocket. I don't really know how to segue that back to Dota, I'm not going to lie.
No, try. You got this.
Peppers, you know who else is a snack? OG and Navi.
They don't seem comfortable taking a fight. Like, they've used shift now, too. Bobica pulls him in. Lasso comes too late. Where's the save? They get it. Blinken from the Bane. Exactly what they needed. Oh, you cold bros. How could you let this happen? Unreal. They see people. Jump in, spear onto 2, and Dark Fear is onto the Terrorblade. Vacuum back in, Ame in trouble. The Lotus means there's no Sunder available for you. They get their target. Give him the punch. GG is called.
Yeah, OG Navi, I don't know what sort of segue that was before, but it's going to be a lot of fun. These 2 teams rivaling each other on the standings right now. Navi, hit and miss is the nicer way I think we can coin this one right now, Quinn.
Yeah, you can see. I think they have
Got a little bit of
moments
pepper in your
greatness.
throat
Yeah,
there?
sorry, I was cleaning out my pepper. It was good. I enjoyed it.
Stop
though.
rubbing it in, guys. Leave us. Jeez.
No, but I mean, Navi. Maybe they like peppers, maybe they don't. But their gameplay is a little too spicy, I think. We see some games where they're really on the ball and they look really good. You can see the fire and the young potential from these players, and then other times I think that lack of experience sort of bites them a little bit. And you see games where they just get mega stomped. They left the Huskar yesterday against Falcons, and they get completely run over.
I blame CY for that one.
You do?
Yes.
Sure.
I mean, that's fair. I think it depends a little bit on the. I don't know. You have conversations about it before the game, and maybe Niku's like, no, leave the Huskar. I'll play Viper. It's not a problem. And maybe CY's the one selling it. We don't know. We don't have the inside scoop.
You don't talk to him anymore? He's not your coach anymore. You guys just don't talk to each other.
I mean, I'm not talking about, yo, what happened in this draft specifically? Give me the comms.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
We should have asked him, actually, to be fair.
I'll ask him after this.
You
game.
did say you were going to
This
message
is
him
now your
yesterday.
job. You're supposed to dig for that information now. That's what you get paid for.
That feels like abusing my friendship.
I'm just saying. Just putting it out there.
But yeah, generally I do agree, though, with the overall point that the ideas are a bit, I don't know, there's just something about it. The ideas are not quite crisp enough, I think. And then the execution following up is also kind of weird. The item build sometimes, like we've seen the supports by very greedy item builds, like Shadowblade first item, Spirit Breaker, Aghanim's first Jakiro, things like that, that nobody else really does, right? They usually segue with some team items before going into these greedy items. I also think the Viper going for, what's the item? Boots of the Bearing. Like that build is just, it's, I can't, I don't
That build is lunacy. That's
yeah,
what I'm saying.
lunacy for sure.
Yes.
So there's just something a little bit off what Navi, I think. Not sure exactly what it is, but they're not clicking just yet.
90% of the way.
I would argue that post-TI, Na'Vi have taken 5 steps backwards compared to their trajectory last year where they were on the rise. When they were Na'Vi Junior, when they were winning the qualifiers, getting to these lands, but middling pack, getting picked up by Na'Vi, everything was like on the up. And now they're just going down. Like, I think their ideas are just stagnant. They aren't really showing us the evolution of a team that's going from the junior roster to the we are Na'Vi, right? An organization that has been left in the past, not won tournaments for so many years. I think this was meant to be their year. So I have high expectations for them. And I don't think that they are currently striving towards being a top 6 playoffs team. They might be able to string together some wins, but I actually think that they are just moving backwards until someone, steps up and actually takes ownership and fixes their problems.
I guess that is reflected in the wins that they do have, where they're not necessarily clean, right? It's not like you're coming in, you're winning this game very cleanly, not making any mistakes, you're disciplined 25, 35 minutes in and out. It's a lot more different when we do look at those wins.
Yeah, they're long and dragged out, and I think their losses, they maybe get a little bit frazzled, a little, on the more worried side of things. You can see the massive discrepancy between the win length and loss length. I don't think that's really something you want to see. I think generally you want to see the opposite in your games. You want quick wins where you're running the enemy over, and you want long losses where you're really making them work for it. Whereas it feels like they crumple when they're behind, and when they're ahead, it takes them a long time to get over the finish line.
Yeah, I think that's good. That's cool stats, actually.
Yeah, but also, like, if, let's say Na'Vi was a team that wants to win in a long duration, then their losses also need to match that, because if you're a team that needs to play for late game, you naturally have to show ways to stall out a game to get there. So that graphic, even if they're a quick team, it looks quite poor, and if they're a slow team, it also shows that they don't know how to keep hold of the game, right? So yeah, Na'Vi, like I mentioned, are just a bit of a struggle.
I do think, though, that, like, while you said they're on the wrong trajectory, and I think right now it does look that way, I think also sometimes there are growing pains for when new ideas come into the mix. I think adding CY as a coach is more of an addition than adding a different coach, because I think we'll have a lot of ideas coming from our team, and so I think there's a lot of incorporation happening into that team. I think they're learning new things and trying to adopt new ways of playing the map and things like this into their gameplay. And so I think it's somewhat expected that you see a dip while those things are integrated until it becomes sort of subconscious, and then their original great play can return with the new better underbelly of ideas.
I don't know how much this plays into it, but Mizer, as someone who's coached a lot of teams, CY's only ever really coached Game-In. So we also have to factor that in. He's only ever really known what happened on your team, Quinn, and now he's with 5 new players that play differently, that aren't the same sort of way you guys are. So we do have to wonder, he's also growing as a coach still, even though he's in his 3rd odd year as a coach.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. It can either be that it takes some time for them to mix together. It could also just be that it is a mismatch in some ways, that the Gaming Gladiators mindset style, whatever you want to call it, does not really fit with Na'Vi. I also agree with T that I think before TI, I thought this team was looking very promising when they were Na'Vi Junior. I think everybody did, honestly. And I also thought this was going to be their year, but so far, it hasn't looked that great.
Well, look, it's not over for them by any means. We've talked about 11 best of ones is what this group stage has. And right now, Na'Vi, they're playing the next one up against OG. OG OG playing earlier today. They're already warmed up. Na'Vi, on the other hand, we'll see exactly what they're going to bring to the table, because it's also been a little bit since we've gotten to see them, see how their drafts have played out in their games too. They've kind of always just been on the second monitor for us. So interested to see where they place their priority. They're going to be first to pick. And they have banned out the Gyrocopter, the ABBA on the main side, OG with the Naga Siren, Timber, TA, and Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I know Na'Vi is a team that really likes Abaddon and Gyrocopter, so it's a bit interesting to me that they choose to ban them first phase. Because OG doesn't really even strike me as a team that loves Abaddon that much.
Abaddon especially, I think, is weird for me.
Yeah. Like, has OG played Abaddon carry a single time this tournament? I sure haven't seen it.
But during Valahia, it was Nico's offlane that he kept putting into the draft, right? It was Midas, Orchid, Blink. He was going to play a stable lane, unlock Tims to play elsewhere on the map. He would then join and be a frontliner. It's not the stun enabling that we've seen him play so far in the tournament, but it is something that gave OG, I think, notoriety in the last tournament at least.
I just realized we have Nico against Niku, and that's definitely not going to get confusing for our casters.
Yeah, apologies for that. Not like I had any say in this, but... I mean, maybe...
Yeah, you should apologize, Quinn. How dare you have done this?
Yeah, my bad, guys.
Well, technically, Nico is also called Force, right?
That's true.
In the last tournament, he was tagged up in-game as Force, so that could be a way to skirt around it if it is a major problem for the quality of the broadcast.
Ooh,
Always
a
thinking about the
little
broadcast.
Mossy action here.
Yeah, we haven't seen that hero very much. It's kind of weird. Some teams will always permaban it, and other teams, like, pick it up. They get its second phase. They get it on 18, I saw one game even.
Ooh, and just getting the Primal. So kind of pretty big tournament heroes are available for both teams, and I think the trade-off's quite interesting, right? You got the pacing and the laning of Marcy is really hard to deal with. Also just the itemization. And then you got Primal, where if you have a good lane, you just can break the map with heroes behind you. So yeah, both teams have really just strong heroes if enabled early on.
It's a kind of a new approach for OG. Maybe they did this in Valahia, I'm not sure, but at least for this tournament, it's and just this tournament in general, I would say Primal Beast is not a hero that we see that much picked up this early. Normally they would have gone for their MOUZ perhaps, or just a support, but so maybe this also tells you that it's, I mean, they've maybe had a little conversation after the last game, or just trying some new approach here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a bit of a weird response to Marcy Primal. Like, I feel like Marcy should be good against Primal. You're, you know, this big blobby dude who's in front. I feel like you're gonna get beat up by Marcy in lane. She has a stun, she has a slow, she has a way to escape your trample when you press it and kite your damage. And
yeah.
I also feel like Marcy's pretty good at killing you if you try to do the wave cutting thing. Marcy plus any 5, I can't imagine you're gonna be able to stay there very long.
I mean, it could be one of those like Yopaj, Nico type of flexes that we see, similar to MOUZ. I think it has it's two-edged sword in a way, because the Primal can also grab the Marcy doing BKB, right? And but yeah,
it was normally on Yopaj during Valahia.
Oh really?
The
Okay.
Primal Beast, yeah. So I think with that knowledge in mind, I'm looking at the Ember bans, thinking about Jakiro, all the cheap ways to stop Trample coming into play. So they take the Shadow Demon, but not respecting the Ember really as of yet.
yeah. I mean, the SD ban makes sense because you also don't really want to give SD away when you have the Primal. So kind of like a little block pick here.
Yeah.
Also a hero that's really risen in popularity recently. Looks very strong. I think the fact that you just don't skill your poison much makes this hero fairly easy to play and easy execution compared to before, where you had to like max your poison, stack it up 4 times before you did anything, right? Now it's more like, okay, I just click my W on the tanky dude in front, and then I've done my job.
Yeah, and you still get all the benefit of being a really broken stacker because, you know, level 1 poison stacks the same way as the others do. I think it is really nice, and also you see pretty much every game there's a Drum, Glimmer, Solar. There's one of those 3 items, or maybe all of those 3 items, and SD deals with all of that.
Now Na'Vi.
Yes, Na'Vi Dazzle. I remember Blast Slam 4 came out and everyone was a hater, and it went mid and it looked awful.
Okay, that was such a roller coaster.
Okay, so in the spot that it's picked, I would think that it's just a 5.
Probably.
Yeah,
And
Riddies loves it.
You stop the Primal from doing shenanigans behind the tower, I guess, with the trample, right? Because you can poison him and just keep chasing him down. Apart from that, I'm not really sure what it's about.
I mean, Na'Vi, in their draft styles, often do have these lineups where it's like, we are going to obliterate you in lanes, and we're going to keep killing you, keep choking out the map. It's why we see some of their losses also be quite short, because they do all of this work, they lose 2 fights, and suddenly they don't have any game left, right? But this is exactly what they're doing. Dazzle, Tusk, Marcy, you put them in the same lane, Tusk rotating from the 4 position down to the safe lane. heroes are going to disappear. And OG, all right, in fairness, Natsumi is a win on a carry player. And when you look at the damage of Na'Vi, it's all right click, right? Marcy, Dazzle, Tusk, one-dimensional in that nature. So a Natsumi carry windrunner is going to be able to exploit that with Windrun.
Yeah, the carry Wind Ranger I actually think is, for a second there I was worried. I thought it was support Wind Ranger. I was like, oh, well, they lost. But no, I think carry Wind Ranger is actually pretty good here. I don't mind it at all.
I mean, it could also be support Windrunner into the Dazzle matchup, right? And Tusk. It's actually, if there was a Windrunner support in theory in lane, this is probably it, right? Tusk can't hit you. Dazzle can't poisons you. He can't hit you. It is a hero we've seen some teams try out in this tournament, but hasn't looked too great.
Yeah, I mean, this Marcy Dazzle is, like, I think when the Marcy was first getting her, holy crap, Horizon popularity.
Hold up.
We saw those heroes paired together. This is really strange.
I think OG's cooking a bit here, because the similar point about the Windrunner against Tusk Dazzle, Mirana's the same thing, right? You can always leap away. You also have the Shadow Demon to set up with the Mirana Arrow, obviously. That does mean that it's a Windrunner carry, most likely here. But yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a curveball here from OG.
I mean, not something that we really talk about, but there's also the 15 talent, the Evasion and Moonlight. I'm kind of cooking a bit too far here, but there's extra little things to throw into the mix, right? It's Invisibility, Evasion, Leap. Mirana is such a lost hero right now in the patch due to kind of, you only play on like Arrow, Starfall. Starfall also isn't too great.
Starfall, if you take the facet that has the blind on the final strike, isn't too bad. It helps you a little bit more in lane when you're support and you're getting dove or jumped on by a Marcy.
100% against a Marcy Tusk, those little things will bring a little bit of life. I think the problem for Mirana is outside of the lane, your game plan is kind of just waiting to see things, right? Like, if you arrow a guy, you're not the one killing him. You don't have the damage. You need someone else to come and help you out as well.
But you don't feel there's some synergy with the SD set up into the Mirana Arrow? Like, you can see the two supports running around together?
100%. Like, in this game, I feel there's more life to Mirana than any other draft that we've seen so far. Like, I would never call for a Mirana.
Sure.
But based on what they have, like, Primal grabs a guy, you power shot, you arrow, that guy can die, right? If you SD the shop, power shot, arrow, can kill. Like, they have damage from range, ways to, like, kite, but it's very, like, punishable. If it doesn't connect, they'll eventually fall out of like positioning and damage.
We have a Morphling, by the way, so that means that Marcy is put not in the carry role, right? It's somewhere maybe off lane, or is it some kind of weird Syats Marcy with a Dazzle core? Or
Dazzle core against Wind Ranger core just sounds so incredibly bad.
Sounds cringe.
So we're saying Dazzle 5, Morph carry, Tusk Marcy in the off lane together.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. But I don't like. I think I think OG's second, third, and fourth heroes together are a bit strange. It's like the triple ranged hero sort of weirdness going on. I honestly like it better than what Na'Vi has right now. I feel like it's too clicky. There's not enough spells, and you're playing against a lot of stuff that can avoid that. I think it's a great Moonlight Shadow game. Now, Mirana in the early game is pretty abysmal, but her Moonlight Shadow is an amazing spell, and it's a great Moonlight Shadow game because Na'Vi lacks that sort of easy catch that lock onto you. You can space people and kite them very easily. A snowball, a Marcy jumping in, you can do a lot there with OG. They've a lot of slippery heroes, saves. I think they have some decent tools, even though I think their heroes are a bit strange.
Primal's always about the jump, right? So if your draft is about finding the correct jump, having that invis is going to be really good. And for Na'Vi, they ban out Doom. So I think for OG, Primal mid, win on a carry is kind of my leaning. So there's going to be a last pick Nico offlane. And for Na'Vi, the Niku mid.
You need another kind of guy to start the fight, right?
You need a melee hero.
You need some kind of melee hero to go in front of all these ranged dudes that we talked about to kind of start something, you know, tank, whatever it might be. Something like a Tide. I mean, it could also be Su, honestly. I think Su is not a bad option for OG as well.
Yeah.
We saw them last pick Beastmaster the other day. I think that's an option.
This is a pretty good queen game.
All fight.
It makes this, you know, if OG does want to pick another offlaner, this is Primal's worst matchup. It is very bad. The dagger just slows you, so you don't do any damage to trample the whole game. And she's also really good at blinking back at you and daggering you if you try to cut waves. It's not fun, really, at any point in the game. And overall, it's pretty difficult for them to kill queen. When you have, you know, Dazzle and Tusk on your team, you want some aggressive hero that can sort of frontline and go in front of Dazzle and play with your Tusk. And you also needed some spell damage from Na'Vi, so I think it checks a lot of boxes and was probably one of the better heroes they could have gotten here.
So if OG were to put Primal offlane, Is there any mid hero you see here that could be good against Queen and kind of...
You could put a beast mid.
Yeah.
Like, I think a beast mid could be really cool here.
Mm-hmm.
I could also see in the offlane you just suck it up on Primal. Like, there's some variance to how it can go. If Yopaj plays really well, you know, a la Marine style, you can get by. Okay.
Okay, well, another kind of... Maybe it's offlane Windrunner then, or what?
No, it could just be the mid to Prophet,
okay,
right?
Mid Prophet.
So Primal goes to offlane, mid to Prophet, and then carry to Windrunner. Okay.
This is weird because I think neither team has very much draft integrity. Like, I don't think either lineup has like this typical, you know, blinks. I mean, they have a little bit on OG in the Primal, but it's quadruple range heroes after that. And Na'Vi has like no real traditional blink stun guy on a core role. Tusk helps somewhat, but it's not quite the same.
But both teams have the ability to exploit the enemy not having good map play, right? Because if you go for the fight on Na'Vi but bring, let's say, 3 heroes, OG counterplay, they 4, they 5, they'll kill you out, right? Like, both teams have the same style. They want to win their lanes, they want SD Miranda to go find kills. If Na'Vi win their lanes, it'll be the Tusk and the Marcy holding hands with Queen of Pain to go find kills. It's like the lanes will catapult both teams into wanting to find further pickoffs. So yeah, I think it's refreshing to see 2 lineups have the same kind of game plan, right?
Yeah, I think OG's drafts, as weird as it looks and as uncharacteristic as it is, I think they have pretty good matchups in the game here, and they have the potential to play once again kind of aggressive in a funky way that they've done in the past in this group stage. On the other hand, though, I do think that, like we mentioned, it's a very good Queen of Pain game. If he just starts getting items like Aghanims and Sanjkaya, I think he could pop off. Also, maybe a little bit unaddressed Morphling game.
Yeah, definitely. If Morphling gets items, he is definitely the boss of this game. When he, you know, if equal net worth is there, it's he can become a problem. But I do agree. I think OG has a lot of aggressive potential. I think it's a really great Furion game. He can TP to these silence and definitely get kills. And if they can get the ball rolling, then, you know, Navi's got the double clicker side laners, the Marcy, Morph. I have my doubts about this. So if OG does play the early game well and gets the snowball rolling, then Na'Vi fans may be sweating.
Doubts on the side for Na'Vi, on the side of OG. I just love the fact that thinking outside of the box. A Mirana picked up here. Let's see if she has any impact as we get our best of 1 of Na'Vi and OG.
Both of these teams sitting around the middle of the table. Day 4 of 5 in the groups here from Blast Slam 5, and the meta starting to break, Lacoste. What is going on? These drafts are so tasty.
Yeah, I gotta say, Gary, some of them look like a bit random. I feel like 2 heroes in the draft are a bit random. You have Primal Beast, and then you have like 4 range heroes. You have Wind Ranger and Mirana. You don't see these heroes pretty much ever paired up together. But this has been the Southeast Asian Classic. Some Ember Spirits with Mirana, Shadow Demon, Primal Beast with the ulti, maybe even Sprout once they don't have like Quelling Blades and Tangos and such. Natsumi still has a point, so he's gonna be fine.
Wind Run. Get some distance away. We don't get the Tim's Mirana.
No, unfortunately. Timothy, this is his most played hero, so I wanted to see him play it. He does have 69% win rate on the hero, not even exaggerating, not making stuff up.
That's big.
Yep.
But we do have
152 games on Miranda.
That's a lot of games. It looks like Na'Vi sending 3 heroes down here. We're maybe thinking about that.
God, I hate this hero, Gary. I think Mirana is just so lackluster. I saw Liquid winning 1 game during Wallachia with it, but the hero didn't do anything. Their XP rune got stolen because you don't have damage. You need to get stuff going with this hero, and they're starting with the tri lane. So let's see. Scam, Starstorm. Never mind, not gonna go for it. Starstruck Facet actually only works on your second Starstorm hit. So it doesn't work on the first one. When this was initially released, I thought that it did work. And I thought it was like, oh man, the Mirana's gonna be great. But yeah, after testing it out, after seeing what it does, I'm like, yeah, something's just off. Like they're still trading against me. Zayas places down Sentry.
It's like Storm's Overload Shard, right? Got the double damage, and then Mirana just didn't. It was very sad. Curious to see how Skem makes this one work out.
We will keep going back to Mirana. I will say one thing. Her innate ability is pretty good. 50% more effective on Lotuses, which is is pretty nice. So you're definitely going to be fighting for Lotuses.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And in the mid lane, Niku versus Yopaj. Queen of Pain versus Nature's Prophet. And we do have the Masochist Pop with a Dagon queued, as we've seen a fair amount of the bondage with the Blade Mail recently, right?
We did, yeah. Bondage, but this is going to be Masochist. This is the old school build on Queen of Pain. Wanting to go for Dagon. This is the build when we first introduced the facets on Queen of Pain, and then people figured out when Bondage got buffed as well that they want to be getting that Blade Mail.
And then up towards top, we do have that Riddy's Dazzle defending Got the Juice on the Morphling. It feels like after those Abaddon games, Na'Vi have had to kind of try and find a bit of rhythm for Got the Juice on his carry heroes, trying a few little different things here and there. Maybe Morphling is something that they can settle on. They do go up against the Shadow Demon and Primal Beast, so it can be a challenge there to keep the poison attacks going. And in fact, up at top, Riddy's going to get run at here. Got the Juice taking a fair amount of damage from the trample, and that all started from Riddy's poisoning Tims. Tims disrupts and turns it around completely.
They have no stuns in this lane, so this is going to be a very good Primal game. Like, Primal enjoys to play in these type of drafts, lanes, where they don't have many things to stun him. So he can rush in. This hero needs a lot of XP as well, so I want to see Timothy go to the triangle and start stacking. Let's see the battle for Lotuses. Nico. Ooh, Riddy's actually gets it.
Tims was like a pixel short. Not quite there in time. I'm super excited for mid-game team fights, you know. We've got Nico versus Niku. I was already tripping over my words the other day when they weren't even in the game together. We're going to have to find some kind of system to figure out which one's which.
We can call one Nikki and other one a Nicholas.
Oh, yeah? Use their government names.
Only my mom can call me by my government name, and then I know I'm in trouble.
Oh! So whichever one dies, we'll call Nicholas, and the other one can be Nikki, huh?
Sure, sounds good. Also, to point out, Wind Ranger Natsumi is playing the carry Wind Ranger. This is something that he played a couple of times during Wallachia. He's playing with the Tangled facet. So it does allow him to get more damage. And I think there was also a clip, not sure who it was. I remember it was just like a bunch of the top-tier Southeast Asian players hanging out on Discord, and then I think someone landed a 4-man shackle, and they were just laughing their asses off in the mid lane, and they want to fight like that. I saw it on Facebook because it's in Southeast Asia. They love to use Facebook. I'm a boomer as well. I'll still use it, even though there's a lot of AI videos. Back to the game anyway, Natsumi. Shards are gonna miss.
Yeah, just walked it off. I saw Topson playing it earlier in the mid lane. We'll hang on, top lane. TP in from Yopaj. Gonna make a move onto Riddy's to get the first blood. Nature's Prophet doesn't have the urn or anything yet, but still a good start there as they can keep applying pressure to the Morphling.
Yeah, Yopaj going for power treads, wanting to have slightly more tankiest, a bit more attack speed as well. Maybe in this matchup he feels the extra 10 strength that you get from power treads doesn't allow Queen of Pain. Like, he can't put more pressure. And look at Niku's HP. Every single time he gets close, he uses Sprout. Does have another TP available in a couple of seconds. He can run back as well. Let's see what he's bringing on the courier. Just some raindrops. Extra bit of stats going into that urn still.
Yeah, I saw Topson playing this Wind Ranger mid. Didn't level Power Shot the entire game. But having this Shackle Shot basically give you double damage and shackle multiple heroes is pretty cool.
It is cool. But the other facet also could have been cool. In this game, you're playing against Morphling, so you can always kind of snipe him. Got the juice. Yopaj got the kill.
Yeah, but mid lane he's being dived.
He's fine.
Snowball forward isn't able to quite collapse on him, and now Niku the one who has to blink away. So Wrath of Nature bounces across the map, opens things up to get a kill on Got the Juice top, and they defend the Nature's Prophet mid. 2-0 start. OG having a great first couple of minutes.
He was sitting at 500 HP on Morphling. Primal Beast did Onslaught, I believe, and also the ulti just hit him, and that's it. So Primal Beast getting some good levels. These are the type of fights, the kills that OG needs to get. I just want to see more Lotuses, Gary. 50%. It was 20% before, and then we buffed it to 50. You need to pick them up. Like, level 1 Lotus, 125, 50% more effective. That's 180 heal.
It's a lot. It all adds up, especially when you get into greater Lotuses and stuff like that. Some pings on Niku mid. They've baited the blink, and Scam is there just to leap in and Starstorm Niku down. A lot of great early aggression from OG.
Nicholas has been killed. Nicely done. And Scam will find something still in the jungle. Find the Observer Ward. Not level 4, would definitely love to arrow this big creep. Not sure if they can contest on this side, so it seems like it's just going to be trade of XP. Primal Beast is having a good time.
Sim stacked up all the camps, moves over to the shrine, and they...
In terms of levels, yeah, this is what you like to see. Primal Beast not necessarily being like the top net worth, it's more about getting levels, and then you join one fight and you just completely dumpstered because everything is super high level. Level 4 Trample is an insane amount of damage if you connect with the Onslaught. Nicholas is the one who's struggling in the mid lane. He's getting the treatment from Yopaj, level 7 against level 5 on Queen of Pain.
Yeah, and if he ever has to try and blink out of Sprout, there's so many ways to catch him. Like you're saying, you know, Nico on this Primal Beast, slick TP mid with a Pulverize could absolutely get on top of the Queen of Pain. Or if that bottom lane pushes too far forward. You know, he's going to start off with a bit of harassment onto Got the Juice, though. Morphling has been left completely alone up top. Should be okay to stay alive with 1 charges into Healing Lotus, but Primal having a free lane, while the rest of OG keep applying pressure to this mid lane.
Plus 40 damage. DMA is gonna drop. Also love the combo because you kind of have guaranteed shackle when you're playing with Sprout. Natsumi, another shackle ready. There it is.
Oh, the combo.
The arrows, Scam gets him. Javelin already done. Yeah, this fight was even before he got the Javelin. So next time, you come to the lane with Focus Fire. Marcy's not going to be having that good of a time playing into Shadow Demon. So you get Demonic Purge, playing into Primal Beast, and most importantly, playing into Wind Ranger. You're never going to be able to jump the enemy carry and kill it.
Every time Pulverize is up, Nico sees the Morphling as a nice guy to just go on, grab, hammer into the ground a bit. Got the Juice is going to give as good as he takes, though, with a waveform forward. He'll secure the Lotus. A little worrisome, though, with Na'Vi having such a poor early game, because they rely a lot on this mid-game timing around the Morphling, right? Needs a bit of space.
He definitely does. PMA does have decent amount of farm. Helm of the Dominator done, but he hasn't been able to accomplish what you want to do with your soft lane Marcy. Natsumi does have another Focus Fire ready in the bottom lane.
And Yopaj has been off map for quite some time, farming through some of these jungle camps, giving Shadow Demon that mid lane so Tims can get a little closer to level 6 and his Arcane Boots. But primarily keeping that threat of the Nature's Prophet hidden for a while. Now he shows himself mid, though, and a smoke is coming in. Broken by Scan, leaps away, has another leap ready, so XYET and PMA couldn't quite get the grab.
Good luck.
Now it's
the best
Na'Vi.
hero in the game.
Na'Vi's turn to try and come and pressure the mid-tier 1. Queen of Pain's getting started on, though, and they've got the jump straight towards Niku, dropped down to a third of her HP, and the Pulverize there, and the Wrath of Nature forward, bounces in to kill the Quap. XYET is grave. The final touch is there from Tims. 2 kills in a row, make it 3. Natsumi's grabbed Riddies, and a shackle shot onto this Marcy. Oh, it's an absolute bloodbath. OG 9-0, 5k lead.
Oh, love to see it. Love to see this aggression. These type of lineups, them making them work. I mean, they had some crazy lineups so far in the tournament. The ones that they played earlier today against Yandex with Sniper, Enchantress. Then also yesterday when they had Venomancer, they had Darkseer as well. So play quite different heroes than maybe some other teams are willing to play. And I think we gotta give respect. Nice Shackle in the mid lane. It's gonna secure them the tower. Natsumi almost about to finish his Maelstrom, which is gonna be his farming item.
Oh, it's gonna be massive. You can feel the tremors have got the juice here. He's gonna be afraid for the next 10-15 minutes. can't really sit at 400 or 500 HP. He's going to have to sit at like, 700, 800 just to make sure he can survive against moves like this. He's just going to get obliterated, but there's a grave behind him. Pulverize will be there to finish the job. Morphling's dead. Tim's on a killing spree.
And this is why when we talk about Navi, this team on a good day looks very good, but on a bad day, they look really bad. Like some of the things, like in this game, 10 minutes in, you're unable to get a single kill on the map. They are also maybe experimenting slightly more because of some of their losses, picking up different heroes, flexing them. So now you have Queen of Pain, which got completely countered with this Nature's Prophet in the mid lane. Your Morphling's also countered before he gets Manta style. We see the disruption play. Shadow Demon is going to be good against Morphling throughout the whole game, creating illusions out of him. You have Spirit Vessel as well from Nature's Prophet relatively early on, so Dazzle is also not going to be as effective, the healing. OG, they're in a really good spot right now. I want to see them keep this aggression, keep going for these smokes, use Moonlight Shadow, and try to make stuff happen.
They've got Blink Primal before he even cleared his Ancient Stacks. He's going to get even more money now. What, 600, 700 gold on top of his Blink. Tim's with a smoke. I was maybe wondering if they would make a move across the map. But it seems like they're going to play out towards top, and maybe Natsumi can twin gate. Yopad, of course, can TP in. The numbers can filter through one by one. For now, Primal just going to be focused on clearing waves and opening this part of the map for himself. But
they have no playmaker.
Are ready to strike.
It's very hard for them to get the gank going. It's not going to be Morphling. Kind of needs to be Niku. Maybe Tusk, but Zayet's, he's in the farm mode right now, trying to get his level 6 as well. So very difficult for them to start a fight.
Poor little hell there.
100 gold for Natsumi, or Scam. Let's see who got the last hit. They did kill it.
There's no petting zoo. Natsumi going to be looking at this bottom tier 1 now. And the Primal and Shadow Demon have maneuvered and smoked onto that right side of the map. They don't find a target to kill, so they go to the objective instead. Very much recovery mode here for Queen of Pain to get that Dagon. Key primary item for her to just be functional as a hero. We've talked about Got the Juice, who needs this Manta style. Needs to really have another solid 4 or 5 minutes.
It feels like they need a lot. They're still not fight ready. Moonlight Shadow, they want to be taking the enemy XP rune. And it seems like they know. They can contest it. Timothy on the other side will pick it up. I love when you have a...
we saw a shutout. It's rare nowadays, right? You get 0 kills in a game?
Yeah. Rarely happens. I want to see what Scam's going to be going for. He's sitting on 1,400 gold. Getting some good amount of farm, knowing that he can be going for that extra wave, getting that extra bit of a farm on the map. Maybe they commit with Marcy ulti, some Sonic Wave. He would still be fine with it. I think some casual mech could be fine, just to be able to tank up the team slightly more. Reduce some of the damage from Queen of Pain when she blinks in. You have Disseminate, that's gonna make you tanky with Promulgate Facet. Love that Facet combo whenever you have some tanky guy that is running in, like a Primal Beast.
He's giving a nice bit of burst heal. No real foothold here for Na'Vi. That's a slippery old map. They're trying to weasel into some of these positions where PMA can maybe farm jungle. Maybe get a catch on this Wind Ranger, but she got off Wind Run. Snowball's good, but the Shackle Shot was there, and the Primal Beast with the Pulverize going to save the day for Natsumi, getting a double kill for OG.
That wasn't even close. Like, they just don't have enough damage. Queen of Pain was definitely needed in that fight. They need that Dagon. They need Sonic Wave to be able to burst the heroes. Navi just falling apart.
And then you play bot, and he's like, okay, we died bot. It must be safe top, right? Dazzle's going to show and realize very quickly it is not safe up here either. They've come through the twin gate. Tim's was ready to set up on this Dazzle. Morphling and Queen of Pain are arriving, though, with a Sonic Wave missing. Natsumi just sidesteps it. Tims will die from it, though. The Wind Ranger trying to slip away with another Wind Run in a second. Might be able to get a gap from this Quap and Wind Ranger. Morphling, Natsumi. Oh, he's got into the trees. The Shackle Shot back. The Snowball's coming, though. A kill for Na'Vi. 2, in fact.
Niku, he did not have TP ready, but he's coming in with amplified damage, so they still want to be taking this fight. Niku, Shield Rune, they want someone else.
They're on the
They want Morphling. He's gone.
Blown up completely. Sir Nicholas, the Primal Beast, has come in and blasted him. TP forward from Yopaj now, and a Grave TP. Arrow cancel. OG pick up their 14th kill of the game.
At least they're getting something. Like, they managed to stabilize in the last couple of minutes of Na'Vi, getting a kill on Wind Ranger, which is pretty big kill. I also like that Wind Ranger has like 4 attributes on level 10. She is Universal Hero, and you're going to be getting the stats as well, because you don't want to skill the power shot. Silence, easy kill.
Anytime you show on the map as Na'Vi, you got to make sure you've got backup in numbers. Primal and Prophet, they just come out of the woods. A surprising amount of control and damage. 6k lead from OG, pretty good spot for them.
I'm looking at Skim, how aggressive he's farming, dragging the creep wave on the enemy side of the map into this camp. Now Natsumi's gonna take it. But it also shows you the state of the game, that he's really not afraid of anything. Even if they decide to gank him, he could potentially leap out of the trouble. Level 11 on Mirana. 3-0 and 6. The best Mirana performance I've seen since Vigo's days.
Okay, I mentioned Vegas Squadron, you got to Vigos. All right.
Oh, we're going back in time. This hero has been lackluster for a good period of time now. I want to see some buffs on the hero. Just doesn't have enough damage. She just does not have damage. She has good attack range, she has good attack animation. It's just that the Maggio is not there. And also, if you want to play her as carry or mid, it feels like you need 1.5 item compared to some other carries and mid laners. It's just that she farms so slow. She dies once, the game's over. So I want to see a little bit of extra oomph. I mean, she was popular at TI 2023. Or was that 2024?
I can't remember.
2024.
But this Moonlight Shadow puts Nico in a tremendous position. The Grave is on the dazzle, but he got banished. As his animation finished, got the juice, has already been obliterated. Just a tremendous amount of very fast control and damage coming out of that invisibility.
And it's Roche time. They have more than enough damage. Natsumi has Focus Fire ready. His courier died. I believe it was just Yasha on the courier. Nothing too crazy. They're gonna be fine. But yeah, Mirana was popular, actually, because she had that damage facet, which was more than OP. People were stacking some damage with NP, with Tusk.
Oh, with the Moonlight,
he gets him.
Flare?
Yeah, Solar Flare. You had Drinking Buddies as well.
Yeah.
Nico, he's in.
He sure is. Every chance he gets. This time the Grave will keep CET alive. But it's always a question of alive to do what? You know, sitting back, trying to push out waves and hold your side of the river. Buying time as much as you possibly can if you've got the juice to hit his items. Manta is here on top of the Vlads. And BKB being eyed up next. And it just never feels like it's going to be an easy game for Morphling. Especially, like I said, right? You have to sit at 1100 HP. This isn't what Morphling wants to be doing.
Definitely not. And also, carry-to-carry matchup, I want to see if he's going to be turning into Wind Ranger just to have Wind Run, Mjolnir proc still work through evasion. So that's something that Natsumi does have in this matchup. But you can also get purged by Shadow Demon. So not the best overall. It does feel like Got the Juice needs to have like 4 items to be able to maybe carry the game. Problem is, they're not making any moves on the map. Niku, he's been shut down completely.
And it's been hard for the supports of Na'Vi to position as well. It's super important now that CET has got his Blink Dagger, so we can actually see some snowball saves. Because so far, Riddies has been rustled and scouted every time he's come in to try and grave someone.
Dire's top tower
OG have had that impeccable vision and game sense to find the supports in the back lines before the saving spells come out. Now playing through top. The entire creep wave shackled up.
80 damage.
A bonus damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Tier 2
bottom
down. As Na'Vi move down south,
top tower
there is still a full health tier 1 tower here. They might be falling into the trap of trying to take it. Nah, it looks like Got the Juice has already run back. He has evacuated the push, but it's Nico to make the jump onto the Marcy. They find the opening move. Arrow doesn't land, though. A little awkward now as PMA pops his BKB, jumps over and rebounds away from the Hellbear. Grave is there as well. Spirit Vessel is ticking over, though. He's still been healed up enough, while the rest of Na'Vi just leave the Dazzle to try and deny himself to Ancients. But it wasn't to be.
They're trying to split push as much as possible. This is the only way, pretty much, to try to get back into the game. Got the juice. He didn't die in some time. Level 15 now in Morphling. As you said, going for that BKB. But the advantage from OG, it keeps going up and up. Very difficult. Two supports who are kind of keeping the distance, trying to play the back lines, save whoever gets initiated on, maybe buy a little bit more time so that the other two cores on the other side of the map can get the farm. But eventually, they will get punished. Primal Beast is going to be the one. Nico having a perfect game. He had good time in the previous series that he did play on the other Beast, on the Beastmaster. It's just that they fell off, like that 20-minute fight this time around. OG not making the same mistakes.
Oh, and they've even got this kind of early gem on Skem. So ward vision hard to keep up for Na'Vi. They're really relying on these little nooks and crannies to place their observers in.
middle tower is under attack.
Tightening up now. Playing together as 5 in that top left corner. Really overlapping with farm and congesting the jungle area. That's not ideal.
Yeah, you see
I don't
4
think
of
they've
them
got any other options.
pretty much playing together in small area of the map, being afraid. As long as Primal Beast is not showing on the map, +1 hero, it means that there is always going to be a kill threat. Natsumi taking the tower with some of the illusions.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Let's have focus fire ready.
Dire's bottom tower.
Aegis, 50 seconds.
They're pinging high ground there. Natsumi's like, okay, let's go to a bit of chip damage on the tier 3 maybe.
Radiant's top tower.
Send some illusions forward. Na'Vi have not been showing on the map themselves for the past minute or so. And that will lead to a 4-man smoke. Queen of Pain shows bottom on that tier 1, while the rest of them set up for a play mid. OG have a better tool than Smoke of Deceit. They've rolled their insight check, and they've gone invisible.
Aegis, 10 seconds. They popped the dust. They saw the smoke break.
Jump in, straight away, blowing up Skem. Mirana down, and a nice move there on the Primal Beast with the Sonic Wave and the Unleash. Pulverize to turn it around. The Disruption's going to ruin that move, though. Gem on the floor, as in the back, Yopaj aiming for Riddies, looking for the Dazzle kill, but now he's being left alone.
Yopaj dying.
Sumi's going to
Dead.
come across to try and deal with the Morphling, but Na'Vi have held on, 5 alive, able to turn the tide of this fight and snowball back onto the Wind Ranger. Zayas doesn't have any more shards, though. So OG escaping with their lives for now, but losing a couple of big kills there, and Zayas can taste blood in the water.
OG, what have you done? Not again. And they gave him a really big fight where they didn't lose a single hero. Na'Vi understands who the strongest hero is immediately, jumping Mirana, but do not underestimate the damage that they do have on Na'Vi. Like, they are getting the items. This is Marcy with double save behind her, who's still having an okay time in terms of farm. Like, you basically don't need too many items on Marcy. Helm of the Dominator, BKB, level 2 ulti, you're gonna be good to go. And then you also have Morphling with Vlads, amplifying some of the damage. And now there's gonna be also a Basher on Marcy, so extra bit of a control. Even for Primal Beast during the BKB, it's kind of guaranteed to hit him. He goes in.
He does, alongside Scam and Yopaj coming in. The Basher didn't even get delivered.
Scam couldn't get anything off. Like, no Guardian Greaves, Guardian Aura. didn't really kick in. The extra bit of damage is way too much. Oh, he caught him mid-air.
Oh man, Mirage.
Ah, that was beautiful.
Just need Holy Hexor to come in with the Moonburst animation, the zoom in on the arrow. Got the juice up on top, gonna try and turn into Wind Ranger, Manta dodge some stuff, BKB up, turn and fight. Has some good damage back in towards Natsumi, but with Yopaj nearby and a Shackle Shot coming in, the Wind Ranger versus Morphling battle between the two of them is awkward. Got the juice, got the grave, but vanished as he tried to waveform and try and escape. The Primal Beast comes in to finish the job.
OG, they gave us a little bit of a heart attack in the previous fight this time around. Pretty clean, pretty good execution. Morphling, he did turn into Wind Ranger, as we said. Like, he can turn into Mirana, get extra bit of attack speed from Leap if they feel like they need extra bit of a damage. And Mirana immediately, after getting bursted by that physical damage, flying into Solar Crest.
And again, the map closes in around Na'Vi. Natsumi will take over your Ancients. Yeah, lots of farm to be had in behind, which Nico is going to signal out. But he'll farm through that Primal Beast. But it does feel like Na'Vi, when they are grouped up and are ready to have these dusts into Moonlight Shadows or set up around a high ground, Observer and Sentry, they're able to get into the fight and blast a single target down for sure. Just a challenge to keep up some of these, like, Ob-Sentry combos must be so huge here for Na'Vi up on some of these high grounds, but Scam's Gem is just undoing any chance of that.
Yeah, you gotta need those sentries because you're playing against Moonlight Shadow. You want to be seeing something inside of the fight, like you want to place down, as you said, Ob-Sentry, to have good jump. Like, you kill this Shadow Demon, you kill this Mirana. Now with the Basher on PMA, you could actually burst down pretty much anyone. Morphling with a BKB as well. We said Morphling, it is a scary timing once he gets to his 3rd/4th item. If this was the butterfly timing as well for them, once he gets to that, things are gonna be much more difficult for OG.
Both teams looking for it. Smoke break. Moonlight Shadow jump in onto the Tusk with the pulverizing arrow. It's more than enough. Can they find a bonus one? The BKB from Niku. He's Sonic Waved, Grave, can blink away. Na'Vi want to try and hold this high ground staircase. They realize that the Tusk has bought back. They want to mount a defense over the Roche Pit. You cannot let OG get away with this for free.
A lot of physical damage on their side. Vlad's Alpha Volfora, pack leader. Let's see his damage.
The jump on the Primal. Nice save from Tims. Natsumi gets some damage in onto Got the Juice as Nico gets focused down by the Marcy and the Morphling.
Yopaj, can they get the bash?
To give chase as Yopaj just goes right in the middle of 3 of them. The Shackle Shot on Marcy and the Queen of Pain. They don't have quite enough damage to finish off 1. So 2 escape. A leap out by Got the Juice in Mirana mode. Turns with an arrow and some right-click hit. Waveforms away. While Natsumi, Shackle Shot again. Lines it up onto the Morphling. No waveform, no Manta. Another bit of control should seal the end of Got the Juice's morph, but they don't have any more control.
Ooh, he was looking for that Shackle. A bit of a longer fight. Nico, he dies immediately. PMA is going to be finding that opportunity to TP out of the trouble. Not an easy fight.
Did find that re-entry.
Yeah, not an easy fight for OG as well. You saw the damage coming out from Morphling. He turns into Mirana. That's level 4 leap, extra attack speed.
Oh, now though, a Sprout into the damage pop. They did.
No buyback on him. Roshan is available, and Roshan is going to the bottom side of the map, so...
Who cares, Roshan? Because there are kills on the map. King in the dazzle.
No. They can go for the high ground. Seeing that he just bought Eagle Song, I think OG has a pretty good idea that he doesn't have buyback, but seems like they are going to be taking the safe choice. Even though they could have poked the tower, but with the focus fire, this is a guaranteed Roche for them.
And it feels necessary here to have this on your Wind Ranger. Seeing how much damage Na'Vi can dish out in a matter of seconds. Na'Vi finish off that Tire Sange on the Queen of Pain.
Doesn't feel like it's enough.
That. Yeah, apart, there's no other big item, right? You said the butterfly is still miles away from the Morphling. And Marcy finished off that Basher and is looking at an MKB next, but that is a pipe dream.
I think that's MKB dream, but okay. Oh, can CET do it? He plays the Observer. Let's see.
Oi.
Play.
Good tries.
Nice try. This is what you say. Nice try, and just
Tip.
start thinking what's next on the menu.
White flag sticker. Anything? No. A little upsetty. Niku. Oh, the boulder tossed forward into the pulverize. Oh my god. The damage is just too much to handle. Now the Dazzle in the back, sprouted and shackled, tries to grave himself and run away with a mech. But Riddies is going to get run down here by the Wind Ranger. A few more hits will do the trick. Nico, in fact, over the top with a Shiver's Guard and a Trample. Again, down 3 heroes now. The Morphling has respawned and be like, ah, yes, I'm ready. Ah, my team has all died.
OG's ready to potentially close it out. They have Spirit Vessel, they have Shiva's Guard, and I also see that Natsumi is building into Scotty. Basically, the 3 items that are going to be destroying Morphling. You just focus him down, he's not going to be healing Natsumi. With Wind Run, can tank the tower. Oh, look at his attack speed. Pretty crazy, actually. He does have Brawny enchanted. I was thinking maybe he does have that extra bit of attack speed coming out from Alert.
It's one of those auto-loaded crossbows we were talking about the other day.
Solar Crest on Natsumi. There's also Vlad's now picked up by Skem, so extra bit of a damage.
Na'Vi can't even make a break out of their base. You see that Radiant Scan even preempting some kind of smoke move to come and upset the balance. OG, I feel like they're pretty hot right now with a Moonlight Shadow to maneuver up towards top. Who have they seen? Niku, Queen of Pain. That could be a huge kill for them. Shows on the wave. In comes Nico, finds Niku, Nicholas, Nikki. Which one's dead? It's the Queen of Pain. Young Nicholas.
He just doesn't have a game on this Queen of Pain. No buyback, couldn't get the BKB off. I've been very impressed by Nico, the way he's been like playing Mars during Wallachia. Like whenever he plays Blink Initiator, he just really shines. Like this move that he just made, Onslaught with the Blink Dagger. You know, he's in the back lines just in case they are trying to make something fancy happen. If Morphling decides to jump in during the BKB, he's gonna grab him. Natsumi with the banner will be solo sieging. Extra bit of damage, extra bit of attack speed. Vlad, Solar Crest.
Dire's top barracks are under
Yeah, no way you mount a defense here without your Queen of Pain. Let the melee racks fall. Morphling trying to farm up into just an additional item, something to maybe tip the scales here a little bit back in their favor. But it's a almost 30,000 net worth lead, a stacked OG lineup with multiple carry heroes, including Skem from this position 5 Marana, level 18, can actually dish out some damage.
Higher level than Queen of Pain.
Really? Oh, wow. Oh, he's having a spectacular game. Lying in wait right now. Are they going to come for our banner? Don't you dare touch the banner! Nicholas, leave the banner alone! CET, you come into the wrong neck of the woods here, buddy. Sprouted and died. Dead for 40 seconds. Shackle shot from Natsumi. Okay. No
They don't want to
follow-up.
commit. Didn't have focus fire. They could go through the bottom lane. Oh man, Na'Vi, 35-minute game. They didn't manage to kill a single tier 1 tower on the map.
Oh. Well, top. Can we count the top tier 1?
Yeah, this one's dead. 34 HP.
This good as dead. Niku. Not going to get a boulder smash this time, but the pulverize in onto the Marcy behind gives Nico an opening grave there to save PMA, while Yopaj aims for the Dazzle at the back instead, and BKB out of the Marcy only delays the inevitable demise of PMA, while Niku's Queen of Pain has been slain by the Wrath of Nature.
Oh, that Observer Ward actually sees him. Gary, you know what I always say, when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. Yeah, there's just have no business left in this game. From the start, No buyback available on Queen of Pain. They're gonna give it one more go, potentially.
I mean, there are 5 hotkey presses that get you out of this game pretty quickly.
Yeah,
Shift, enter, GG, enter. Another barracks down in that bottom lane. And that's certainly going to step back up towards them. Na'Vi, no Queen of Pain, 4 versus 5. TP forward from Yopaj, looking for the back line. They make a jump onto Natsumi's Wind Ranger, but the pulverize into arrows, too much to handle. Morphling dead, 73 seconds, GG called. It's all over in this best of 1 for Na'Vi as OG absolutely slapped him.
What a dominating performance from OG. Na'Vi did not stand a chance in this one. This Mirana and Wind Ranger carry actually did a lot, but also I just love to praise Mirana, of course. The Destination's Prophet last pick overall ruined Queen of Pain in the mid lane completely.
In the words of our Lord and Savior, Suns fan, this is a Gabe Newell level shellacking from OG against Na'Vi as we head back to Nat and the panel.
I feel like that might be one of the only ways you can describe it that is safe for broadcast, because this was really rough for Na'Vi, start to finish. There was 5 kills, I believe it was at the end.
Not many.
Not many. Single digit still, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, their draft is just completely horrendous, and Niku also just got owned really hard mid. I played this lane, and it's not good for Quap, but it is not that bad. Yopaj honestly locked in and laned really well, and that made all the difference. I think with this draft from Na'Vi, you can't be falling behind like this, and Yopaj kind of tore the game wide open. Props to him.
You can make the arguments for both teams, like if they have the better lane, then they can have the better moves, right? But yeah, OG, their lanes were just so strong, right? Nico had nothing. You got Nico on the off lane with the Primal Beast also getting a couple kills, right? I think he killed Morphling once as well. Like everything from OG was just better. Like it just, the simple analysis is just team diff. And of course, Mirana arrowing. Was he meant to be catching the Marcy? Who knows? But either way, he caught the Marcy. It was a tactical. Wow, crazy. No, but the point is, just OG is a better team than Na'Vi. In play, in draft, in every aspect right now, in this one best of 1, it is too hard to compare them because OG feels like they're on another level compared to Na'Vi.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, normally I have something positive to say about the losing team or something they could have done better. I feel like this one is just, I don't know. I feel like their heroes are just, they are so bad together as well as was like, I don't know.
Okay, the hero,
I don't is so good, right, guys?
I don't see the vision. I feel like I'm pretty chill with people having good ideas or bad ideas, whatever. But this
Misery
one,
doesn't get animated about many things.
Yeah,
but this Na'Vi draft, he will. He will die on this hill.
It's the dazzle, really, personally, right? Because like when you look at Marcy or Quap or Tusk, right? These are all heroes that have done really well. Morphling as well. In certain players' hands can shine, but it's the dazzle. For some reason, Na'Vi have this like desire to want to pick it up. No other team plays position 5 dazzle, but Riddies and you know how they approach it. It's been like nearly over 2 months since they last won a game on dazzle. 4 losses in that time. It's just not the hero.
I think it's not just the dazzle. I think it's
one thing.
Because the dazzle is just a dazzle. There's other things in this game. I think the tricore of Marcy, Quap, Morphling, it has no synergy. It's too much farm. It's too slow. It's just too bad.
I agree.
The Tusk is the only legit hero in this game. It feels like that hero. Okay, but the other 3, everything else, there's no synergy whatsoever.
Oh well,
Yeah.
well, go next. That's
Go
the
next.
joy of best of
Yeah,
ones,
go
guys.
next.
You just forget about it. Just look at this game. If you're a Na'Vi fan, Na'Vi player, Na'Vi coach, Na'Vi anything, this game just never happened. Boom, disappeared.
You put it in a filing cabinet and you shove it to the Mariana Trench of your brains and you go, we're not going back to that one at all. But Mirana, I want to talk about her. We don't get to see her. She looks great here. Obviously, there's so many different factors. We can't just put her on a pedestal and be like, she's the one that won the game and everything around Mirana is fantastic. But it was nice to see her put in a lane that she could excel at and on a player that knows how to play her.
Yes, I think props to OG for also realizing that this is the time to pick up Mirana against the Tusk and the Dazzle. We talked about it doing the draft as well. I think the Windrunner as well made a lot of sense here. So I think it was a well-drafted lineup for OG, even though it looks kind of weird. In this particular game, it made a lot of sense. And good execution also.
Sometimes you aim for the catapult and you get the Marcy.
Yeah, that kill was cool.
That was really good, that arrow.
I mean, with how the game was going, I think they're upset, actually, because I think some wanted the catapult. It felt like a better kill at that stage of the game, because they'd already killed the hero so many times. The catapult was more valuable, but alas.
Alas, you had to settle for the Marcy.
PMA's like, no, my catapult! Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest. I was a bit of an
Please
OG
do.
doubter at Wallachia when they were, playing their matches. I was like, I'm calling cap on this team. I don't think they're legit. And while I still don't think they're that tier 1 level, they're not at the Tundra Falcons level. I've been really impressed with them, honestly. I think the way they're drafting and the creativity, I think they've got the right kind of creativity. They're not trying to jam some stupid hipster garbage in a place that it doesn't belong, but they've got some back pocket picks. They've got some personality and some flavor to their heroes. Like you said, this Wind Ranger and the Mirana in this game, I think are really cute. Are they like conceptually, on paper, the absolute best picks? I don't know, but it doesn't really matter because they picked them and they played well, and I'm being convinced by OG. I'm not a fan yet, but I'm getting there.
Oh, he's getting there. We can see exactly where they are on the standings because you're saying they're not yet a tier 1 team. You're right, not quite yet, but they are still up there. 5 and 4 is where they sit. MOUZ still yet to play their second game of today. 5 and 3. Yandex having a fantastic day and group stage overall. 6 and 2, but you're right. Right now, sitting up there in first and second is still Tundra and Falcons, but we get to have a look. You know who's done really well for themselves today or the last 2 days and is moving up out of that last chance qualifiers area?
Who?
Heroic. Is that who
Yeah.
you're going to guess?
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
Yeah, because we just spoke about it behind stage, so I kind of knew the answers, so I didn't say anything. But yeah, Heroic, yay, they're doing it slowly.
They're currently playing over on the B stream, and the last we checked in, they were doing well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Again, they were meant to
Nope.
be doing well.
Heroic are doing really well. You guys should also check out what's happening over there, right, T? No
Yes.
ifs or buts.
No matter what, guys, look at the B stream and see what's happening over there because they're playing incredible Dota and anyone can do it.
Yeah,
Anyone
like,
can
what?
win.
Oh, we actually get to hear them. Yeah, so heroic elements going on.
Yeah, the first
For
one
a
I saw
second
there
then I
was
was
collapsed,
like,
I think like a month ago or something. And I was like,
Lyrical
why is
and
he doing
Trent, and
this?
I was
And I
gonna
just like
start
watched this
talking
whole
to them.
replay, and I was like,
I'm going
oh,
crazy.
now I
Those are the
see this.
voices in my head.
Yeah, well, that's happening over there. Maybe you guys want to see what's happening when it comes to the lower half of the standings. But right now, we're going to focus on the top half. We have MOUZ up against Falcons.
In comes Boom. His blink initiation's whiffed there because of the charge across. Crystal is going to turn and fight back into Whisper. Blows up the Pug and Schofield disappears as well. Yuma and Divide back in though. The Pulverize stopped as they turn onto this Primal Beast who now has to trample through his BKB to do whatever he can as Heroic are overwhelmed. Outmanned, outgunned, a double kill for Crystalis. A TV from KJ going to be successful, but they lose 4 for 1.
No, Pure is not BKB'd. Now he is. Pops the refresher. Now they turn on to Slardar. Looking for more. He misses on the call. 33 couldn't quite get there. And in further trouble. Do they have the damage they need to take down Skinner? Definitely not. And it is going to be BZM caught, punched, killed.
Before I give you guys any more information about MOUZ and Falcons, I want to clarify that we all had minor brain aneurysms when we checked into B-Stream. It is Cap and Trent. I thought I heard Cap, and I was like, then I heard Trent, and I was like, I've only ever heard Trent cast with Lyrical. And my brain crumbled.
It broke me. It actually broke me.
I think it kind of broke all of us. English really wasn't forming, and we'll see if MOUZ is able to break Falcons. Only one team has been able to do that so far. That was Yakult. On day number 1, their very first best of 1. But for MOUZ, it's not, this perfect story for them either. They've had some issues. They had a day where they didn't get a single win for themselves, Misery. And it's going to have to be changed here if they want to still look at rivaling for that first, second spot.
Yeah, I think this series is interesting because if Falcon loses to MOUZ, then they have 2 losses. And that would mean that Yandex can decide it in their own fate to knock Falcons off the top 2 spot. So I think this, not less so for MOUZ perhaps, but Falcons it's very important that they win this series.
I mean, I know production loves when we start talking about group stage and all the different standings and stuff because it gets all chaotic and weird in numbers. But technically, yes, if MOUZ beat Falcons, right, 7-2, and then Yandex beat Falcons, then they're all on 3 losses, MOUZ, Yandex, and Falcons.
Oh
and
my
then there's this
gosh.
fun thing of like tiebreakers and seeding. We don't play tiebreakers, we do it all through based on who they beat in the best of ones. But there's a world where if Falcons just lose to MOUZ and Yandex, we don't know who goes to second.
All right, well, this is your chance, Quinn. You're talking to MOUZ directly. You're going to look in that camera, and you're going to tell them everything they need to hear to win against Falcons in this best of 1.
Don't leave Huskar. Play your lanes well. Don't try to beat Mallory in a lane because it's impossible. You can't do it. And play good Dota. And don't hit the tier 2 like a silly goose celery. I know you're watching this. You hear me? Don't do it.
Which tier 2? Is he allowed to hit any of the tier 2s?
Nope, none of them. Ever.
Oh, okay.
If you see
I
a
don't care if
single
he's-
lick of damage on a tier 2 coming out from this celery boy, he's going to learn a lesson or 2.
I don't know from who. I don't know if I'm
Oh,
giving
okay.
any lessons.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I thought you were getting really passionate about it.
I was passionate for a second there, but now I'm calmed down. I'm cool. But I do think MOUZ have good chances if they pick their signature heroes. To be honest, I actually feel like a distinguishing factor of if MOUZ has been winning or like owning or not is if they have Tusk. And I don't think Falcons is going to be so stupid to give them Tusk. We saw them get it last game, second phase, which I think is a bit ridiculous. Like, if they want to first pick it, yeah, you can first pick it. But I think people giving it to them second phase is kind of silly because their backup heroes are like Pudge. Like, guys, it's Pudge. Come on, please. Can we ban Tusk instead?
Sure. I mean, the Tusk thing is very real, but I also want to go back and remind everyone the losses of MOUZ. Game 1, it was pick DK, give away Timber Saw on 9, right? Okay, we lost. Unfortunate. Second game was the 24 Coddle.
Okay.
Against Tidebound, right? That also caught them off guard. And then the last game was what? That was the one where Celery was, optimistically pushing tier 2s.
By himself.
And I think they all kind of played bad that series. They fed a lot. They did very uncharacteristic mistakes. So I feel like it was not just about the Tusk. Each loss has their own reason, I think. And I mean, they did win that last series, so I have hopes for MOUZ again. I think they're kind of back on track.
I just want to see what MOUZ look like against Falcons, right? MOUZ just win a tournament. Falcons aren't at the tournament. And it's kind of the same thing. Like, when you have teams who win tournaments, but big names aren't at it, you're kind of like, but what if? What if we saw this matchup? So for me, it's just, I'm intrigued to know, is the MOUZ style of like strong lanes, early fight into epic team fight lineups good enough to beat Falcons, who will kind of play the map, build economy, and eventually take the fight on their timings, right? So I just want to know, is MOUZ, able to beat them?
You know what would be cool right now? I know we don't have it really ready, I think, but
let's try.
a stat.
Okay, yeah.
For MOUZ versus Falcons.
Oh, the
I
head-to-head
actually don't
record?
recall their matchups.
Would you like me to do that for you? I can do
You
that.
have an iPad?
Yeah, I do.
You could look it up.
Or any other tablet, they're all available on the market. Don't forget.
Sorry about that. That was not...
We're not sponsored here.
Not sponsored.
We're not sponsored.
No, not sponsored. Okay, so do you want to make a little prediction?
We're
The
sponsored by Peppers, though.
Oh, yeah.
Peppers.
My emails are open for Pepper sponsorships.
But not any doctors before the pep. Anyway, moving on. What are we looking at? MOUZ vs Falcons 2025. What do we think the head-to-head is? Go.
All Falcons.
Is winning a lot more.
4-1-ish.
Series or games?
Just say series. It makes it easier for the conversation.
All series in
Games.
favor of
How
Falcons.
many series have they played?
Three series.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
2-1.
Okay, to who?
Like 2 wins for Falcons and 1 for MOUZ.
There we go. That is correct. So Falcons got a single game win in Bloodslam 4. Then they both played against each other in the Fissure Playground. Falcons 1-2-1 and then MOUZ 1-2-0. So we have seen them play together in the year, but not that many times.
Yeah.
I would argue it's 50-50 because the best of one in Slam 4. Early days for MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, in defense of MOUZ, Falcons looked pretty weak against Execration earlier. They had a really close game against a team that, on paper, Falcons should annihilate them. It shouldn't even be close, but they honestly almost lost to Execration. People have been trying, people keep giving their DK over and over again. I think that's what people have decided on, is this is the hero we're going to give. And I'll be honest, the DK hasn't looked infallible. This armlet mom build from mid DK is very weird. It's very slow. I think it's definitely beatable, especially when you have mid one, someone who's can concoct some random crap to play against it that no one's ever seen before. Like, it's not perfect.
It's music to my ears. I just thank you for talking about DK. Because MOUZ is a DK team, which means we finally won't see Falcons. Oh, look at me, I'm picking DK again. Oh, congratulations.
Well, I guess it depends on who gets first pick.
Yeah, I mean, I just want it away from Falcons. I saw Skidder play an ABBA game. That was cool. Same kind of thing as DK. But I just want to see something new from Falcons. That's the thing. When they do well, they stick to their script. They dominate. They're the best in the world at it. I know. But, like, surely, because MOUZ like to take a couple of the Falcons heroes, there could be a world where through bans and MOUZ stealing some heroes, we might see a little bit of different stuff from.
What about giving them like Naga or giving them like Chen and play a different type of game?
I was going to say something that isn't necessarily new, but ties into what you guys are talking about right now is that game Falcons almost lost against Execration. Do you know what was a really key hero in that?
Skyroth Mage.
Nature's Prophet.
Oh,
you know what MOUZ just won with?
Nature's Prophet.
Exactly. So I do also wonder, is Nature's Prophet enough to be first phase ban, opening picks? Where exactly will this hero fall? Because it's not, unbeatable by any means, but it is an issue.
I would say that I think Nature's Prophet is kind of creeping itself slowly and surely back into the meta. It's been looking pretty good, and if Falcons decide to ban Furen first 4, 3, whatever, first phase, I think it's a pretty good, I don't know, I think it's quite good, I think, if they were to do that. Like, I think that's quite clever, because it is something that MOUZ could pick up for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think Falcons also tends to play around, you know, it's always a melee offlane and a range 4 in almost all cases. You know, there's exceptions, but for the most part. And so if you have some Nature's Prophet and you're TPing on a Mar and you get these kills and you sort of break Falcons' formation, right? So much of the team is based around the fact that all 3 lanes are incredible laners, and so they just never really lose lanes, and they have that incredibly strong foundation. And if you can break that somehow and find a way to draft or play in a way that prevents them from just auto-drawing or winning 3 lanes, then I think you get under Falcon's skin quite a bit if you can, you know, rumple some feathers.
Yeah, I mean, I think this kind of plays into how MOUZ likes to draft and play in and of itself. They pick very strong laners and very fast tempo. So I think if a MOUZ, if a team were to break this type of formation, it could be MOUZ.
It could be MOUZ, or it could be Falcons. They're the only 2 opportunities here of getting a game win. I know that's how it works when 2 teams come up against each other. But let's not yap any longer. Let's just get a draft on our screen. Well, this draft is moving pretty fast already, and whilst you did your spiel, Quinn, you pleaded, you begged, and you were on your knees to Celery, they still left their Husker.
There's a 4-minute delay on Twitch, so there's a clear reason why they had.
He hasn't
They're
seen
hearing it
yet.
right now.
Oh,
No,
of course.
and obviously the 4-minute time between him saying it and the draft starting, they have a window to watch the stream, and then when the draft starts, they're going to close the stream because obviously we don't look at the stream during the games.
So that's why they were delaying lobby.
Yeah, they're trying their best to get that critical pre-draft information. They just missed it.
If they show Celery's cam, his head will be in his hands weeping.
You'll see the change of color from his monitor going from like the white of like a Dota buff or a Wikipedia page or Twitch to then the darkness of the draft. So yeah, well, no information given.
Well, look, there is a good silver lining about what has occurred so far in this draft. The heroes that are banned, Timbersaw, Naga Siren, Chen, all right, stock standard. But the Dragon Knight, exactly what you guys called for, it did not make its way through. Marcy, Centaur, and the AA to set up for a Husker pick right there.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Abaddon. I think it's one of the best, if not the best, carriers against Huskar. You have this minus HP reduction passive, so really at any point in the game, if a bad man's up on Huskar, you will own him, so Huskar has to play this very kitey style. And I also think of any team to give and play against Huskar, it should be MOUZ, because they have the other best Huskar in the world in Crystallis, and Mid1 is also very proficient on the hero. So they understand this hero very well. I've played against Crystallis mid-Huskar like a million times when he gets his carry stolen. So I think he also understands what the best counters are, and they'll have something in mind here.
Of course, Falcons, they ban out the Broodmother because of necrotic webs. The regen, we spoke about in Slam 4. And then Shadow Demon because you can break and just annoy Huskar in his ability to do any damage. So, yep, Falcons doing very good anti-Huskar bans. When you mentioned the Abba vs Huskar, though, I do feel like Falcons aren't going to be the type of team where they draft Huskar to be the only one doing stuff in the fight, where it should be quite easy. He jumps someone else, and then other heroes on Falcons will kind of keep Abba away. So they will kind of play into the fact that Huskar vs Abba should not be a one-on-one duel at any point.
I mean, I've seen Falcons play Huskar against all the counters, and they always fix the problem with other heroes in the draft, right? Like against Broodmother, they'll do something. Against Abaddon, they'll do something different. And yeah, I don't know about giving away Huskar to Malrine here, but I mean, we'll see what kind of what do you think is the biggest problem for? So if Abaddon gets on top of Huskar and has a bunch of items, you can kill the Huskar, but you can also pick saves, right? Prevent that from happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think you also just want heroes that beat Abaddon in lane. You want other heroes to pop his ulti, or like, I mean, you also want to farm a lot so you can get to this BKB. Like, you don't want to interact with him that much before you get to BKB. Once you hit BKB, then you can kind of fight him.
Yeah.
And you know, like once his ultimate popped, you can commit on him with BKB and try to kill him before your BKB runs out. So we can't do that minus HP aura on you. I'm honestly surprised they didn't take Broodmother on 9 because that matchup is crazy.
Because I also thought Broodmother is the best counter, because like it's very hard to play around. Like
I don't know what the counter is. I've never seen Huskar be Brood.
Do they play on offlane though?
You can fight doing BKB.
Yeah, what role would it be comfortable?
Yeah, because then you're forcing it to mid one. And for Falcons
Who
though,
plays it too?
Okay, sure. But for Falcons, take Tusk. If they want to keep the draft a bit more open, then you look in like a gyro for Skidder just to ensure you don't force a lane. Especially with Huskar getting flexed, I don't think you want to put double support pick here because it kind of reveals the potential weakness of Huskar plus the 4 position that Crit would play. Again, I'm always a sucker just for tough start. Just lock it in. Happy days. Draft progresses. We'll see. The only other option I think would be like a Ringmaster, and then again, Falcons draft is just as they usually do.
I mean, I guess the main reason why Falcons actually picking Tusk here is, I mean, sure, it's a nice save, but it's also to take it away from Yamich here, right? Because it's not normally a hero that Falcons prioritizes at all.
Yeah.
Completely
Yeah, it's not.
forgot about the Pangolier. So they're just kind of flexing to the end, of course, so not an issue there. But for MOUZ, it's like, you know Falcons are getting the heroes that they like to play. They just need to make sure that they can just try and break it. Rudy mentioned how Falcons, stable lane, go even, they're going to be very strong in the game. And I don't know if they actually have much pressure as of yet. The next two picks need to bring a bit more fight to the lane.
So how do you like to approach playing against Huskar mid? Like, what do you think is the best approach there?
I mean, the only heroes that I think that even have a chance of winning the lane are Sniper and Viper, unless you're doing the weird stuff. So I think Enigma is another one that can do okay, and I think Drow Ranger mid can do okay, but I don't know, a Drow Ranger mid is kind of bad, but the uphill to downhill shooting, like you can own Huskar pretty hard with that. It's only really the weird stuff, but also the issue is Malrine is just so good at the laning that even like the Viper and the Sniper, like you're not gonna Giga beat him with those lanes.
I mean, we saw it yesterday, right? Trying out the Viper. And it's just hard to beat somebody like Malrine because he's actually played all those matchups.
Yes, a
100
lot.
times. And the other person probably hasn't, right? So, yeah, it's definitely challenging.
Yeah, I mean, Pangolier is also one of the best responses to Abaddon. You're so good at popping his ult. And also you burn all this mana, which, you know, is a huge part of the hero, is spamming the shields. I mean, I'll never really understand this Pudge hero. I don't feel like this hero is very good, but MOUZ really likes it, and Yamage is clearly very good at the hero. I just don't feel like it ever makes your draft look better.
I just wanna see Yamich play towards mid lane, right? Just have a way where when Malrine is stepping up to try and hit the burning spears, if it is a mid Huskar, like get that one hook on him in the laning phase. Like actually try to play in the mid lane in the first 5 to 6 minutes of the game. The issue there is you need Boom to be on an offlaner that can actually survive the laning stage by himself.
And there is something to be said for Pudge being at least in some aspects decent against the Huskar, because the Huskar wants to play kind of aggressive. You can't kill me, but then the hook comes in and then you actually just surround the Huskar, right? The Primal Beast is a way, I guess, you can get through the mid lane. Like, you can survive it, I guess.
I kind of think it's going to be off lane for Boom, because if you want Pudge to play middle, then getting the boots on Primal Beast, play behind the tower, just keep skipping the wave with Trample. You kind of just ignore that part of the map. Of course, the trade-off is Skidder will have complete free farm and every wave to his name. I am concerned for MOUZ that to beat Falcons, you need to have kind of forward-thinking laning heroes, and right now it's like you have 4 to 5 minutes of a little pressure with Abajakiro, but everyone else is kind of conceding the lane. You're not really making big moves with these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way it looks for MOUZ right now is that they're not really gonna do anything special to beat the Huskar. They're just building themselves a classic MOUZ lineup, right? Pick the heroes that they like. They have a lot of stuns. They have a lot of damage throughout the game. And they have the way of killing the Huskar with the Abaddon, like we spoke about. So maybe they're just not too worried about it. They're just going to play a standard game and try to beat it normally.
I mean, Primal does itemize quite nicely against Huskar. You can go Shivas, you have Aghanims for the break, you get BKB, Blink. Like, those 4 items get a refresher at the end. Like, your eventual item build on Primal is really cool against Huskar. Of course, the issue is getting to those items as Falcons continue to draft just skirmish heroes.
I mean, another really tricky thing here is Huskar and Pango are permaflexed. So if you pick something that's really bad against, you know, or really the Huskar's really bad against, they can just put Pangolier mid, and they have Huskar and Tusk. It's a pretty solid lane. Jakiro was really bad against Huskar in lane. You can literally just purge off all his spells. You don't do anything to him. So I could also see a war where Huskar can lane just fine in the off lane this game.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Also, if you consider Huskar going offlane here into Jakiro Abaddon, the way they like to play is they like to kind of kill the enemy offlaner's region completely and zone him out that way. But Huskar doesn't mind that, right? So if he survives the first 3 levels, I feel like he can just chill there. So yeah, I think that's very true.
Yeah, I'm honestly super curious because y'all, I agree with y'all completely. MOUZ very much just has picked their heroes. They've picked normal stuff for them. They have not really, to be honest, I don't think any of Pudge, Jakiro, or Primal are good against Huskar really at all. Primal eventually becomes very good, but like Primal is a super broken hero with like 4 items against most things. So if I'm Huskar this game, I'm like, is a pretty chill Huskar game. Pending what this last hero is, I don't know what mid one has up his sleeve, what he thinks is that proper counter. I think Sniper is not real this game. They'll put Pangolier mid.
Exactly, yeah. The ranged heroes on mid that can counter the Huskar get countered by the Pango. Like you already mentioned, like the double flex of Pango Huskar actually feels really, really strong.
It's really dirty.
Yeah.
Viper is real though, right? I mean,
Viper's a real counter,
I imagine
absolutely.
Falcons will ban Viper. I mean, at least that should be something they're thinking about.
It's just so bad against Weaver and Pangolier. Like, it doesn't do anything to either of those heroes.
Yeah, but you have some stuns in your draft already, right?
You do.
But yeah, you're kind of right. It's the new Viper is a bit different though. Like it has other qualities. It just kind of deals damage by existing in the fight, right? And
Yeah.
it's quite tanky. Has some disarm with the axe, things like that.
Is this where MOUZ need to lean on mid one to kind of like find the hero of the game for him? Like you need to go, like if this was a pub, what are you playing? Like that's the type of thing. Because like when you look at the generic mids that we've seen him play, none of them truly shine. So I'm part of me's hoping for mid one to show his creativity, his deep hero pool, and find something that, again, I'm not really finding as of yet.
They're also targeting his most played heroes, right? In Lash and Shadowfiend now, so they're not too concerned with any of those. Yeah, not
but
really.
the counters, they're kind of just banning comfort.
The quote-unquote counters.
Yeah. It's interesting. I wouldn't think this is a good Lash game at all. It's so that to me says very much that they're like, yeah, whatever you want is fine. We have answers for it all. We feel like we have gameplay responses to it. So pick anything you want that isn't your comfort. We don't care what you pick, just not the stuff you want to play.
Yeah. Falcon's gonna pick up their snaking hero here, I imagine.
It could also be the 4 position, right? Look at the bans of MOUZ.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Tusk Weaver sounds like a pretty good lane, and then now Crit takes the Hoodwink.
Okay, this to me says it's probably more likely that it's Huskar mid. I don't remember the last time I've seen Falcons play a double ranged offlane.
No, they would do. I think they would do the.
Snaking can go play top.
Yeah.
Crit will go pip.
Woodwing Weaver.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Makes sense.
I mean, they only have 20 seconds to decide.
Show me what you got, mid one. I'm honestly super curious to see what their idea is here.
Yeah, there's no time to predict here. It's just chill. Just how did you deal with Falcons and everything they have?
It's fascinating. They first picked Huskar. It's most likely mid. They wait until absolute last pick to make their mid hero. What will they decide upon against the hero they saw first pick? I mean,
okay.
It's two-sided because like while Nature's Prophet can go and just gank other places, you need to get those ganks going, but I wonder, can he actually gank these heroes? He's pretty bad at ganking almost all the heroes on Falcons. You're bad at ganking Pango, you're bad at ganking Weaver. The supports have tools against you, and this mid lane is horrendous.
It is. I was just about to say, I actually thought Furin would do decently, but when I played it, I felt like I can't do anything.
Yeah, the
Level 3,
lane is
the lane's
impossible.
over.
You need to go gank.
Yeah, so... But he does by Vessel. It's
Doesn't
a
matter
mid-one
though.
hero.
Huskar has Cauterize.
The problem.
Cauterize just breaks it.
He might use it first, and then comes to Vessel, and then, I don't know.
I mean, that's where, of course, this game, if Falcons are to win, it simply is just a petition to nerf Huskar in 7.4. Of course, with the facet, the Cauterize, things that you might expect Prophet to be able to do, he just cannot do, because Cauterize is broken, and please, 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 please remove it, nerf it, do anything to it. But yeah, I think for MOUZ, I'm just a little worried that they rely on mid one to do well, boom to do well, and the lanes on Falcons are so strong that it just takes one laning mistake and their comeback potential, it's not as strong as other lineups that they've shown us.
Okay, so we have seen MOUZ though. They are one of the teams that do the most shenanigans.
Yamich, he has to do many shenanigans this game.
Yeah, so they're doing pre-creep shenanigans basically. And I think that they might be looking at something like this here, right? They have the Pudge, they could smoke, they have Primal Beast as well to cut waves and things like that. So maybe that's a way to offset these matchups.
That is possible. I think. I mean, Malrine, if he's not thinking about it, will definitely die to it. If you're walking and you get hooked from smoke or whatever, the classic pub meme, like you can definitely die to this. But I think if they avoid the shenanigans, if they play normal lanes, then I look at this game from MOUZ and I'm like, I'm walking into these lanes thinking, what the heck are we gonna do here?
I mean, there's also we are thinking about it. I feel like Falcons should also be thinking about these things, right? They should also be very aware that this is the only way they can beat Malrine in this game is if they do this type of shenanigans level 1. So.
Do they not just try and do what we've seen Heroic do against Huskar before, where they just sit 3 of them mid, you get a kill on Huskar, when he has to walk back, you just kill him again?
Those are the shenanigans.
Yeah,
the
I
issue
think
is he can just wait for 10 seconds, and then your play's over.
Okay, all right, well, we'll see. T's already jumping ahead. He's petitioning for the Huskar to get nerfed, but you gotta wait. You gotta wait at least until this best of 1 is over, as it's only just beginning.
can't keep getting away with this. They just can't. This is illegal. Another first pick Huskar that seems kind of unanswered. I mean, MOUZ are sticking to their guns, playing their draft, picking their comfort heroes. But as the panel is saying, this is going to be hard, execution-wise, to defeat Malrine on this kind of guy.
It will be. I want to see Yamich camp the mid lane. I want to see there's the spot on Radiant's side where MOUZ banner is, where he can actually get the hook, get him stuck there, and then they kill him, and maybe try to repeat it one more time. Malrine, he knows, starting with the Quelling Blade, but you can get unstuck there. Maybe with the branch you actually can, something that people have been doing against the Disruptor. And we'll see. And it's always fun to see the old creep wave members playing against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice bit of camaraderie there. Nice bit of all chat banter between them. Even in the lobby, Mid One was a little bit late, had to restart his PC, and Crit was poking saying, default loss? Give us the win? Absolutely not. We'll see what MOUZ are able to do here. As the panel is saying, Boom probably going to be skipping waves up top, trying to get what he can, while Yamich plays mid or drags lane in equilibrium. But Falcons were ready for him at this initial moment with a nice little move from Snaking and Skitter to get some damage onto Boom and force the onslaught already out.
A lot of mana. 120 mana just to get out of trouble on a hero that has extremely limited mana pool. Yamich with the Boots of Speed. They can be dragging the creep wave, but again, you are going to be playing against Tusk. He gets the shards, he gets the snowball. Not going to be as easy. Yamich just deciding to go for the hook on the range creep. Get whatever he can.
So shenanigans have already been kind of preempted here, right? There's Dire Vision in top jungle, so watching for Yamich's movements. You've already talked about the Huskar's item build. The Falcons feel that one of the best ways for MOUZ to kind of break this game open for themselves is to deal with Malrine. Because Mid One's Nature's Prophet is probably not going to do it in a 1v1.
No, definitely not. So I want to see what the plan is going to be. Once you hit that level 3 on Huskar, things are going to become very, very difficult. Malrine going into Boots of Speed as his first item, so you can, like, he can run you down. Sure, you can always TP. There is no stun, but you can always TP with the scroll teleport because Huskar, he also has Inner Fire later, which is going to be Silence. I don't know, why does this hero have like all of these tools? Silence, he had Disarm before, now he has this spell with Cauterize. Like, you're building into Spirit Vessel, you're like, you know what, I don't care, it's a 20-second cooldown ability.
He just counters the counter. Uncounterable Huskar in the mid lane. You can see Mid One trying to click into him and apply pressure, but Huskar feels no pressure. He thrives in these low HP environments. Pushes damage back as good as he takes. So again, we're going to be looking for Mid One to TP to these side lanes, try and dogpile onto some of these side lane heroes, but again, the panel mentioned Pango with Swashbuckle, Weaver with Shikuchi. It's not an easy ask to be able to find these early pickoffs.
It's a lot of poke damage. It's a lot of like random damage on the ground that you're going to be hit by. Some Bushwhack, some Acorn Shot, then you have Weaver with the bug, Shikuchi, he's going through the units, Rolling Thunder from Pango. They don't necessarily need to commit to be able to like get the kill. They can poke from the distance. And Skitter on his signature Weaver with, of course, the Skeeter Step facet, the only guy who has the facet named by him.
Force Boom, the onslaught away again.
Something that they like to do. Pick Weaver on 18 if it's a good game for it. We did see some of these like very oppressive lanes, and they are going for Boom. He is on cooldown unless he can get a hook.
They do hook him out. Falcons
they also
get
lose Celery Bottom.
Yeah, absolutely right. Jakiro playing into Pango and Hoodwink. Getting chipped down and harassed to death. And then Boom has to salve up top with Yamich. Thankfully for them, you know, they've got a wave approaching at their tier 1, so we'll be able to get up to like 10 last hits on Boom, as he was stuck at 5 for quite some time. But now this could be the beginning of great things for MOUZ. Yamich is making the smoke move in towards mid. Malrine is low HP, as Huskar loves to play down there. One hook could do the trick.
He got him.
Grabs the Huskar, and there we go. Step 1 of many.
This is what they need. These type of plays. Yamich, he needs to camp around the mid lane. He finds the perfect timing. Lane for Boom is underneath the tower. Crit. Very close to dying.
Takes a few step backs to the tower, but Crystallis has zoned both of them out of the lane. Still with a wave to play with. A little bit further back. And mid one has one urn charge. A TP ready. So if they're able to get something going on one of these side lanes, it can appear at the drop of a hat. It's not going to be top though, not for now anyway. Boom has left the lane to go back to Fountain. Heal himself back up. And we heard Yamich using a hook on a neutral creep just to try and get what he can while the Primal was missing.
Skitter, complete free farm in this top lane. 14 denies, 22 CS, Malrine. Like, mid one's doing better than I expected. I guess that one kill allowed him to get some extra CS as well. Level 5 Urn, as you said, one charge on it. He could potentially be making a move bottom. Crit.
The bottom, the bushwhack. Well placed to get the kill on Crystallis. And mid one comes in to trade at least, but losing your Abaddon like that already hurts. Of course, it means Malrine gets to continue free farming mid.
Abba only level 3. Pango getting some solo XP. We'll get closer to level 5, and as you said, Malrine level 5 in this mid lane. Pudge always wants to have mana. Yamich. Let's see if he decides to hook the catapult. Make sure that there's not going to be push coming out. Or if he can hook Malrine, maybe. Yes, he can.
Drag him in towards mid one. And with the urn on him, cauterized, healing with a fairy fire. Oh, still dead. TP down to bottom now as well. They're going to swing into action with this mid one Nature's Prophet and turn on to Snaking for a double kill on mid one. I mean, the moves out of Yamich have set themselves up for success. Ulting to try and find Amar. Pangolier has Swashbuckle, 14-1 charges, gets over the Sprout, and just about to safety.
This is mid Nature's Prophet. Just being very active, comes to a lane, gets the kill, gets the big heal on the carry, while Yamich is in the mid lane, soaking up some of the XP.
One more time. Arcane Rune, hook. Malrine being a bit more careful now with his positioning, sitting inside of the creep wave. Got to respect this Yamich Pudge. You know, fool him once, and then twice. Shame on Huskar.
It's always shame on Huskar. Shame on all Huskar players out there.
Malrine actually leaving the lane to go farm jungle. Wisdom Shrine time. Yamich and Boom making sure that Skitter wasn't able to Shikuchi over and steal it. And Crit is going to get the one on the opposing side. Boom. 1v1 against the Weaver and losing the lane, but not losing his life. Down to like 10 HP there, but again, a long journey back to Fountain just to survive.
Mid one again, keeping bottom. He's ready. This time it misses. Both of them do have Quelling Blade. And again, heal on Crystallis. Seems like he needs a little bit of extra help. And also, it does seem like Falcons were expecting this lane to happen. This has been a very strong lane. Abaddon, Jakiro, I don't think I've seen this lane lose. But this time around, it was kind of close. NP managed to salvage some of it. Mid one, 3-0 and 1 on his Nature's Prophet. Ready with TP in 15 seconds. Ulti is ready.
Some good damage onto Amar to start things off. He'll swash to try get back. Handed a Tango. And heal up a little bit. But forced away from the creep wave, which is approaching his tower. It sucks for him. And then mid lane again. Malrine, half health. He scans forward, knows there's someone up there. It's not just mid one. Yamich Pudge lurking in the shadows too. Onslaught, doesn't get Boom to low ground. Stuck in between the mud golems. Snaking and Skitter will come in to clean up the Primal Beast. And this is always going to be a hard game for Boom, right? Being left alone time and time again.
A lot of elusive heroes playing against Hoodwink, playing against Pango. I mean, if you're the ones getting the initiation, then it's fine, but also playing against Weaver. I want to see Skeeter as well making a move. I know that whenever he plays Weaver, he's also super active, trying to backstab the enemy carry. Problem is, there's going to be Nature's Prophet, so you can't really outnumber them that easily. Power Tread's coming on the courier, going into Maelstrom. This is something that Skeeter does pretty much every single game, mostly opting to go for Mjolnir. We saw a couple of those deaths, so Weavers where it looks okay, but you also need to invest into your shard, which is, and also we talked about the different farming patterns where you are putting yourself potentially in danger, and now boom, again, left alone. He needs some kind of help.
They'll hook back snaking, Skitter gonna time-lapse back, and mid one with Yamich here. Just trying to swing back and regain control of this top lane. Should be able to find snaking eventually. Phase boots on Pudge, another hook in a couple of seconds. He does have a snowball.
They're coming back.
They are coming in, Falcons, to try and turn this one. No snowball from the Tusk, though. And Celery here. Ooh, a pushback on 3. Allows Crit to take Boom down.
Very aggressive play from Skeeter. Even without ulti, because he used it to get out of the trouble. Still making something happen. Some kind of a trade happening. Boom. 0, 2, and 1. 10 minutes in, no phase boots on him.
He's been doing that top lane.
It's gonna be a hard lane. It's gonna be a hard game for him. But Pudge has more farm than him. That has to feel bad. Like, he needs some kind of stacks. There are no stacks being made in the triangle. This is how Primal Beast comes back into the game. He was laning with the melee hero. And it was also Pudge who wanted to maybe do slightly more in the mid lane. Get grab a kill. Maureen with the haste gets a kill. Problem is, one of their camps is also blocked in the triangle, so they need to unblock that, try to get him back into the game.
What I'm hearing is Hand of Midas, Primal Beast.
And never happening. Like, there's nothing you're doing with that extra bit of a
auto loss. That's just straight up a big fat L. Well, Malrine got the haste, got a kill, moves into Roche Pit. Will be able to grab himself the Aegis here. But it has been a real... Ooh. Pudge finds the hook on the Pango. Yamit's gonna drag Amar in. She'll crash into Rolling Thunder, though. With the raindrops and the one charges, Amar is actually able to roll himself out of here. Nature's Prophet can think about the TP forward, trying to find his spot. Snaking and Crit escaping left and right, and mid one will choose left to go for the Tusk, but now Marine comes back in. A pushback on mid one, and a life break for Celery. Marine, he's gone a little too deep here. Needs backup. Amar, I'm not sure if he can offer it. Shield crashes forward, but very low himself. Marine thinking about fighting back into mid one now.
They want the mid one.
Tries to turn and defeat him. Skitter comes back in, and that should do the trick now. Abaddon has the ulti, but he can't man up against Malrine's Huskar. Surely not. The Abaddon is body blocked. Skitter and Crit will turn on him, and Crystal is dead.
That's what I like about Skeeter. He's joining in most of these early engagements. Boom, again, doesn't have mana. He's trying to get some farm on the other side of the map, so he doesn't have enough mana to TP, use his abilities. Basically, 4 versus 4, even though they had Huskar with Aegis, so they lost that Aegis pretty quickly. And I love the fact that Falcons are investing into these smaller items. You did save Pangolier. He had raindrops relatively early on. It did save him like 2 or 3 times already. Yeah. His standard build, Null Talisman into Bracer, Magic Wand. A lot of stats early on. Snaking is in trouble.
Yeah, MOUZ feeling that losing out in that fight, taking the Aegis, maybe a turn of momentum here for them as they pick up the tempo. Move up top with 3, kill Snaking off. They don't have a creep wave at the tower though, so they can't really pressure the objective. Instead, a bit of a move onto the mid-tier 1. But Falcons lying in wait. Malrina Crit looking at Celery. The Jakiro about to get Acorn shotted. Bushwhacked as well. Well lined up by Crit here for a life break into Sharpshooter. Skitter is the one to come in and gather it with one little hit.
He wants it all. Yeah. Can't really blame him. Skeeter's off to a great start. Malrine, he got shut down. He was 0-2 and 0. Suddenly top of the net towards Skeeter with ulti. He wants to play aggressive.
Yeah, Falcons see MOUZ pick up the tempo and say, okay, we can go fast as well. Straight in onto mid one, blow up the Prophet. Pulverize here to try and turn it back, and boom. I can look at this Snaking Tusk as a target to kill, but Yamich and Boom kind of stranded against Skitter now.
He's out of mana.
Survive, kill off Yamich, and Bushwhack again gets the Hoodwink out of danger, and Skitter's just opening up with a tremendous amount of damage. Shikuchi and 2 should have no problems here chasing the Primal Beast. Or the Jukes, though. Boom, trying his hardest. No ankles to be broken, though.
Off to too good of a start, playing in this favorable matchup in the lane. Boom, like again, doesn't have mana. He's trying to pick up a Blink Dagger. No Magic Wand. Maybe with the Magic Wand, just a stick would be enough to give him enough mana to be able to grab one kill and then die. Rough one. Skeeter's off to too good of a start. This is gonna be like 16-minute full Mjolnir available on him. And they have no silences. They have no control for him. What is there? Level 1 Ice Path. Primal Beast who's playing from behind. No Blink Dagger on him. And Pudge Dismember. That's pretty much the lockdown. And mid one also this time around, not going for Orchid. Instead opting to go for more damage-oriented build. I think they needed maybe the control in this one. It would just be a good Orchid game against, like great against Pango, great against Weaver, of course. Even Tusk. Huskar as well. Maybe he can't get out of trouble. He can't use Cauterize. Berserker's Blood, can't get the Dispel on that Spirit Vessel.
Things slow down a little bit. 6k lead for Falcons, though. A couple of tier 1, I mean, they've got all the tier 1s, right? Yeah, top, mid, and bottom claimed. Malrine and Skitter both feeling themselves in this one. 5-0-5 Weaver. Malrine on the Huskar, of course. Didn't say anything more about that. Boom is going to get away from the attempt. But it also means now he can't play the lane. Gonna have to go back to the jungle. While Celery gets hooked away from the bushwhack of crit.
They don't have the playmaker. They would definitely love to have Primal Beast, Blink Dagger, trying to put more pressure on the map. Play with Nature's Prophet. You see the target in the lane, you blink in, pulverize. Nature's Prophet TPs in, Spirit Vessel, couple of right clicks. You have enough damage to pretty much kill everybody on the map, except for Weaver. Maybe for Huskar you need +1, but it also would relieve some pressure. I'm having a seizure here from Abaddon, like, because he wants to farm up. He still does not have Radiance available.
16 minutes in.
Yeah.
0, 2, and 3.
And they helped him.
Time.
NP helped him in the lane multiple times.
Well, Falcons see him. 600 health, borrowed time, level 4 shield. But Amar and Crit are here with a bushwhack. Borrowed time used immediately. Trying to wait to see if they can catch him with the Rolling Thunder to stop the TP. And Crit made sure not to hit him with the sharpshooter so he wouldn't heal. In the meantime, Malrine has died in the top left corner, though. They took down Boom, but MOUZ brought the numbers.
Amplify damage on Pudge. Good amount of right clicks with Rot and Core. Rot. It is actually a lot if you can get those right clicks in.
Full Mjolnir done. On top of all of his little stat items. And there you can see all the damage from the Nature's Prophet. Now from for mid one done. Gives him that little bit of scaling and farm capability. So he can sit back, farm jungle, and then approach these team fights if Yamich sees an opening somewhere. But we're already preparing for Tormentor, for next Roshan. Snaking is, he's double sentry that top left corner, getting rid of the vision.
This is where you would kill Roshan for the first time. Like 17, 18, 19 minutes if you get a pickup. Roshan's dead. Like there's nothing to kill for at least a minute and a half. Celery finds that Obs and Sentry. Nice read. As you said, prepping for the Tormi.
And Boom does have Blink now. Something they can bank on. The Primal Beast's initiation. Now pulverize into level 3 Ice Path. A hook, a macro pyre. There's quite a lot of control and damage from this trio of heroes. If they're able to continue playing together. Could find a core kill. Falcons are sitting back quite tight. Amara is the only one showing on the lane. He pushes out down bottom, knowing that MOUZ are playing up towards top. And then Snaking is sitting with the Weaver as protection there as well. Kind of difficult for MOUZ to break past these defenses.
That's a very late Radiance. 18 minutes in. This is the issue with Abaddon. He's like not the fastest farmer. He can still farm decent amount because you're using Curse of Avernus, hitting different creep every single time, so the damage does add up.
Skitter's in, starts off on Celery, drops him down to half, and a snowball forward. Boom, doesn't find the Pulverize on the Weaver, and Amara's going to come into the back, collapsing onto this Primal Beast.
He
and
stopped
Skitter just
him.
opens up with all the damage.
Charge.
TP out from the Nature's Prophet does allow him to escape, but Yamet being chased. TP himself gets home. But a nasty one there from MOUZ, losing 2 heroes. Falcons, all 5 of them swarm into that fight.
No Abaddon in that fight. That's the big difference. They kind of need the shields. They need Radiance. You're playing against Huskar, Weaver, that mischance. It's going to be good. 2.5 minutes for Roshan, which will allow Falcons potentially to take Tormentor in the top lane. It's a difficult one for them. You can see that they are lacking some of the damage. Snaking finds the opportunity, and Skeeter, wicked sick. I could see him not die this whole game. Like, they have very limited amount of stuns, no silences whatsoever. Later on, they might pick up some silences on Abaddon, but that's a lot to ask. And I think if he picks up Linken's, and I also see that Amar is going for Linken's, because he doesn't want to get stopped mid-roll. It feels like they have the free entry to the fight. They can do whatever they want. Now MOUZ thinking about stealing the Tormentor. Snaking. Let's see if he's going to go through the gate, or if that's a bit too aggressive. So they will get it. They're going to smoke up. A bit too late, though. So let's see what the move is.
Could still look for a fight if MOUZ stick around. A smoked up trio with an Arcane Rune on Pango. Itching to get involved with the Rolling Thunder. All they need is a little glimpse of vision. Celery's already half health, so a pushback straight in. A little shield crash over the top. Amara finds the kill. While Yamat is going to get rolled upon.
He's gone.
All the
Big
TP
one.
cancel. They found the Chrysalis. Abaddon in the back. Life break forward. He's got borrowed time going. The Pudge is going to get focused down by the other 3. Meanwhile, Malrine has focused in on Chrysalis. Skitter arrives to, of course, gather up the kill that rightfully belongs to Lord Reaver.
It's just way too many things that they do have right now. Too huge of a lead. Controlling the back lines.
Skitter did 94 damage. 1 hit got Chrysalis.
And that's it. That's how he got it. It's pretty impressive, actually. Linken's 21 minutes in on your offlane Pango. Diffu. Yeah, there it is. That's the Damaggio. 94 magical.
But you're right, it is a really good Linken's and Lotus game, right? Against Primal and Pudge. And Jakiro just Lotus off all his stuff. That's what Amara has got queued up after. Linken's into Blink, Shard, Lotus. Just really new to any chance MOUZ has of controlling your cores.
Yeah, I'd like to see Abba put 1 point in Mist Coil. That's going to be able to break Linken's. I know carry players don't like to use their abilities. They like the stats more than anything. The tankier they are, but in this one, he might need to pick it up just so that they have, like, maybe use it on Amar, then Primal Beast goes in, stop that Rolling Thunder. Doesn't seem like MOUZ wants to take this fight.
They baiting. They've smoked up. Crit and Amar sprinting down bottom. Oh, Chrysalis. With me. Whoa. Did mid one TP in? What happened?
I think he TP'd in.
I wasn't watching, I'm not gonna lie. Pudge in the meantime is gonna get caught up here.
I was on my screen as well. I was.
Crit Amar to find that.
I think we have technology to see that one again.
He must have just TP. He was trying to Aegis steal, huh? With TP from Prophet?
It's
wild, but
it's a really wild attempt, I gotta say.
What else could it have been? Alright, Falcons now with a 12k lead. I mean, a kill on Nature's Prophet is a massive deal. Dead for 10 more seconds. Pudge gone. Map cracked wide open here for Falcons.
All right.
This is Falcons smoking out. Malrine's in the pit. And then Nature's Prophet. What, just TP's into the Roche?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And
He
dies.
is in. Nice try, nice try. Shake it off, guys. I mean, if you manage to steal the Aegis somehow, it's worth it. I think this kind of a play is necessary. Right now, they can't be taking the fight. Abaddon, he only has 2 items, Blink Dagger and Radiance. These are his items. And then you see Huskar, who's about to finish off pretty much Satanic. Not the best item against Abaddon, because of Withering Mist, Abaddon's innate ability. So you're not healing as much, you're always on low HP. If you drop below 40%, all the healing, all the heal restoration is reduced by 35.
I mean, it really does make sense, though, right? Like, expected value-wise, losing your life there, if you know you need another 10 minutes of time to stay in this game, delaying that Aegis, making sure that Falcons can't just go up high ground is a big deal. But now mid one's going to die twice in quick succession. Dead for 50 seconds. Falcons going to use this massive lead they've got with the Aegis to go and take all of your outer towers and even think about going up to tier 3.
Yeah, I think they are ready to go for the high ground.
He's going to try and cut waves, but he's been scouted out here by Crit and Skitter. A Pulverize, some good damage onto the Hoodwink. But with all the minus armor and the physical damage, he wasn't ever going to last long. Yeah,
Crit again on his signature Hoodwink, making the plays all across the map, making stuff happen, involved in 20 out of 25 kills. It's go time. They want to be going for the high ground. You can see NP with the illusions. They are trying to cut the creep wave, buy a little bit more time.
Hook Scar. Yamich has found Marine. Or has Marine found Yamich? I'm not quite sure if this is what you want. Marine's going to drop to like 25%. Chrysalis is going to blink back into his base, though, as Skitter held the line there against mid one. Marine is fine. Still holding Aegis for 2 more minutes.
Hook Scar, you said, huh?
Yeah.
That's a good one. You gotta
fun little joys in life.
Yeah. Satanic is gonna be still pretty big if he isn't affected by that Abaddon's innate ability. He has level 15 talent, extra 15% lifesteal. It's still pretty big. Amar.
Protected by Lincolns. They're pinging Crit.
Under attack.
The Squirrel has evaded them. Shows himself on the wave. TP. Cancel. Hook misses, but it doesn't matter. That's a
good chunk of
gold.
gold. It's a lot of gold, yeah.
It does give away positioning of maybe an observer ward there as well. And Crit pings it out. But in the meantime, the top lane has been pushed all the way in. Tower dead. And Huskar back to the top of the net worth, closing in on 18k. Has the Satanic on top of this BKB Sandnyasha. An absolute monster. I mean, really, we've got to start. We've got to start banning this Huskar, or continue banning this Huskar against Falcons.
Maybe
Think of the children. Think of the people in the pubs who are going to have to face up against this.
There were a lot of mind games happening in this one, because this is the Huskar team. I'm talking about Falcons, but again, they had first pick in this one, but you know who else likes Huskar? MOUZ. Hype it up, Gary. They got Skeeter. They got Snaking as well.
Massive big kills. Skinner does die. We thought he would be unkillable this game. And another massive kill. I mean, what? That's almost 2k?
And they also got 1,000 gold from killing Crit in the bottom lane. All right, the graph, it is going up.
Oh.
We have a lift off, Houston.
MOUZ found a little bit of cheese. Gobbling it up. Hopefully it doesn't make them sick. Well, you've got to be careful as Falcons giving away some of these kills, though. Time to tighten up again. Don't have Aegis on Huskar. Skitter is theoretically, or practically, killable, as we've just seen. And they haven't really done any structural damage to the Radiant base. Not necessarily set in stone here. A victory for Falcons, even though it was looking like it.
Abaddon's getting items. Manta style now completed. I see something very cool. Potentially Blade Mail against Huskar that could kill him. There is a good amount of uncontrollable damage as well. Weaver with the shard. He starts to focus you down. Extra bit of armor that Abaddon could use in this one.
With a bit of confidence, MOUZ start playing forward. Not the final beast, he's running back, but up at top lane. They'll start out with Yamich. Blink Dismember into a mid-1 TP. Sneaking dead. And a potential push on their tier 2 top lane. Carves out a little bit of the map here for MOUZ to play into.
Dire are scanning.
And mid-1 has had a good game. Sometimes it looked a little bit weird, and we didn't think this Nature's Prophet against the Huskar in the mid lane would do well.
You're always gonna
Given
get
the circumstances, I think he's done exceptionally well. Falcons,
no
though,
matter what.
defending this tower. Bring in the Huskar, kill off the Jakiro. No bushwhack to see the Pudge or the Abaddon, but Skipter, he does scout Crystallis off to the back end of the jungle. Just gonna prod at him and force the retreat.
Trying to maybe proc that LP. It could give them a full minute plus to be able to maybe get something done on the map. Next Roshan, potentially in less than a minute. They're waiting for those Lincoln Spheres, Lotuses. Everybody's buying them. One Lotus on crit. One Lincoln's already done a long time ago on Pango.
And Yamich tries to show on a wave. He's going to clear the majority of it out, but
Dire's bottom
gets punished for it.
is under attack.
Yeah, Amar was also... Well, hello, how you doing, mid-1? Thinking about the Rolling Thunder, faking it anyway. The rest of his team can dip back to get the Tormentor.
Dire's bottom
We'll see how long it is for Roshan. But there is... Excuse the pun, but there is a lot of cat and mouse in this game. MOUZ are literally trying to find these little holes to scurry around in, cutting waves, playing opposite side of the map.
is under attack.
It's Falcon and MOUZ, I guess. The Predator, always hunting.
Roshan in 15 seconds. Let's see if mid-1's gonna go for the same trick again. Wasn't very effective in the first one.
I definitely surprised them. Celery's Jackie Boy dead. Roshan alive in the bottom pit. Crit is going to go stab it out, and Malrine should pretty quickly pivot over there to find it.
Dire's bottom
Crystallis having a little spot to hide in there. I mean, that wasn't far away from him being caught. There's Basher on Pango and a pushback that was flying. He'll be thankful to escape. And is that Roshan's banner from last time? See, look, they were so confused about mid-1's TP in, they left the banner here.
As long as they don't leave cheese in the pool, it's something that MOUZ loves to have. Definitely extra bit of tankiness on their side. Let's see how Primal is doing. Still the lowest net worth core. He got completely shut down, unable to get one last hit, one kill in this game. But 2,000 gold saved up. If you can get the Aghanim Scepter, there's a lot of good things that you can actually break. Not just Huskar, like breaking Pango, his lucky shot. Fortune favors the mold later on. Could be good.
Mid-1 division.
Yeah, if you break Geminate attack, it's also pretty powerful because Skeeter's getting closer to level 25, and then those attacks are just keep coming out. But it's mostly gonna be for Huskar.
Yeah, for sure. Crystallis is going to walk into the Pango here. He's got Borrowed Time, Blink, Greater Heat, Healing Lotus, and a Primal Beast behind him. Again, just this Pango forcing a reaction out of MOUZ to see what's going on. Getting information, playing forward. We've seen a lot of that from Amar these past few weeks. You know, him playing the offlane Monkey King, always when he's playing these kind of tanky off every game, basically. He can play forward, get into these sticky spots, and then escape with his life while giving his team all the information in the world. They keep accelerating their own farm, and that's why Malrine and Skitter have had such a good time up the top of the net worth.
He had a couple of slow games. That Monkey King 0-5-0 start. Then I think it was Underlord as well, where he got completely shut down. Suddenly he shows up with a couple of big auras. The fight's immediately over. And it doesn't seem like MOUZ is going to be able to defend this one. Banner has been planted, but they also have the second banner.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
This is like hobbits and their breakfasts.
What about second banner? And already Skitter is prepping for the multi-lane push as well. Down to bottom, cut the wave. Grab it up. Mid one being quite sneaky. Moving top. And TPing out. It's another one of those games though, hey, where Abaddon has gone 0-2, 0-3 in lane. Delayed Radiance, hasn't hit his timings. He just doesn't seem to be able to get into this rhythm or stride. He never feel like there's such a big difference between Abaddon feeling good about the game and just face tanking everything, and then Crystal is hiding and cowering in the jungle.
It's one of the few times where I see Abaddon in a situation like this where he's unable to do much, and he did put a point in Mistcoil, which I really like against those Lincoln Spheres. Very good to break them. Goes to debuff community, of course. People still buying Lincoln Sphere. Hook, he gets him. Pike,
He does.
a different direction.
Try and pike himself out of here, then life break over onto the Pudge. Lincoln's popped, armor toggled. He still has Aegis BKB, but he just satanic heals and he's perfectly fine. Now he'll die as Boom comes in, but Amara's going to open up and force the rest of MOUZ to retreat. The boulder is chucked in towards the Falcons.
Amara's in.
But the Falcons are flying type. They've got resistance to earth type.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
And Malrange is going to hit the barracks. They've still got the banner up. MOUZ without their Pudge now. Difficult challenge to break past the front line of Falcons.
Radiant's middle barracks.
It might just be mega creeps, honestly. The way they're eyeing up this tier 3 tower. Celery will try and put out some spells. Nearly got jumped on by the Huskar. He will still get bushwhacked, but Malrine is very focused here on objective-based gaming. And MOUZ, they're just buying items. Buy every little item you can. Basher on the Abaddon.
They need
Try something.
Yamich.
Lincoln.
Can he land a big hook?
The Lincoln stopped the pulverize. And another Lincoln's there for Malrine with a Lotus on him. He is invulnerable. You can't touch this man. The Huskar just breaks free of everything. Now he does get jumped and bashed by Crystallis, but a full staff back gets him out of danger. He's got a refresher shard handed over so he can refresh BKB if he wants to. There's everything in the world given to Malrine. The man with a plan. Refreshes up and BKBs. Has Satanic as well. The Huskar, he just cannot be stopped. He's untouchable. He's invincible. Amal will pick up a double kill, but it's Malrine, the man of the match, destroying the opponents with another first pick freaking Huskar.
They handed him the refresher. He had cheese. He swapped it out. They gave him refresher. He uses it. BKB Satanic. And seems like it's very funny to keep picking Huskar first and then just winning the game off of that. For them, probably. For the other team, not as much.
Absolutely not fun for MOUZ in that one. 36 minutes of despair and sadness as we head back to the panel, hopefully for some better times.
Well, I don't know if we should start with the good news or the bad news, because I think there might only be bad news because T is not having a good time after seeing that Huskar.
You play against Falcons, you give them Huskar, you lose
you
to
can beat Huskar, and then you lose to Falcons Huskar.
Yeah, yay. That was a really... I'm not going to hide. That was a really fun game, guys. That was fucking miserable. Luckily, guys, we have Tidebound Yakult coming right up, so...
Whoa. We can't just gloss over this game like that, because let's be real, there were some good moments.
Were there?
I think, yes, there definitely was. Nature's Prophet was trying to play through the side lanes that we talked about. Mid one was getting a little bit going for himself, Misery. There were some accidental deaths, but that is props to great warding of the supports on the side of Falcons.
I mean, the Nature's Prophet and the Pudge coming mid hooking the Huskar was definitely like...
That's cool.
That was pretty cool, yeah.
Little mini hype, yeah.
But the Primal Beast was kind of left on an island, had no game at all. And their safe lane was also kind of underwhelming. So I think the fact that they lost their side lanes meant that the Huskar could just come back freely and just keep farming.
Yeah, I think compared to, Falcons Huskar game last night, I think it wasn't actually about the Huskar, really, to be honest. I think it was about the fact that, Boom and Yamich, we see them get out of so many of these melee lanes. They did not get out of this lane. Boom got nothing. They got turbo stomped in lane. And when you get stomped by a Weaver, then this hero just becomes a plague, like attacking you constantly, and they can't touch him for an extremely long time. His first death was way later in the game, and that pressure that he puts there, it just means that it's super obvious where the Pudge is and makes it. I mean, Yamich gets two really good hooks on mid, but no more after that. There's no continued pressure because if they ever try to dive mid with too many heroes, Weaver will just TP and turn it around. Like Yamich is honestly salvaging the game here. These TPs and these moves are not easy to make. You have to really be clutch with the timing of this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, for all the Pudge players out there, you know, this is great when it works.
This is what they live for.
Most of the time, it won't work, and then you're just missing your hook and wasting your mana, right? And your offlaners crying, and you're basically griefing.
Definitely a Falcon sweating a little bit, though. You got to admit, whilst, yes, we was having a good time, you do go, this first pick Husker, can we keep getting away with it?
And the answer is yes.
Yes.
They can.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right. At the end, it's yes. But at the start, in the first 8 minutes,
I mean, I also
the
think
answer is still yes.
Yes, I mean, yeah, Pudge went to mid, he annoyed the Husker, and then the Prophet was able to use that to then go and annoy other things. But as already mentioned, Primal too bad, Abba only farm, Primal sad game, Abba no farm, no fight, 2 people can't play Dota, mid one can't do it at all. Like, we saw him do rampages like 6-7 minutes before, right? But he can't prop everyone on his back in this type of game. Other people need to step up. So yeah, when you're drafting against Falcons, one wrong pick, one wrong play, you are just going to auto lose the game. And here, the draft was a draft loss. Go next. Don't do it again. That's the simple takeaway for MOUZ and Immortal Faith.
I mean, I think, I'll be honest, I don't think this Pudge is good. The Tusk is obviously good, but I think you need a new second string of hero because I don't think this Pudge is real. Like, against really good teams, they are not going to feed you all these free kills. They're going to exploit the hero in lane. They're going to abuse the fact the hero has no team fight. He's very like skill execution based. There's really high variance to this hero. I think the hero sucks. And I think also against the best teams, like clearly there's a way to shut down these double melee lineups because Falcons really...
You said something that really inspired me. You said, can't get better. You know what can get better? Not talking about this bloody game anymore. Please put me out of this misery.
No. I have a question for Misery, right? Because Quinn's talking about how much he hates Pudge 4. And I want to know, Misery, if you had to pick between a Pudge 4 or a Clockwork 4.
Oh,
only those two. You only get a choice of those
every
two.
time. I think the Yamix Pudge.
I don't want to talk about this game anymore, guys.
I want to talk about other random things.
Please.
You don't like Huskar? You don't like when he purges Vessel and he goes, whoa!
It's so one-dimensional.
Don't do that again.
It's sideways. It's
Okay.
fine. I wouldn't do it vertical.
Show mercy, please.
4 is almost okay. That's how the saying goes.
If Gaben truly exists,
All
get me
right.
to the next one.
Gavin does exist, but I also do as well, and I have the ability to move on to our next final best of one. It is a Tidebound and Yakult Bros.
Can go for a second salvo, though, as they bring in, and that's why Naga Siren is so good, the reset. But the Ravage, that's also pretty damn good as well.
Yeah, but
they find themselves a return kill on to the Naga Siren, but that is a dead DK hunting for more Blade Mail, trying to do what it can. Shiro has to back away now with the Scatter Blast, the damage out from New. Oh, Timber is still scary, everybody. Get the hell out of there. Kill. Oh, give it to him. Give it to him one more time. He's ready. Near the creeps, you bastard. Echoes. Not supposed to be a rampage.
I thought it was going to be the Bristol going high ground, but K-Class gets caught. Now they're going to kill off both of these supports. They do have Disruptor for him.
Profit farm.
Oh my god, dude, the Disruptor is so strong. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a little bit of fun to end off the night. Our 6th best of one for today, Tidebound and Yakult. And T, you just wanted to rush to this series. I feel like you have to do it justice. You have to give us a little bit of hype, a little bit of information why we want to get to this series so quickly.
I mean, first of all, it speaks for itself, all right? We have Tidebound, we have Yakult. Second of all, we have Tian Ming back on the main stage, right? His plays are so good, it makes us think about him in series he's not even playing.
I hope he's playing Phoenix, honestly.
If he's playing Phoenix, no matter what, he's going to be in that game.
Tian Ming Phoenix would win.
I'm going to need a fan because it's going to get hot in here if he's playing Phoenix.
Exactly. See? Look at the energy. It's back into the room. It's amazing. Of course, we have Tidebound looking a bit into now, okay. And then we got Yakult. To be honest, they're always hit or miss. But Boca, depending on what he wants to draft, they're scary. They're not in like a good way. They're not like scary as in, wow, they can win it. They're like scary because Baboka, his drafting is like, he's got like his DPI on like 10,000. Oh, we're picking this hero in this time around. He's a bit spooky, but it makes for some fun drafts and play.
So we need a new MOUZ. That's the Yakult fix.
Yeah, looking for a sponsor. Don't forget Yakult. They are a stack from China, not a big organization, but yeah, new MOUZ might help. Yeah.
Look, Book had a lot of fun earlier today. Muerta was a pickup, and I would love to see some of that fresh and exciting aspect coming here to this series. We saw OG earlier pick up Namrana. Let's just keep that ball rolling. Let's just keep putting in better supports right now. Have some fun and exploration in that realm.
I mean, if you want Yakult to win, I don't think you want that.
I'm pretty sure Yakult will be picking something that we haven't seen yet. I feel like these guys just pull the new hero out of a hat every game they play. So yeah, I would expect them to also, like you said, maybe just keep Boca going with the mouse and just hit a random hero.
Hit a random hero? All right, go crazy. But again, it is cool. I think conceptually the idea that Yakult has this freedom. Every time you see them on their player cameras, they're happy, they're enjoying, like, just the spirit of competition. I think, unfortunately, their ideas don't match their execution. But at the point in which they find that harmony, then they are going to be a scary team. That's why they're able to beat some teams so far in this group stage.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly had high hopes for them after that first game against Falcons because I think their execution was quite good. Their draft was great too because they got given Naga Siren. You don't get that too many times. But their play was quite solid. And to me, I think this team, they play better than they draft. I agree. I think if whoever the heck is drafting, they could stop him from doing that and just pick some more normal heroes. I don't know. I feel like you look at a team like Falcons, and sure, you're not going to be first picking Huskar, but I think people picking Pangolin and flexing that hero earlier in the draft, that hero I think is super powerful. Picking these Weavers and these Gyrocopters, strong, solid carries, pick your Tusks, your Jakiros. Like, to me, there's a lot of clear support heroes and just heroes in general that stand above the rest. And to me, pick some of them. Look at that pool. Make a little grid on your hero selection screen.
I agree.
And title it OP Heroes, type that in, and then put all the heroes you just saw Falcons and Tundra play, put them in that box, and then delete the rest of your grid and pick from that box only.
I mean, I kind of agree. I feel like that should be the recipe for, at least then you ensure you have a solid draft. But it almost seems like they just kind of want to play some funny heroes. They want to have some fun. They want to be a little bit hipster. I want to play Muerta this game. Oh, okay, cool. How about, can I play Dawnbreaker, please, guys? Yeah, sure, man. I can see it working. And then suddenly you have this draft.
See, I feel like with other teams, though, you guys say the opposite, that they need a little bit of pizzazz. They need a little bit of flair. And so now I wonder why does it change when it's Yakult? It's so unfair.
Got to meet in the middle, Nat. You got to find that middle ground, all right? Falcons, if there is a box of draft, right, that you just mentioned, they live inside of it. One player, if they ask to leave it, straight back into it. Yakult, they don't even have a box. It's just like a free-flowing lake of ideas. And there's a little fisherman, Baboka, and he's just catching new ideas every time. He's got to just facilitate. We need a bigger box, not a whittle box like Falcons, but also not a lake like, Yakult. There's somewhere in there, there's a kind of a nice spot. Yeah, cool. Back to you, Nat.
Back to you, Misery.
Thank you. I also see Yakult. Yakult, they're sitting there laughing and having a good time and like really joking around. Do you ever see Falcons doing that? No.
Yes.
No. Wait. We just saw Marine laugh.
No.
That's
he was
after.
playing Huskar.
It's after he won. That
After he won.
Okay,
That doesn't count. Yeah, before.
Crit was laughing before the draft.
Was he though?
Yes.
I refuse to
Howie is
believe
going to
it.
come in and beat him
I
senseless.
have never seen that man smile.
That is true.
refuse
That is
to
like, we
believe
literally
that.
run back the fun, bro.
Okay, get it.
I will after this. I'll
Why'd you
I'll
have the
show you.
receipts?
I
Goddammit.
will.
You're
I
trying to
will.
make a point without
I've
him.
never seen his teeth. Does he have teeth?
He's all gummy up there, that hoodwink player.
I mean, you completely killed my argument here. But no, you need to get serious, Yakult,
Man's got dentures.
All right, let's also maybe we should take a book out of Misery's page.
Yeah, sort yourself out now.
Okay.
Out of his library.
Yes, out of his library.
Yeah.
And let's get serious.
Okay. That's a
You
good
would
idea.
like that. Let's
I would
do
like
it.
that. I mean, we
I
talk
promise I
about the
won't laugh.
Pudge being a griefing hero. I feel like this panel,
The host is
I feel
griefing.
like I'm getting griefed on this
Yeah,
panel
I
a
know
little bit
too.
sometimes.
I think we need to change our pause 4.
Yeah, the Boku's got to go.
Who's our pause for?
Me.
Oh.
Oh,
I was
sorry.
like, I don't know which one of those that is.
I'm a 5 player, right?
I was going to say, it's not T, and it's clearly not you.
Oh, well. Oh, damn. Misery, you're getting axed, brother.
No, she is.
No, I am.
No,
Anyway,
Misery was
okay.
Whatever.
4.
Go back. Actual seriousness.
I'm going to talk about
yeah, please,
Tidebound
and
because I think
yeah.
they are honestly on a good trajectory. I think Echoes has shown a lot of promise. He's a very different player from NTS, but I think this team has been on, they started off looking really sus, but they've honestly, I think, looked better and better. And I think they're a team that can improve over time. That's what we saw with the prior roster of Tidebound. They started off kind of bad, and they got better as the year progressed. And I think they will repeat that again. They have Blink, a TI-winning mid player, as their coach, a legend of the game, to be honest. I think he has, he's really cool ideas when we saw him drafting for them last year. So I like Tidebound.
Okay, you like Tidebound. We have some question marks around your cult, but either way, a draft. That's the only place we're heading right now.
Just for all the big Tidebound fans out there, Yao is the coach.
Yeah, I didn't know. Blink was their coach last season, but apparently not anymore, so I stand corrected.
Yeah, blink and you miss it.
That's right.
I used to live in a house with Xiao8 and Yao
Okay.
when I lived in China. Yeah,
That's cool.
That was a legend. That was cool.
true story. So yeah,
And now here you are.
now here I am, and they're there, and I'm talking about.
You want to talk about it or?
I think they'd rather be here
it's
than
kind of
there.
my job. I gotta talk about something here.
Yeah.
What do we got here? But like,
Well, nothing,
let's look at the bands. So the bands look very similar to some of the other bands.
Misery host, like misery host.
we could try
Look
it.
at the band.
Look at the band.
have a
Let's
look
see.
The draft.
Yeah.
Draft is live, guys.
Is there anything in the bands that you see though, Misery? No, don't just say there's bands. Talk about the bands itself.
Let's see. The Nature's Prophet band is kind of we talked about it last panel, and it's kind of creeping up into the people's attention once again here in this tournament.
Creeping into their lanes with that global TP. I mean, I think the mid-nature's prophet is very good, but I think the carry one is not bad either. We saw both work to pretty good success by OG and by other teams as well. I think the hero is, I don't know if it's first phase. That's honestly a bit of a weird ban to me, but I do think the hero is powerful.
We've also seen Centaur lose today because teams aren't able to utilize the farming strength of Centaur, trying to drag him into more fights, and the other lanes aren't going well enough. So that is maybe also another reason why both teams have not tried to ban it out as of yet. But Tidebound, they do go for it. I just want to see Tidebound respect how important the first 15 minutes of farm is on this hero. You don't want a TP. Use Stampede for your team, use your Helmet Dom to farm for yourself.
I also want to mention that we've seen the successful Centaur teams and the less successful Centaur teams. And I feel like the successful Centaur teams, they give this guy a good start. They make sure that the support is in his lane right away. They get him to his Helmeted Dominator or just the Helmet Iron Will, right? And make sure he's have a good time before they leave. I feel like if this hero has a really bad time, it's not a good hero, honestly.
Yeah, he can quickly become a burden for your team if he doesn't hit that early stride.
Yeah, he has no spells, really. I mean, Stampede is good, but his other 3 spells are kind of whatever. Like, they're really bad in skirmishes. They're better, like, in mid-game to late game as time passes, but very much the hero is about broken laning, Stampede, and items. Bane is a super weird response on 9, I feel like, when you could have taken DK, a hero we see against Centaur a lot. I think he has a pretty good matchup against that. A bit strange, I feel.
Yeah, I agree.
It's very occult.
It's very occult. I mean, again, we could say it. They want to take the draft a little bit slower, perhaps, right? Find their... Then again, they do pick one more hero on 9. So it's... Maybe they just want to pick their supports first and then see something more before they choose their course. It might be something like that.
Yeah, I mean, Bane is a really powerful hero, and Centaur, you've already shown you don't have Zoo. So there's not going to be any Lycans or that stuff that typically terrorizes Bane. So I think it's hard for Bane to have a bad game if he's not playing in Zoo. Like, the hero is just quite good. People aren't picking Rubik's and things like this. Like, the hero it's a nice hero.
Another support that some people, I don't know if they necessarily have it as an answer to Centaur, but we normally see coming out once a Centaur is picked up, whether it's a ban or a pick, is Shadow Demon. So I do also wonder, is the Bane just a comfort over the Shadow Demon? Do they not see Shadow Demon the same way that some other teams might be?
Yeah, they're not really playing Shadow Demon so far in the tournament. They have played Bane a couple times. I think the last time they played it was Bane and a Weaver lane.
Yakult are on a 5-game losing spree right now.
And like a 30 hero mix-up spree as well.
Yeah, but Dawnbreaker.
Okay.
They also tried Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, no, that's...
They tried Phantom Lancer, Night Stalker, Techies. They've been...
Were they our Silencer team? No, that was someone else.
That was Tier Elements, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think the Shadow Demon still being in the pool is a bit worrisome for Yakult. I think Tidebound could definitely take that. It's very good against Bane. It's very good with Centaur. And the hero also just winning so much these past days. I only see Shadow Demon win. I think he has a massively positive win rate right now. And I could definitely see that be something Tidebound goes for. They like to conceptually counterpick a lot of the time, and SD is a very classic counterpick to Bane.
80% to be exact. 12 wins, 3 losses in the 15 games it's been picked up.
Yeah.
Oh, it's even better against back.
I mean, let's see if they pick it, but Shadow Demon looks really broken with these big tanky frontliners, right? Because you just put the Simulate onto the guy, and then he just stands there, and you can't really ignore him, and you can't really, if you focus him, you take massive amount of damage. So yeah, this is a very good combo. I would be almost shocked if they don't take it up here.
I mean, it's also spooky because you already praised how Shadow Demon is very good for Tidebound, but Lotus Orb against both Bane and Batrider is really good. Centaur can buy that. It really feels like a lot of the map play from Yakult is on this kind of like timer of we need to do it before or do it cleanly. But instead, okay, they don't go for Shadow Demon, they go for Ringmaster. So they're still going for a save at least.
I will say, this is the exact same opener that Tundra picked earlier for Yakult, so maybe they have decided, all right, we're box mode, and they are going to just run back Tundra's lineup exactly, because it is those starting two heroes.
So then it's Axe and Juggernaut.
Yeah. Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
But you don't have 33 Axe.
You don't. And while, you know, I'm not a Zeal hater, he's no 33.
Yeah. But I mean, let's see. Maybe that's the play. Wonder what's the reasoning. I don't know about this disruptor, man. We keep
Whenever we look at
it, loses every game.
I don't think it's won a game yet. I could be wrong, but it's definitely not looked hot in this event. And with Ringmaster 2, you have no damage with these supports as well. You have no burst. I don't really understand what they see in this hero in general.
It's also like the way those two heroes skirmish is at a very similar range. Like their spacing is similar, the way they cast spells is similar, and just as a general concept, picking two heroes to do the similar things back to back is just tends to be very weird. They're both like, I agree. The way they deal damage is very strange.
Yeah, 7 games, 14% win rate is Disruptor.
Okay, so that was a win.
Oh, Falcons won that game, by the way. I'm pretty sure they won the one game.
Yeah, but the Disruptor, it was there.
Okay,
The thing, at least for Tidebound, is it just screams like traditional kind of Chinese style of draft, right? Where it's like the lane should be okay. There's probably going to be a gyrocopter later for Shiro. They're going to shove the waves, get their items, be ready for the team fight when it comes. And for Yakult, going for a Terrorblade.
I don't know about that blind.
Yeah, that's why it's like, okay, it's just there. They need to really ensure that they have ways to lock down heroes for the meta. We already mentioned how there's counters to both Lasso and Grip, so you can't really rely on them. Or Lasso. My brain's melting. Anyway, so Terrorblade doesn't really have meta hitting potential. And no more meta hitting potential with Queen of Pain. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Terrorblade pick looks not that bad, but it's primarily because of Ringmaster Disruptor support duo. The fact that there's not that much damage between these heroes. Terrorblade does not mind playing into these supports at all.
I just feel like against Centaur, like I don't envision TB Bane as stomping a Centaur, and then he has such an easy path to buy Crimson Guard and stack all the armor items and just remove you from the game.
Like, don't even go blink. It's literally just like Lotus, Crimson Shivas stand in the middle of every fight, right?
Yeah, you have Disruptor Glimpse. You'll probably have some catch on another hero. I think you're full on Aura Boy.
That is true.
I am the one who stands.
Yeah.
Really?
All right.
Wow.
That's a first, maybe.
There was one.
I can check for you if you'd like.
You got it? Oh,
yeah.
right.
I think it was all. There was one other, at least that I saw. It was also Shiro.
Okay.
Ah, yes. I think Shiro has played it, yes.
It has been played one time with 1 win.
Undefeated.
Undefeated, and you would be right. It is on the side of Tidebound.
Tidebound?
Tidebound.
Australia, mate.
Yeah.
Whoa,
Just
whoa.
seeps in sometimes, all right?
I'm a bit surprised that Tidebound doesn't pick Puck there. It's a very free Puck game, and it's good against TB. It's good against Quap. Maybe and Yakult doesn't even ban it, so clearly they just don't care. Maybe Echoes doesn't play it, or is not like a specialty of his. This is a bit surprising.
I mean, I don't feel like these two teams are necessarily following the same draft structure or pattern that we've seen, like meta throughout the...
This is not a Slam 5 tournament meta draft now.
Yeah,
right?
they're doing their own thing, and they have their own priorities.
I think the first 2 heroes, you could argue yes, but everything else after is, some regional matchups coming into light.
You also sort of picked the Medusa blind, right? Because the offlaner has not been picked for Yakult. There are some kind of nasty
Can't they go
heroes.
back for the Kodo?
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, they do if the pass.
They could also go for some kind of zoo, like some kind of Lycan or Brood. Like, these heroes can really make it very annoying for Medusa.
Yeah, the supports hate playing into any summons.
Even just the classic Underlord.
Sure.
Really, really good against Medusa.
Underlord is great here, right? And against Centaur as well. It's also... Ringmaster doesn't really save into Underlord.
We already talked about the supports being low damage. Puck is a famously low damage hero that's bad against Pipe. I think in general, when you see Pipe, and you see especially these two supports, your brain is going Pipe, 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 Pipe. Like it's so good against these heroes. And Pipe is almost better than the hero you pick. The item itself, like, is more important than what heroes actually give you.
If you think about 400 like barrier, magic damage barrier, I mean, Tide does similar job, but like the 400 damage barrier, it pretty much nullifies all the damage on Tidebound's lineup already. It's from just one spell volley at least, so.
I think Yakult did kind of fix their lineup through getting the Tide Hunter on last pick. There was a lot of like awkwardness in how they wanted to approach a fight. Now it is a matter of Tide get his aura, stand in the middle, and then play through that. Let him soak a Static Storm or soak a Coil. Of course, you know, Echoes on Tidebound needs to make sure he isn't trying to kill off a Tide Hunter. He wants to look for the backline. But yeah, for Yakult, they've got a Tide to play around. Terrorblade, who doesn't really die to support rotations, but can, of course, have some problems in his scaling depending on how quick the map is played. So yeah, I don't know, it's a back and forth. It just feels like a farm game. It's going to be like a solid, hearty 35 minutes of farm into then who wins the big fight.
Yeah, I mean, with the Tide, I honestly like what Yakult has a bit more now. I think it properly abuses the sort of weird support duo from Tidebound. I think picking Dusa blind without seeing the offlaner like that is not that good. I also feel like TB is generally has a pretty good matchup against Medusa, and so if it's even turns into this slower farming game, I feel like that also favors Yakult. And on top of that, I think the skirmishing 3v3 mid is better for Yakult, just because I think these supports are just monstrous on these rune fights. Bane on rune fights is it's just hard to beat that hero.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a good puck game still, right? Let's not forget that. It's kind of hard to see him die for a long time here. On the other hand, it's a very good pipe game for Tide. I feel like there's a lot of good matchups here, but it's not really clear who's going to come up out ahead from the draft. I think even Centaur, right? He might have a really, really strong lane and get really fast pipe and dom and be unkillable this game.
It's just a race to the auras. It's Centaur there first, it's Tide there first, whoever's first, and everyone will kind of play through that hero. So off-laners have quite a big impact in this game. And of course, lanes are really important.
All right, heavy are the shoulders of our off-laners in both Tidebound and Yakult. But what a showdown it's going to be to end our day number 4. Let's get into our last best of 1.
It's rather fitting we have a puck here with the curveball facet, because both of these drafts out of left field, a little wonky compared to the meta that has been defined through the last couple of tournaments. But Lacoste, they've got some ideas, got an identity for this draft.
They do. They have ideas that haven't been working out for both of these teams. Actually, if you look at where they're standing right now, Yakult Bros 2-6, Tidebound 3-5. All 4 Chinese teams at the bottom, unfortunately. We gotta get some dubs here, and seems like this is not good for the Chinese regions, because they are getting the dubs when they're playing against each other.
It's guaranteed. It's a guaranteed dub for one.
It's a guaranteed dub for one of them. That is true.
But of course, we've got to remember, no elimination straight up from the best of 1 stage. You will have that last chance qualifier situation to try and get yourselves back in through the play-ins to the playoffs. And we'll see if either of these Chinese teams are able to do that. Our first move, though, comes in. The Nightmare over towards Y. And then back up. Back up. Don't go and contest. You've seen the Ringmaster and the Medusa now. Just chill for a moment.
Tianming, a lot of mana commitment. 120 on that Nightmare planet. Still in no man's land, Gush. Yeah, he looks very dead here.
Absolutely done for. Stuck around on that little high ground. Kill off the Ringmaster, and now Nightmare the Disruptor back in towards them. Seal, body blocks. Little repulsion there from the magnets of Disruptor, but a double kill for Tianming on the Bane.
All right, 600 gold on him. I see Null Talisman flying out and double Mango. That's gonna be his mana commitment. He's steeping top as well. Very good start for them.
That's one way to start your game. Straight back up at the top, Bane with a Terrorblade facing off against Centaur and Ringmaster. Let's see how this one goes, because the Terrorblade wasn't necessarily picked into a hero that he counters, right? We've seen a lot of times in the past, Terrorblade very good at those, dealing with the melee carries. Nothing was really shown there apart from the Centaur, so we'll see what Fly has in store for us. This has been one of those teams, I think T was saying it, and Baboka drafting, sometimes things get a little bit crazy in the Yakult Bros camp.
Definitely does. Sometimes he drafts a hero for himself that can jungle. We saw Baboka on Batrider a couple of days ago where he was just playing, like stacking for his offlaner and then decided that he made those stacks for himself. Zeal was not too happy about it, but at least Baboka had a good time. Good timing on a Blink Dagger. If we talk about carry-to-carry matchups, a TB against Medusa, TB is a type of a hero that will build into the Fusel Blade later on. He will build like 2-3 items like he normally does, and then he will get the Diffusal Blade, he will get a Disperser later on, which he's going to be replacing the Boot Suite as well. So it could be pretty good. I've seen this matchup, I think it was during Wallachia as well, when it was Yatoro, I believe, played against Satanic, and Medusa did lose that match pretty heavily.
Oh, okay. But there is that timing that Medusa really strikes at minutes 20 to 25 when she is consistently outputting damage and kind of being tanky on the map. Terrorblade can't match 100% of the time, because he, of course, relies on that Metamorphosis to really show his face in the team fights.
I also want to see if he's going to be going for the newer build on Medusa, something like this is the most damage kind of that you can deal with Maelstrom, Manta Style first, of course, and then Mjolnir, Aghanim Scepter. I'm looking at the bottom lane, Zeal. A lot of mana commitment. Glimpse, Thunderstrike, basically 200 mana to deal 250 damage onto Tidehunter and giving him a couple of stick charges as well. So Zeal's pretty fine with this.
Yeah, he's got the full wand, 13 charges, perfectly fine. While up at top, the Terrorblade getting double-edged down. Fly gets found by that Lotus Pool. And this is what you've been saying about the Centaur, right? Going for this double edge quite early on and finding much more effective trades.
It's an insane amount of damage. It's like 120 damage at level 1 on 4-second cooldown. 33.5, I like to round up the numbers.
No mana cost. That's what we love to see. Offlaners hate spending mana. I will return with Fly to try and gather up that lane and do what he can. And a good strike back there from Team Tidebound, as they had lost those 2 early kills in the first Blood Fray. We haven't really looked too much at mid. Puck versus Queen of Pain is a matchup that goes back years and years. Emo gonna try and pop his stick and find a rune. Bottles it up, but is glimpsed back into death. Echo's having the upper hand thanks to Disruptor, and now Baboka's arrived, getting curveballed and forced back behind his tier 1 tower.
Emo has had some very interesting moves, very interesting plays throughout the whole tournament. Emo is just basically a flip of a coin. It really depends on which side it's gonna land. Very aggressive player, way too aggressive player. Like that game that he was playing on Flardar with Echo Saber, no shard. One of the few, like, look at him immediately blanking in aggressively onto Echoes. He's just really pushing the limits.
He's always doing emotional damage. You're just never quite sure who to. The enemies or himself.
He's the first one to call GG, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Body blocks are good down bottom. Zeal gets in front of Shiro, but there are 17 wand charges and a little baby Lotus to play with.
Why has the mangoes as well?
Doesn't even pop the wand on this Medusa. Zeal equally, having all those wands stacked up, is going to heal a decent amount. Tanky. The blubber and the Kraken Shell. And this also forced the movement out of Planet. Both teams kind of scrambling on these side lanes to try and find little advantages here and there. But you've got to be careful with these kinds of moves. Your Planet TP's bottom, leaves the Centaur alone. That allows Bane to go and traverse into enemy Ancients. And it's 5 minutes 30 seconds in, so you've got to start thinking ahead to minute 7. Coil in the mid lane though, onto this Queen of Pain. Crack of the whip.
Oh, didn't snap
the coil, so they don't get the kill.
Maybe the play was for Planet to use Tame the Beast first and then into Impalement Arts when you would snap the coil. Emo's still level 5.
Yeah, and they're looking at Planet now as a juicy target for Tianming to try and find his killing spree. But another Tame the Beast, Tianming sent back. They get the kill on Planet but lose the streak. Y picks it up and a Sonic Wave pushing back. A kill off another. Echoes and Emo left in his bloodbath of a mid lane, grabbing the 6-minute rune, and fortunately for Puck, it's a regen.
Not too bad. I mean, you have Bane coming to the mid lane, you have Batrider coming to the mid lane as well. These are very strong supports that once they rotate 5-6 minutes in, you're kind of set to grab a kill. And they also grab a kill. Emo gets level 6, so he gets another one. Not too bad overall for them, but they also lost one, I believe. There was also a bit of an overlap there. We talked about no coil being snapped on Emo. Could have been pretty clean in and out. Maybe Echoes would be able to chase down one of the supports, Batrider, and be able to get the kill. But it is what it is, Gary.
What can you do? Pick yourself back up, brush off the dust, get back into the game.
Gary, I have a question. You're an Englishman.
I may have an answer for you.
Maybe. I hope so. Can we just call it is what it is? It's what it's. Because it is short for it. Like it's short for it is, right?
Yeah.
So the new saying could be it's what it's.
Do what you want, honestly.
Not sure many people understand.
English is a spoken language. There are rules, but rules are meant to be broken and bent. So as long as someone can understand what you're saying, it does not matter. Terrorblade is going to feel the pain to this move out of the Echo's Puck. Another coil, another kill. But genuinely, if someone starts standing, okay, doesn't look like it. Stomped into oblivion as the aggression continues in that top spot. But yeah, as long as someone understands you, I don't think grammar or spelling or pronunciation matters. I used to be like that. I used to be kind of particular about how people use the English language, but at this point...
And then you got old.
No, I guess, yes. That is factually true. But if you think about it logically, English has changed, you know, year after year. We don't speak the same English as they did in the freaking Middle Ages, right? Old English from 1300s. English has changed.
Oh yeah, they were not using PogChamp skibberries and no cap in Middle Ages.
Hey, you never know. We should go look at the Google trends. Look at the Google trends of words that were used. Find out that one person in a medieval monk, an abbot in a monastery,
yeah,
he was writing about the skibbity riz.
I'm sure one of the monks was using Among Us. Back to the game, Shiro. Trying to get ganked. I don't know if they have enough to actually kill him. Tianming.
Y is looking pretty dead here with a sonic wave across the front of them. Shiro gets pushed back as well. A Ravage is there, clips onto the puck towards the left, and the Medusa, the top right. Coil will save Shiro for now. And a lot of damage being pushed here onto the Queen of Pain and Tide, but not enough to follow through and find a kill. Echoes still poking at this though. Another Waning Rift and Illusory Orb looking to defend this tier 1 tower.
One kill out of it. Very heavy commitment. Meta. Sonic Wave. Ravage as well. And this allows Neo to put some more pressure onto the tier 1 tower in the top lane. So now, TT, they can try to put slightly more pressure onto this tower in the bottom lane. Maybe even kill Zeal, and they will be able to do so.
And that's also left things completely wide open for New. He's finished off his Helm of the Dominator, working on his Blade Mail, farming through the jungle camps. In fact, he's top of the net worth. Look at him, closing in on 5k.
Interesting Blade Mail game. There isn't that many like spells, uncontrollable damage that he needs to be worrying about. I think overall, Pipe is a better choice. There's some pure damage from Bane. Of course, Batrider is magical, so is Queen of Pain, with some addition of pure as well. So we'll see what he decides to go for. It's a really good Lotus game. It's very, very good. You're playing against Sunder. A lot of things that you can dispel from Bat. Good against Grip as well if you recast it.
Can we look at this as if he's bought a double Midas? Because it feels like on Centaur in particular, Helm of the Dominator plus Blade Mail are farming items, right?
Yes. Yeah, usually we don't see them as much. This has been like the substitute to your Blade Mail. This Helm of the Dominator, which gives you regen, gives you armor, gives you ability to farm quickly. So he's kind of double dipping in this build. That would be fine if he's playing like against Gyrocopter, some extra damage to Leshrac, then I'm fine. Blade Mail pipe, but yeah, not too good of a pipe game. Sorry, a Blade Mail game.
Yeah, and I guess he's probably looking at it thinking, hey, I'm going to get lassoed and gripped and hit by TB. Maybe this Blade Mail will deter them a little bit. Very much a farming item. Static Storm with the Wheel of Wonder, hypnotizing the Tide Hunter. He's getting clicked down, but it's not quite enough to finish. And Emo's come in here to try to Sonic Wave, push them back. All in all, he defends Zeal's Tide, but they overreact really there, bringing 2 heroes down south to get nothing in the trade.
Tide Hunter's going to be afraid throughout the whole game from both of the supports. Both big ultis is something that he doesn't like to play in. Especially the Static Storm, big AoE. So he is going for pipe on his side. Centaur, as we said, continues to farm up his items. Emo with his blinks is just crazy. Like, I watch him blink. There is coil. There are both of the supports relatively close by. He just doesn't care. Blinks in.
He don't give a F about nothing. Emo is one of the most confident players I think I've ever seen play this game. For better or for worse. Well, 3k lead for Tidebound. A solid spot now as they move a couple of heroes top. Trying to kick the Terrorblade out of lane. Look for that off lane tier 1 tower. There should be a signal here for Shiro to leave this bottom tower, with the fact that Yakult Bros have been off the map for quite some time, and he'll try, but the grip is here. TP start coming in. Medusa out of mana and killed off, but the Terrorblade, can he Sunder?
No.
The Ravage protects, the Nightmare's there. Sunder's
Nice
back
save.
onto Y. Fly is perfectly fine. Very well done. As Echoes will come in and look for the burst, but Terrorblade gets the distance. New Centaur now exposed. But the Blade Mail, it protects him. They're too afraid to chase him.
It does for a second. I don't think they're done.
No, they realize they got a ton of magic damage to throw his way. Centaur still has 900 health. Pops the Blade Mail now and turns, but yeah, the damage comes thick and fast. Emo. Gotta be careful though, buddy. Dear Lord.
He could have killed him with just Double Edge. It's a better cast animation than what Stomp is. Now, okay, a lot of weird things happening in this one. Overextending. Like, look at the HP on them. And there was also like Nightmare save on Fly, and then Nightmare as well as Shadow Strike at the same time, so he kind of dodged the Shadow Strike by it. A lot of these small things, they are going to start to add up if they keep missing.
Brings the game back to dead even. Medusa realizing time to go and farm some stacks. A ton of ancients have been built up for Shiro on that left-hand side. And Echoes racing towards the shield rune top. Gonna spend the coil to make sure that Emo doesn't get it.
So I want to see what the build on Shiro is going to be. If he's going to be going for the old school build, you know, Manta-style Butterfly, you're playing into TB. And maybe then, like I've seen, if we go like a couple of years back, it would be Manta-style Butterfly into Silver Edge, where you can break the tide, you have invisibility. But this newer build on Medusa just seems so much superior in terms of the damage output.
As long as we don't go back to the Manta Lincoln's meta, I'm fine with anything, basically. I think that was one of the worst periods in Dota, was watching carry players farm 2 defensive items and then end the game.
I remember, like, Miracle when he was playing Medusa.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, like, Butterfly into Divine Rapier, end the game, 20 minutes. Fly. He's gonna get caught. Good kill. 15 minutes in. I'm looking at the also Roshan lineups that could potentially take it. Radiant doesn't really have it. They need to bring numbers. They need to bring Medusa. And it's gonna be a bit of a slower one. Dire has some minus armor. With TB, they have slightly more damage, but nothing too crazy. Like, this is not gonna be one of those games where we're gonna be seeing like 3 Roshans 35 minutes in.
3 Roshans, Lacoste. That's insane. Emo jumps in to protect Tianming. Y and Echoes under Dire Vision. Equally, Emo and Tianming under Radiant Vision. Everybody sees everybody. That gives the Glimpse opportunity. The trade's back for supports. And now a coil with the orb. The damage out of this puck, substantial. Picks up Echoes a double kill.
There's action happening on like 2 different sides of the map. Echoes getting more. Like it's a really good puck game. So far, Echoes didn't die a single time. The only thing that he needs to be worried about is if Bane gets the Nightmare save into Lasso, like Ravage, or if he can get the Fiend's Grip, which they have a lot of interruption. Just like 1 glimpse from a distance, it's a very good cast range. This is basically 1800 cast range if you have vision on Bane.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm actually really quite upset you didn't get my Peep Show reference just then, but it's fine. Don't worry. There'll be 1 person in chat who got it.
Peep Show?
Yeah, British comedy.
Well, I watched British comedy. What did I watch? I watched Blackadder back in the days. That was
a good one.
Yeah, some like New Statesman.
It's like whenever we see Bob, I always think of the Blackadder Bob episode, where there's a young woman trying to infiltrate the army and be part of it. Like, what's your name, young gentleman? Well, my name's Bob. Well, Bob. The way Rowan Atkinson pronounces Bob. Bob. Love it.
It's good. Like, you need to get into the characters. Like, it's just a peak British comedy for me.
Glimpse at the stomp.
You guys are funny.
Stuns,
Hype it up, Gary.
And Static Storm. Terrorblade dead. Very well executed.
This glimpse, they're going to be getting a lot of value out of the spell. Good chase potential. You have Stampede. You have Puck, who can provide vision in the front lines. And we did talk about this game being a very good Lotus game. So he is getting 1 on Centaur. Staying on top of the network, I guess that's why double dipping. Don't do it with the sauces and stuff, but double dipping with gold in Dota feels good.
Nightmare to start things off on Disruptor. A lowly support kill here. And they might not even get it. Stampede and Box is a very quick escape. Baboka has been blown up by Echoes, and Mew is going to break free. 2-man stomp from him. A coil as well. Zeal all locked in place. Is coiled, feared. Where can he go? Trying to run it back. As it seems that Tidebound don't want to overcommit into a Queen of Pain and Terrorblade on that high ground.
2-for-1 trade again. Tidebound getting more out of it. I'm just wondering when Fly is gonna feel comfortable coming into the fights. They actually have double Zeal on the team, which is very important. Demon Zeal and Zeal.
So they need a third one.
Not sure why
Angel
I said
Zeal.
it. Yeah, that sealed the deal. Okay.
Well, Zeal in the mid lane is very tanky. Puck did literally nothing through this pipe. Like the panel was saying, right? Pipe on any hero. Like Quinn said, the item is better than what hero you pick, basically. Puck, a very low damage hero, just doesn't do much to him. So we're going to have to rely on Medusa to hit her timing.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that one. It's just... It's still like we nerfed those items so hard. And we're always keep coming back to Hype, Greaves, Crimson meta. Greaves, not as much, but we still see it from position 5s. You know, Snapfires will bite. We saw Mirana bite in one of those games earlier when Schem played it. Still a viable item, but we don't see it as much from the core role.
There's been some good dire vision in this bottom jungle. This last Observer Ward is pretty close to being dewarded, though, near a sentry. It does not see the smoke, either. A swift move from Tidebound heading up top. They saw the Quap leave that ward range, but she's already TP'd to rejoin her team towards mid. They might still be able to find her, though. No. I'm guessing incorrectly or giving up on the chase. A good read from the Yakult bros here, playing through mid. And then defending the Terrorblade with the 2 supports down bottom.
Yeah, dodging the fights. The reason why Medusa is also going for this build is she's not investing heavily into physical damage. You are playing against Stevie, of course, playing against that high armor. And Planet will get the shard. This is a very, very good shard against Terrorblade. Might be one of the better ones in the game. Let's see if they can get the trade. We see the teams are getting better at this, just utilizing the 20-minute shard where they can fight for it. Instead, they go for Roshan. But as we said, this is not the fastest Rosh by any means. And to go back to the shard point, it almost instantly kills off the illusion. It is 30% max health loss and also 30% miss chance, which is something that Terrorblade doesn't like to play in.
Oh, it's brutal. So the trade is Tormentor plus both Wisdom Shrines for Roshan.
Plus potentially losing Roshan in this one if they were slightly faster. But I guess they're okay with this. And Emo is going to be the one picking it up. I also wouldn't mind maybe if Emo picks up earlier shard. So they have something against Buck. Otherwise, if Bane is dead, Echoes has the free cast during the fight. He doesn't get clipped by Ravage. Maybe there's going to be a lasso, but they also have a save. They have Box, they have Medusa ulti, they can reset the fight. Pharasma, 21 minutes in.
Fully done. I'm already preparing myself for these next mid-game team fights because there's a lot of things that can happen, right? We're looking for Bane grips onto Medusa, Disruptor or Centaur or Puck to try and cancel the grip to make sure she can break free, or Bane making sure he doesn't do it as Stonegaze is used. Terrorblade's movement in the team fight has got to be impeccable to line up with the Tide and his Ravage. We're not really looking at any BKBs, so Ravage should be the easiest thing to execute here for the Dire team. Just a matter of getting into these fights. And then keeping tabs on Emo and his movement as well.
You gotta keep yeah, I think one of the supports always need to keep an eye on Emo. Like, what's he doing? Maybe I can get a save. Click follow on him if he overextends. Tide, now with the Vlads. Pipe, Shard, going into Blink Dagger next. Shard is very good against Centaur. It sets the move speed to 100. So it's not affected by Stampede. Very good Shard in general, especially against some of these more elusive heroes. Very difficult to kill it as well. And also to go back to Pharasma, this like early Pharasma on Puck, it reduces magic resistance by 20%. And then you also have Medusa dealing quite a lot of magical damage with her Mjolnir procs. So this Pharasma is also amplifying the damage from your carry.
Yeah, very true. Well, Yakult bros, push tower, get a high ground ward, and then dip quickly. This is when Medusa is feeling her strongest. 23 minutes in, Manta, Mjolnir, ready to push the issue, looking for these tier 2 towers, and really avoiding any kind of massive team fight. And knowing how powerful this Tide TB combination can be if they are prepped in position. They're trading opposite sides of the map and just continuing to farm. 2.5 minutes on Aegis. Also a safety net that the Yakult bros have, which Tidebound do not.
Waiting for this Aegis probably to expire, and then they can try to make a move. 2 minutes still left on it. Yakult bros will use this opportunity to close out the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. Medusa, also very close to Aghanim Scepter. This is the big timing on her. On hit effects. Synergizes nicely with Mjolnir, of course. Level 19 as well in him.
There's a lasso. A kill on planet. Centaur stampeding. Tidebound, we're getting ready to try and mount a defense of that bottom tower. New is being run at here, though, as Y will kinetic field and keep them at bay. Emo just blinks into the tier 3 as a little poke at him.
I was a little surprised Tidebound decided to actually defend that tier 2 tower. It seems like they were not on the same page. If they TP, somebody else TPs to tier 2 tower, it's going to take a while. Because not many of them were actually inside the base or anything.
That's a big blink stop from New. Shira's going to step up, a glimpse on Fly. Static Storm placed, but the pipe is here. And Zeal holding that Ravage, ready to turn the fight if needed. I was very surprised the planet made his way down there. It felt like they were just fully avoiding Aegis, avoiding the team fight. There's not just the Medusa Ags, there's also the Centaur Ags that they're eyeing up. It's still 3k away from it, but it's a big deal to have Medusa in a cart.
One of the highest DPS dealers in the game, if we're talking about 5-6 slotted hero. You save her, you put her in the cart, and just drive her around. she's gonna be killing everybody. So right now, Tidebound, they're okay if they don't lose too much, even though they were ahead as well, like 6-7k gold lead before they lost that Aegis.
Would have been rough for Shiro there if he'd started walking further north. There's one of those sneaky dire wards on the left side that can catch carries unaware. Yakult Bros instead going to go through the twin gate, continue playing this bottom lane where it's been pretty safe for them to set up. And Tidebound, I don't want to say they're lost, it's just very much passive waiting game for them. They don't feel like they can really strike any moves themselves. They're waiting for these next bigger items which allow them to do damage. It's also been very good by the Dire to keep their supports tucked in behind the core heroes. And no stragglers, no individual pickoffs. It's been a very quiet but clean passage of play.
Very quiet. Tidebound kind of stopped playing aggressive as soon as that Aegis came into the play. It needs to be Centaur Puck with the supports to be able to get a pickoff. Seal.
Is he the best target? He's the only target. Glimpsed into the static storm. Pipe is up, but Medusa and her damage and starts to add up. Echoes anew over the top, and a coil whiffing nearly caught Baboka. Yakult Bros will reset and move back down towards bottom, where I think they might threaten a high ground push again.
Yeah, they might. Wheel of Wonder as well. Zoning Wheel of Wonder. Never seen this one before. He runs out, then he gets pulled back in. I guess it's difficult against Tidehunter because of the blubber, because of his Kraken Shell, just blubber in general. It's the old Kraken Shell. Baboka. Oh, he blinked it to silence.
Yeah, the puck is there, and a stampede forward puts New in position to get a two-man jump. Emo, Tianming, they're both low. Flyfly and Baboka in an awkward spot now. Too far forward, but Tidebound not committing.
Shiro
Don't have any of their
also
ultis left.
wasn't in that fight. He doesn't have TP available. They just needed extra bit of a damage, so not too bad of a fight for Yakult Bros.
That looked like it could have been huge for Tidebound. I thought, okay, this is it. They're coming out their base. They don't run and chase. No one died there, right? No, there was no deaths. Little mutual handshake. Hello, how you doing? Time for me to leave. What's Shiro up to? Courier bringing out the Disperser.
That's the massive item. Like, once you start burning their mana in a bit of a longer fight. Tidehunter, his mana pool is extremely limited. He gets hit a couple of times by Medusa. Pretty similar to old style Medusa versus Tidehunter when you were burning their mana, stealing their mana, percentage of their max mana back in the days. Really glad that one's gone.
Baboka is gonna go for this one. Attempt a solo kill on planet, but Shiro's arrived. And Baboka, Tianming is the one to die in the bottom right corner to New, while Baboka is getting right-clicked out by Shiro.
Yeah, this Disperser is going to be doing a lot. It removes Reflection, Shadow Strike, stuff from Batrider, gives you maneuverability, opens up the slots. You can remove the power threads. He still doesn't need to because there is Falcon Blade available on him. But yeah, burning mana on Tidehunter is going to be crucial. His mana pool very limited. If he comes into the fight with not full mana, Pipe is 150, Ravage is 225, that's basically 400 mana, and you have 700 mana pool.
Stampede counteracted by that dead in the water. Doesn't look like it matters all that much though. The wraparound might. Y and Shiro coming in from behind. They don't see the Terror Blade slip between their fingers. And Zeal also makes his way out of there. Very difficult to latch onto anyone. But it feels like this bulldozer starting to reach critical mass now on the Radiant. It's only a matter of time until Roshan respawns. A fight over the Aegis, and Medusa just one to look for objectives. And for now, it's Tide trapped in the static storm. Nightmare saved and brought back. All the Lotus bounce back on the lasso. Keeps Shiro perfectly fine. And they send Baboka back as Flyfly popped his Metamorphosis. Shows off his Skadi, but the Radiant just fall back and reset, knowing they have a timing now.
That's the Lotus with Aghanim Scepter. So it also caught Emo. So double lasso that came out in the previous fight. But you see Tidehunter like struggling with mana, even though he has Soul Ring, he has Magic One. Once Medusa starts hitting you, very close to that Disperser.
Let's see if this smoke pays off. Chanming into the Lotus pool. Terrorblade is going to come and join him on that right-hand side as well. While Tidebound choosing the wrong direction. Pivoting back towards mid. Maybe they'll kill Zeal again. We'll see as the Tidehunter waddles in towards that middle lane, but not going to show his face. And bottom pit about to be inhabited by the big man again. A couple more seconds.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, I could see them trying to force a fight inside of Roche. You have Medusa, who's not gonna die. I also don't see Disperser or Diffusal Blade on Flyfly, which I would definitely like to see. Maybe he thinks they can kill other heroes and then deal with Medusa. Again, on to Tidehunter. They really hate this guy.
And they hypnotize the Boca as well with a Static Storm there. Batrider has no counterplay. Tidehunter's dead again. And that should be a pretty swift move to get an objective, whether it is Roshan or tier 3 middle lane or a buyback.
As we said, 2 supports, like Tidehunter's never gonna feel too comfortable coming into the fight. 2 abilities. This is basically like Black Hole, Chronosphere, Doom. Maybe not as effective. Static Storm is really good, always was, probably always will be. So I want to see how he's gonna itemize. A lot of the time you see Tidehunters like picking up a Yule Scepter, getting a BKB maybe for themselves. It seems like Yule Scepter is gonna be the item of a choice because they don't have saves. Like the only save that you have is maybe Bane trying to buy a little bit more time with the Nightmare. Or you could Sunder him and then die on TV, that also works. Maybe if he had Satanic, then it's fine to go for that type of a play, but not sure if you want to be building that item in this matchup.
And Tidebound, after taking a big objective, always going to have to come back and maintain the lanes. A bit of gardening, a bit of pruning, and take out the top. Move into position toward the Tormentor, which is up in that top left corner. But they have left bottom lane wide open here for Flyfly to continue spamming out illusions, keeping this pressure up. Eventually, they're going to have to send some heroes back to defend it. The objective is more important right here, right now.
Echoes.
Boost for them.
Yeah, let's see who gets it. Echoes just bought his. Neo will get it, so he has Aghanim Scepter and Shard available. Shard makes you super tanky in the fights. And we talked about Aghanim Scepter on Medusa. Still yet to see it. Shiro is a little bit low on mana. Let's see if they have any Lotuses.
Don't fall for the puck illusion, guys. It didn't break your smoke. They scan on the right-hand side anyway, so Zeal blinks in, scouts them out, Static Storm for him with a Wheel of Wonder, and Terrorblade from the high ground can start raining the damage with his Skadi. New, cart, and run away, while Shiro turns to play. They brought Flyfly down to half. Zeal has died now as well, as Echoes picks up a kill. First life of the Medusa's down. Flyfly trying to stand his ground here. They've got a lasso to come back into the Medusa. She's tanky. Can they break through her mana pool and kill her off? Flyfly's trying his best, but Echoes over the top will save the day. An ultra kill for Echoes, while the Queen of Pain is the last one standing on that dire side. Picks up at least something in the end.
Every single time they just go on Tidehunter, he doesn't get Ravage. I don't remember last time we saw Ravage being used. And also Medusa, like she came into a fight, this could have been a completely different fight if she had full mana. Because she's just gonna sit and hit people, burn their mana. Terrorblade uses Sunder in the end onto Medusa, not very effective. She lost like 400, 500 HP from it. And we see it again every single time. Wheel of Wonder, and you see how effective it is. This light, what's it called again? I keep forgetting. The spotlight, yeah, very good, very simple. Against TB and the illusions. Ema was doing one hell of a job in the backlines, keeping them busy, because Fly was trying to stand his ground. I also think that he needs to buy into the Fusel Blade. Like, I just want to see that item. It sways the matchup in his favor.
He's got to do something. He's got Diffusal queued up. So that is what he's aiming for. And that was also Aegis from the Medusa, proving that she is killable. Just a little bit more from Yakult Bros, and maybe they can swing one of these fights their way. Planet and Shiro up at top. Emo, gonna blink away from this one. Tianming straight into a dust. He was under Radiant Vision. Gonna get stomped and controlled.
Quick and easy. Yakult Bros have been very annoying in this bottom part of the map, constantly shoving it in. Terrorblade with the illusions, Queen of Pain, even Boboka has been parked in this bottom part of the map, maybe looking for Lasso. Boboka only level 14. There's a massive difference between the two supports, even though Bane started with the double kill, unable to transition that into something big.
It's time for Tidebound here to go and park themselves in front of the enemy base, though. It's been a long time coming. There's a hero down. You've got a Medusa. Let's go hit some tier 3s. Lotus Orb offers some protection. She clears the way very easily. And they've slightly pushed in that mid lane, too. Make sure the Yakult Bros have something to contend with. A little glimpsy glimpse. Sends Zeal back. And tier 3 at about half health. Tidebound realize that's all they can really do in that situation. Gonna stop pivoting elsewhere. Enemy triangle, maybe.
We'll see. The Fusel Blade is now ready on TB. How much that's gonna change? Shiva's Guard on Emo.
No break. Echoes. He jumps in. Emo looking for his moment here, but Shiro comes across, grasps them up. The Medusa spilling out this AoE damage. Gets a good amount of it onto Tianming. Yakult Bros splitting here. Zeal moves in. The Static Storm gets dodged this time. Let's see with the Ravage now. Can they focus in onto a hero? They blow up wide. Disrupted down. Bane traded out. Medusa's the one on the high ground now. And Shiro raining Hellfire and Scardy slows onto the TB and his buddies. But they've lassoed her up and sundered her down. The Medusa
He's in the cart.
trouble. In the cart though. New has saved the day.
Oh, what a save. She was running out of mana. TB gets the Sunder as well. Heals himself up. And GG's gonna be called. Just like that. It's what we wanted to see, Gary. Let's see, who was the first one? It wasn't Emo this time. Zeal was too quick. I think Zeal also had a terrible game, playing into two supports who are always going to be threatening a kill on him. He gets Ravage in the last fight, but that's about it. This Medusa, this Echo's Puck, they kind of own from start to finish.
A really slow mid-game, though, between these two teams, trying to figure out where the weaknesses are, what the itemizations are. You can see that Pipe on Tide gave them, on Yakult Bros, a little bit of wiggle room, but yeah, when Medusa hits her stride, she slithers into your base, and New showing how good the Medusa... Forget about Mario Kart, it's all about Medusa Kart. Put her in the back of the wagon, pick her up, save the big AoE damage-dealing Medusa monster, and bring victory to Team Tidebound. I think we can head back to the panel.
I'm telling you, if there's one thing this game taught me, it's that I never want to play Tidebound into Disruptor in my whole life. Man, Zeal struggled. And it was just so unfortunate that every time he showed his face, there was a Disruptor ready to just be plopped down right on top of him.
Yeah, he's had better games this tournament for sure. And I think you can talk about draft all you want, but we mentioned it at the beginning of this tournament that Yakult looks the best at the beginning of the tournament, and they get worse as time progresses. And I think that has shown true as well. I think they just got outclassed by Tidebound, plain and simple.
I mean, for Tidebound, they also started the tournament quite weak, right? But now they've kind of morphed into the tournament, and yeah, you can just see the class and experience of Tidebound players able to just one-up Yakult throughout this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the structure of how Yakult always manages to get worse and worse, it should get studied somehow.
It's a phenomenon.
I kind of called it in the very first day, and here we are now, and it just doesn't seem to be working out for them whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't even think this draft was bad. A lot of times we hate on their drafts. These heroes, while they picked them in maybe a weird order, I don't think the heroes are that bad against what Tidebound has. They kind of just didn't play that well. I think that this bottom lane especially should go much better. I was watching some of the lane. Zeo was just getting straight up out CS'd by a Medusa, which is not something you typically hear, but like the CS numbers were crazy. And I was watching Medusa deny creep after creep. Like Shiro was just styling on the haters.
Yeah, I mean, just before the game ended, we saw that Ravage, and we just spoke about it backstage, how he hadn't Ravaged since minute 12, the Tidehunter. And, I mean, they got an Aegis on the... Was it on Quap or Terra? I don't remember. But they pretty much got the free Erosion, and I don't know, I think there was room to make stuff happen in that game, but I don't know. They just couldn't find openings, I guess.
No, it was a tough one. I don't know. It's so hard. Maybe there were actually two things that I learned from this game. One, I don't want to play Tidehunter against Disruptor. And two, I don't actually know what the hell is going on with Dota, because it looked like Yakult were winning. And then you move to the top lane and nope, Tidebound, they're owning. And Flyfly is really struggling on this Terrorblade. So Medusa working out for Shiro. 2 out of 2 now. 100% on that hero that you wanted to see at the very start of day number 1.
Yeah.
It's broken.
This man knew. I'm trying to hint towards Misery knew. He knew something none of us knew.
Yeah, I mean, of course. That's
He's
how
not
it is,
always
but-
confused.
He's not always confused. He actually sees the
confusion.
future.
It's a
I mean, can we not, this confusion thing coming from production, from some drunk guy in production, can we like not build on that?
Yeah, we can talk about it with HR.
I'm never
don't worry.
confused.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And that
I'm a
one
little
drunk
bit
guy, we'll
confused
talk
right
to him after the show. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
yeah, we'll have a Stern talking to him. And for Yakult, they're going to have a stern look in the mirror for themselves, because now they're going to be 2 and 7. They only got 2 more best of ones left, and I feel like you kind of have to resign yourself, Quinn, to realize that, yeah, you're going to have to be playing at least 1 best of 3, potentially 2 best of 3s to make it to Chengdu.
Yeah, I think at this point it's probably 2 best of 3s. And if you are Yakult, I think you should just accept that, and you should look to fix stuff in the short term. I think there are times in Dota where you're focusing on the deeper problems, what's really wrong here. And there are other times where you do Band-Aid solutions because you don't have time to fix the real problems in the team. Clearly, there's stuff that runs very deep to the core of the, the whole Yakult tree. You don't have time for that. So you need to trim some branches and get like a reasonable thing going that you can try to limp across the finish line, because that's what we're discussing right here. We're talking about limping across the finish line. They're not trotting in first place. It's none of that. Okay, let's accept the reality.
I mean, it's kind of true, but
Trimming trees, running. Yep, noted.
I mean, I think maybe they also realized throughout the days that, hey, we don't have to play for top 2. We can just play for the bottom 4. It doesn't matter. We can have some fun, play some different heroes, play some Dawnbreakers, you know? Just chill, and then just swoop in at the end, win 2 best of 3s.
The thing is, they went
That's
more
the
traditional.
conversation. Guys, we're playing for the bottom 4, all right?
They went for a more traditional draft. Bane, Bat, Terrorblade Corp, and Tidebound.
But they did it in...
Tidebound, Tidehunter.
You're okay?
They did pick heroes, and they were traditional.
What's happening?
It's the end of the day, right? I think we're going to just start wrapping this one up, because it's been 6 best of 1, so much action. It's been a lot of fun. Nice and simple to look at the results. Everyone on the left-hand side won their game. Everyone on the right-hand side, yeah, got to have a conversation about this.
Kind of pretty.
That's kind of pretty, but what's prettier?
More pretty would be the correct English.
Prettier? Prettiest, yeah?
Yep. Yeah.
B-Stream XG game. That, banger. Absolutely S tier.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, exactly. Because
at the results, not the actual game.
that doesn't matter.
The same thing. It's
and then on the left,
what?
the left was left and the right was right. Things happening, but XG, look at them. Woo! That game.
So Na'Vi has to win against Telements to make it perfect.
Well, I think they're just orienting it based on the result.
No. If you go back to the start of the
preordained?
Yes.
Really?
Are you sure? Wait.
If you go all the way
That's
back to the start of the stream,
crazy
this graphic is exactly the same. There's just input who won and who lost.
That's a lot of 50-50s.
A lot of 50-50. Is Na'Vi up? No, dead even. Dead even. No, it's even. It's less than 1k gold lead.
That's down to
no,
me.
that's 1 kill to tournament.
No. Stalemate is what I would say. A lot of fun still to happen over on the B stream.
But if there was a single game that I would say, guys, you should scrub back in the VOD, you have to watch it. That XG game against Yandex, 1,000,000,000%. Go rewatch that VOD. Because if you've been stuck on the A stream all day, you forgot to load up the beats, that game right there, go watch it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe go over to the B stream, finish off that Na'Vi, Telements game, and then you get to run back the VOD and watch it. But right now we're going to have a look at our standings, because whilst there is still one best of one to be concluded and maybe make all of our results look very pretty with the 1-0s and the winners on the left side, Falcons and Tundra 8-1, and that dream has slipped away a little bit for Yandex. Now they're 6-3. It's not impossible. Falcons, Tundra, they still have 2 more best of ones that they could lose. Yandex still have 2 best of ones they could win. MOUZ, OG, Tidebound, Xtreme Gaming, Heroic. And then in our bottom 4 right now is Navi, Execration, Yakult Bros, and T-Elements.
Yeah, in the words of Misery, Yakult at least are playing for bottom 4 and are happy that they are there.
They love it.
They love it. They thrive on the double best of 3. So we'll see how they can manage the place at which they wanted to be all along.
I mean, in their defense, they almost beat Liquid last time in that first best of 3.
True.
You know, they took it to the game 3, which was honestly a close game 3. So I would say we talked about it last time too, and I think it's true that I think they're a better best of 3 team. For whatever reason, they are just completely horrendous in best of 1s. And so I think for them, just get that over with, fix a little bit, and move on to the next. But I would like, you know, either Tundra or Falcons to drop a couple of games so we get some spice in the mix, even though I'm doubtful of the spice.
Well, that might be because you don't know what teams they're going to be coming up against tomorrow. And I can have the answers for you right now, as our tomorrow's schedule on A-Stream is going to have Tundra up against Tidebound. So there's a potential. I'm not going to cope on that one. Xtreme Gaming up against Yakult will be our second series. Tundra, OG, Falcons, T-Elements, Xtreme Gaming, Tidebound, Heroic, and OG. What isn't being shown on the A-Stream, but is also very interesting, is the B-Stream. Yandex Falcons. Sorry, I realized that wasn't really a sentence. Yeah, B-Stream isn't going to be shown on A-Stream. No, the Falcons Yandex series. That's the very first best of 1 to happen tomorrow on the B-Stream.
I was excited for that series up until the point where Yandex lost to XG. Now my excitement has faded, and I'm happy that we get to watch Tundra Tidebound instead.
We could still have T-Elements beat Falcons. And if Yandex beat theirs, like Falcons in their best of 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if it rains meatballs.
Yeah, then we will have spaghetti bolognese for dinner.
No, that's not true at all. There's legitimate potential of an outcome of T-Elements winning. There is no realm of meatballs raining from the sky. Is that what you said? I think that's what you said.
There's a higher chance of
likely.
Yeah.
No, there's not. There's no scientific way in which meatballs can rain from the sky.
I've seen the movie. I don't know if you have.
They made a documentary about it,
cinema.
I don't care. We're going to have this argument off screen, because right now I'm going to let the viewers go over to B-Stream, keep watching some Dota action and not this yapping here. But we'll see you guys tomorrow for our last 6 best of 1s.
They're focusing